Chapter 1. Implants are the crux of the power system in CyberGene, spawning two types when a mal is killed. Bugs, biomachinery, utilization gene editors, which affect the mind to be able to bypass chemical neurotransmitters to think using electrons, modified by warp energy, hence allowing the manipulation of warp code to enhance cybernetics, called shardware. These adapters are colloquially called shard adapters, which is short for shardware adapters. Bugs spawn from the death of malware, the inorganic subspecies of the mal, symbiotic integrators of mutagen, which directly alter the genetic structure of the adapter's body to be affected by warp energy to mutagenically alter their physiology. In most cases, mutants are the standard adapters produced by sims possessing enhanced biology. However, espers are rare adapters whose mutations give them supernatural-like abilities, often being associated with elemental control or psionic capabilities. Sims spawn from the death of malformed, the organic subspecies of mal. Malignants produce both types of implants. And, as such, they are the only known source of creating dual adapters who possess both a bug and a sim, since their sourced implants do not reject one another. Bug features. There are 12 known features for bugs, granting unique modifications to shardware usage and enhancing the human mind. However, there can be rare exceptions in the form of unique features, manifested by error list of unique features, spoilers, blood, and steel, Ripley features, at certain thresholds will reconfigure to determine optimal routes of development and typically create or modify a protocol. These protocols are considered as abilities, some being rarer than others. Sim mutations. Mutations are as numerate as they are varied, with millions of them in circulation. Mutations are first attained through convergence with a sim, with other mutations being gained through consumption of mal-derived mutagenic substances. These are typically treated and edited to be sold as mutagen. There are 5 classifications of mutations. Integrity. These mutations cause passive changes to the physiological structure of an adapter, typically causing a difference in appearance, strength, endurance, and resilience. Alteration. These mutations can be activated via warp energy to cause instant alterations to the physiology of an adapter. These are commonly used to weaponized organs. Metabolism. These mutations alter the metabolic ability of the adapter to improve their stamina and provide unique adaptations that can improve their output of strength. Cognition. These mutations are specific to improving the adapter's nervous system and senses, sometimes being able to massively enhance their ability to perceive the world. Energy. These are rare mutations that grant the adapter unique control over physical or psychic phenomenon. Adapters with these mutations are called espers and possess power that arises as elemental control, psionic capabilities, or enhanced biological manipulation beyond alteration mutations. In rare circumstances, a mutation may also be classified as a error, implant tiers, stats and tendencies. There are currently 7 known tiers of implant development, each requiring significant time and investment to attain Tier 0, Convergence Tier I, Foundation Tier 2, Modification, Shen Mutagenesis Tier 3, Metamorphosis Tier I-5, Evolution Tier V. Tier V? Implants have 4 base stats in integrity, energy, capacity, and grade, with tendency only being applicable to error. These stats start at lowest at Iron I, and upon reaching the next major threshold above them, such as Bronze, I gain a boon that is specific to the adapter. Integrity determines the adapter's threshold of manipulation of warp energy before warp burns occur. Higher integrity allows for an overall increase in maximum output. Energy determines the adapter's quantity of warp energy. Capacity determines the adapter's ability to contain mutations or link to shardware. Grade determines the potency of warp energy, as well as the amount of starting features and mutations an adapter starts with. There are 6 known grades: iron, bronze, silver, gold, titanium, and platinum. Tendency, error. Compatibility. Compatibility is tested prior to converging with an implant and takes a percentile format. Higher compatibility massively increases control over warp energy and increases the rate of development of the implant to the point that it might be more efficient for an adapter to take a lower grade implant if it gives them higher compatibility. In many ways, compatibility is far more important than even the other stats of the adapter, as it influences how the implant develops. At higher compatibilities, there is both conscious and subconscious input into the adapter's development. Low compatibility is most common in cases where the implant had been previously used, or if the adapter is using a new implant after their old one had been removed. Reaching 0% compatibility results in error. Chapter 2. Blood and Steel Ripley and Diana. Mid-Act -2 by Josephine Hampton Mirage plus Personas. Daylight, Twilight, Midnight by Marion, and more is to come. Expect Dreadwire, a secret character and a second Diana, but scarier commission this year. Chapter 3. Chapter 1. The Operator and the Officer. Audio excerpt from AbyssNet documentary. A Core's Guide to New California. Westbrook, narrated by Holovision host Abraham Perez. So of all the free cities in the world, you stuck-up corporates have come to New California. The city where everything glows, but only the wealthy shine. We're the real frontier of the future, up to all sorts of nasty things that your mighty and honorable leaders would never legalize. We know what you are here for, and it ain't for the heaven-piercing skyscrapers and bright neon lights. You are here to get down and dirty with the fiends. Experience the grit and raw energy of a world not mandated by a corp guidebook glued to your eyes. You don't want to get fucked anymore. You want to do the fuckin', America's West Coast, where pleasure and pain are one and the same. So come in and enjoy. Whether you are a masochist or a sadist, you'll fit right in with the rest of us freaks. You ever wanted to see a man get skinned alive for pissing on his neighbor's lawn? Or witness a gunfight every second day of the week? This is the right place. But what in the goddamn hell were you thinking about going to Westbrook? It is like chewing wax in my mouth just saying that name. There is a reason the locals, and by that, I mean all 400 million residents of New California, call it Westbrook. Coming here means you are either criminally deranged or criminally stupid. This is the land without law. So if you need a scrappin' tourist guide, you are already one step in the gutter. So no, I won't be saying shit about the places to avoid, or else I'd have quite the lethal knocking at my door tonight. As for places to go, now that I can help aplenty as long as you've got the shards to spend, and you better, or the scrappers might pry a limb or two off you. I bet they're real eager to see a corp-turned corpse. For now, let's settle with one of my personal favorites. You ever wanted to program a girl or guy for a night to be whatever fantasy you wanted? This shit has been outlawed for 2 centuries. But if your desires burn as much mine do, then head over to the Toxin Club the 1st of June, 2497, 9:25 p.m. Ripley. The club was the same as ever. Neon light crept from beneath my door, and the hub-dub of bass rattled my tools. One day, I was going to scream at them one day. Tetch! The music would probably drown it out, and Sean, my boss and the head honcho of the Snake Fangs, would roll his eyes at me. It took every ounce of my concentration to settle my hand in position, although calling it a hand was an understatement. It was my mother's arm attached to my shoulder, specifically, crude metal shaping down the glenohumeral joint into a large, clunky, but well-designed shard operating claw. An iron-grade shardware worth more than the measly apartment we lived in. Her heart and soul had gone into this piece of tech. I couldn't hide my frown. That statement may have been too literal. As soon as I placed the nervous integration chip in with a satisfying click, my door slammed open, releasing music and light into my den. Is it done? I don't know if I can handle this anymore. Ripley? Celine shouted, and I held my breath still. I knew what she would be wearing, why she wore it, and what I was doing to her. Fuck this place. A smile cracked onto my scowl despite the conflict within me, enough for her to see it from the side of my face, and I tried my best to conceal the dark bags under my eyes by angling into the darkness. You expect anything less from me? I've been waiting on you for hours. I hastily clamped the chip shut. The trapezoidal block of metal, no wider or taller than 2 fingers. A neuroframe, society's most vital piece of technology in this day and age. A computer capable of digesting troves of biological and electrochemical data off your body? It could connect your mind to the second net. and most importantly, understand the secrets of your implant, all contained on the back of your neck. It wasn't easy to find a single adult in the city without one, and now I was introducing someone I low, someone I cared about, to the worst parts of a neuroframe's usage. Huh, Celine didn't believe me. What else was new? Are you sure you are in a state to put that thing on me? I mean, I trust you, but I don't know if I want my brain meddled with when you are pushing a day away. That is exactly why I have a frame implanted in the first place. I tapped the back of my neck. A metallic ringing sounded out. Besides, whole process been automated since the last century, I callously remarked before feeling the sting behind my statement. There was a difference between why I got one and why she was getting one. Or perhaps there was no difference at all. I waved to the reclining chair in the corner of my room, about the only clean place here. Just lie down. Get comfortable. The procedure'll only take a few minutes, and then you'll be fine as a synth. Oh, that was a lie. She wouldn't be able to walk for the next day as her brainstem gradually got used to having a piece of metal hugging it. Still, it calmed her down. That was what was most important. I finally faced the light Celine stood against. Her figure illuminated by the backdrop of neon pink bleeding into her hair, like how the evening sky sank into the oceans, according to the holograms at City Square. For a girl in the club, she was known to be exceedingly high quality, as much as the thought disgusted me. Excellent gene therapy during her youth had shaped her into a supermodel in the making. Golden irises framed by locks of twisting pink. Good heritage gave her a fantastic body underneath a slimmed face with angled eyes. About the only thing unnatural was her naturally pink hair as her parents had wanted. She had bleached her roots blonde to hide that fact from the other girls. Her glimmering black satin outfit revealed a perfect body that digested fat in hours, exposing skin from her face down to her cleavage and midriff that had never once faced acne or been stretched beyond its limits. Hell, she naturally produced moisturizers in her sweat. If I went into her curves, or the nose that crinkled perfectly as she giggled, I would never stop. This wasn't the life she deserved, but she'd come to me for help. I just didn't know any other way. In the end, I only dragged her down with me. She needed protection from the debt collectors, and the Snake Fangs could offer that. It wasn't some show of generosity. The founders knew Sean would cut the hands off anyone who pinched a shard from him, but they took less than some of the other gangs. Much, much less. At least there was some false perversion of brotherhood. Here, I was being paid shardine. If I were with Metal Heavens, I'd be paid with a heartbeat. As for Celine, I didn't want to think about it. We had made bad choices, but not the worst ones. My teeth clamped down even as I smiled, and I guided her to the op chair. It was a stark contrast to see such a beautiful girl lying on a piece of equipment designed for what amounted to torture. But there was a market for that. Especially at this club. Once more, I stiffened my breathing to curse the thoughts running through my head. I focused on my metal hand as I listened to the voice of my mother from a memory, her advice bleeding into my action. When you operate, rip. Focus on the patient's needs. I've had gang members shivering so hard even under anesthesia that they reject the frame. I know this job makes you angry, scared, and bare. You'll work your way out of it one day. One step at a time, even when you fall. I didn't have to fake my smile anymore. The process was easy, and it made a quick shetty as always. Don't worry, you'll get through this job and escape it one day. One step at a time. I then turned the operating light on, briefly blinded before staring at Celine with renewed confidence. Celine's violet eyes glistened under the operating light wet. Had she been crying the entire time? I did the only thing I could to console my friend. I squeezed her shoulder with my flesh hand, but a small part of me was excited at seeing her conflicted emotions. If you are having second thoughts, tell me. Doctor's consent and all that. Her mouth twitched, her gaze flicked away from me, and she wiped her tears with her arm. I stayed still for a few seconds. Hundreds of words I wanted to say to her clawing at my mind. A part of me was hoping she would call this off. The founders knew I wanted to scream at her to do so. Finally, her voice wavered through even as she kept her eyes away from mine. It hurts. First few days here I was surrounded by men and women alike. They gave me enough attention to think I was a founder. Then they found out I never got chipped, that I was just me, a human, that I couldn't be programmed to do the things they wanted. I knew this job would make me do things I didn't want to, but is that all I am worth? Mascara smeared the side of her arm with every word. The workers here didn't use waterproof makeup because some patrons liked the look of it being ruined. You should have seen their faces when they realized I wasn't a puppet they could pick and choose. They were disgusted. Why fuck a model when you can sync up to another's brain? When you can make them into whatever you want for an hour? And the girls working here, you should hear them. All their talk about how I am going to be stuck as A. She stopped speaking, and I didn't know why. Hell, I couldn't even hear my own voice in my head. This was a mistake. All of this. I should have never contacted her. But I had been so weak. I needed someone. Are you okay? That sound from her cut through my wallowing. It was a voice and phrase I'd heard countless times before. She was the one person who kept me sane the day I'd replaced my arm 3 months ago, during the recent days I'd spent by my mother's bedside. My voice broke. Why? I'd cried enough about this already. I don't like seeing you so hurt. You don't deserve this. It is unfair what happened to your parents and to you. Your debt, the crash. You deserve us so much better. And there it was. The floodgates. To think I'd kept myself together so well for this long to hide it from her. A project months in the making. I bent my head down. I couldn't look at her. Hell, how could she even look at me? Her best friend was about to permit random strangers to shut off her emotions, to let them do whatever they wanted to her. I couldn't. And then, I felt her warmth. Her hands rustled in my hair, her bare stomach against my cheek as she leaned her weight on me. You are all I have left, Ripley. No matter what we go through, we'll face it together. All this bullshit with my debt, the implant for your mother, we'll get through it. One step at a time, like she says. Warmth burned the darkness, clouding my heart away, my neuroframe registering a promotion in the release of oxytocin. That didn't matter. I didn't need a computer to tell me I cared about her. I raised my head from the drenched armrest, unsure of what to do, but I kept my face solid, unwavering. Celine, this procedure will change you. The data shield gates the personality editing matrix in this neuroframe here at the club, only to be editable with payment and consent. Still, it means for a few forgetful moments, you won't be who you are. Knowing that, I can't let you take it. You need to run away. Stay with me and my mother for a couple of days. I'll explain everything to her. We'll find a way to pay off your parents' debt that doesn't require you to sell your body and mind. I'll make that money. I know precisely what a personality editing matrix does to a person. I am the one with the most experience. I sank into my chair. I want to ensure you know the weight behind the decision. This club is known for their dolls. Patrons pay good money for it, plenty tipping just on looks alone. A few months will net you about a couple bronze shards. It is a good solution. But keep in mind, it is not the only solution. It'll take years to pay off your parents' debt. My gaze was planted on Celine, her perfect face captured in the most quintessential painting of acceptance. Acceptance. There were a few words I was expecting her to say. Maybe she would mouth off on me for ignoring the things she had said, but it was hardly the first time I'd rather not speak about. Things. Tell me honestly, does it hurt? She wiped her tears. Like a motherfucker, but only in the form of headaches and some muscle spasms for a day. I have plenty of meds to help with that. The more difficult part is resyncing your brain to your body, which can take a while. I answered honestly this time. What about your arm? Her eyes glanced at the claws I had for fingernails, although they were too brittle to be used as weapons. Each finger housed surgical tools. Some split apart to become multiple tools. It was a family heirloom of sorts. My grandfather had been sharded and passed it on to my mother. Now, it was on me. Now it was my turn to be poisoned, unless I could get one. An implant. A bug. A source of warp energy to transcend my mind into my shardware, to become one with it. It was the only way to compete on a larger scale, to dig myself out and away from the hellhole that was this club and the city surrounding it. The fifth swarm was 3 years away. With it would arrive danger and opportunity alike. Just another year or two of unlicensed shard operating. And then this city would be so desperate, they wouldn't care if I had a fancy degree attached to my name. Hell, they'd even strap weapons onto serial killers if it meant survival. We're all just blood and steel to the Mal anyway. It was the irony of a more extraordinary being that those monsters were the source of the power I needed, for both me and my mother. She was dying. Slowly. I wouldn't let her. Removing my arm hurt even worse than a motherfucker, but it honestly feels weird, and it still does. Sometimes, it is like I can feel my mother speaking through it, her voice drifting into my head as I operate. Precise instructions. Information about nerve plexi T. Each whir sometimes whispers a piece of information critical to the procedure. But when I am not operating, it shoots up pain through my arm. Like my organic body is punishing me for giving up a piece of itself. You should have given it to me, she pouted. That same playful pout even amidst the ruined makeup on her face. What? My arm? My organic one? I couldn't help but laugh at its absurdity. Yup. I'd show it the same love and care I show you, since you were going to throw it away anyway. She somehow breached a laugh from both herself and I. I didn't throw it away. I donated it. You sold it. She corrected me. For what? 1,000 sheds. That is a month's rent. It is worth more, Ripper. Every bit of you is worth more than that. Celine let her hand rest on my own metallic limb. Somehow, I could feel the phantom sensation even through the lack of nerve endings. I cupped my flesh hand over hers, then pushed the courage within me to press my forehead against hers. You are a psychopath. You know that. Can't believe I am putting a neuroframe in you. What is next? Going to buy an Imperium salamander claw and have me chrome up your body till you outshine a Neocore enforcer. Her eyes lit up like she had dug out a bit of treasured joy from their years of pain. That used to be the plan, Ripper. Remember, Neocore. Us against the Mals as agents of peace with our big fancy powers. You can hear it, right? The way they scream at us as soon as we enter their den, their little fleshy wire legs scrambling as we roll up there armed with silver implants. You with a bug. Me with a sim. I giggled like a child. The way we used to a decade ago when we dreamt of accomplishing big things without a care for responsibility. Back when the chances of us getting an implant weren't just midnight fantasies. First playing thugs and cops, then Neocore and Mals, planning to go to the same higher education facility, and now just hoping to get out of this fucking brothel. Desperate, I looked for a distraction within my words. You content with just silver? I'll skip gold and aim for titanium cell. She cackled, then found it too easy to speak her following sentence. Why not higher then? Hell, let's go all the way to the top, to platinum. I was in a laughing spirit, so why not embellish it? To platinum and beyond. We both found solace in our childhood memories, of our innocence, and ironically enough, that seemed to settle her. She rustled in her seat, fitting herself in like hundreds of patients I'd seen done beforehand. You were doing it. I couldn't hide my previous smile from wavering. Just do the frame for now. I'll keep the personality matrix a secret for a bit. Say that it still needs to be modded in. After all, I need a frame if I am going to want to understand what my sim does, don't I? She kept up her grin, and I was thankful for it. Gotcha. Now, I am going to put you on Stesia. The dreams you have during the process will be all whack, but try your best not to fight it. It'll make the whole synchronizing bit much easier. I so badly wanted to list off all the terrifying bits of the procedure to her, but the truth was it was hardly a tough procedure. She nodded, and I adjusted my op claw. My ring finger peeled back metal coils to allow a needle to sprout forth. The finger bent sharply, elongating until it was thrice as long as my other fingers and had a compartment for a vial. Scrounging my pockets for a second, I stuck in a simple vial of high-concentrated propofol. As the vial clicked in, I felt a buzz run up my arm. Warp energy from the iron-grade shards used to make my arm. How long until it would put me in the same state my mother was in? 3 months in, I'd already started to feel some symptoms, trembling and waves of nausea. Would it get worse until I got an implant? But that would only come after my mother gets hers. Sweet dreams, I whispered, and she could only nod back. I slid the needle into her arm. Even with her skin modded to be more challenging than most, the needle still bypassed with ease. It was a matter of seconds before her eyes fluttered asleep, and my mind shattered to chaos. I didn't dwell on the thoughts. They would only mess me up. I let muscle memory do the rest, as the mechanical chair fastened her body tight and flipped her over. A simple incision on the back of her neck offered a taste of blood to the neuroframe's spine, and it expanded like an insect complete with 6 legs, a count of the vertebrae, till I found the C1 segment, and I slid the neuroframe's ejected hook right over the bone. It dug deeper, the spinous process of each vertebrae just skimming the frame as wiry threads snapped around the pedicles of the round bones. I removed my hand, sending a signal for the frame to inject itself. I could only watch as the 6 spider-like legs of the frame wrapped themselves around her nape, digging in like claws until blood tread down her neck, that I then wiped away. Starting from her 2nd to her 7th cervical vertebrae, the neuroframe would spread fine neurowiring over the next 3 hours to overlap her entire central nervous system down to the sacrum, like worms digging through soil and binding to the vital flesh of her spinal cord. That was it. The surgery was done, and the trapezoidal computer was perfectly housed upon her neck. Its compact size would barely even bulge through the curtain of her pink hair. Her body slowly turned the right side up with the chair, and I bent down. My mechanical pinky finger shifted into a plier that gently opened her eye as I slid a clear lens over it with my ring finger. These new lenses would allow her neuroframe to project information into her vision, like the HUD on that old pad she'd been using. If she were ever to get an implant, the neuroframe and the implant would fuse together into a single circuit system and provide real-time information about her adapter development. That was its original purpose 2 centuries ago, with a bug implant. The wires of her frame and neurons of her spinal cord would be one and the same, and she would be able to cultivate her implant. As for a sim, neuroframes had all sorts of advanced gene reading tech to divulge the secrets of those mutations. You didn't even need to be connected to the net. You shouldn't. The last thing anyone in this city wanted was for the corporations to scalp your implant data. Strangely, it was too easy to jailbreak a frame. I'd always suspected they had their own advanced methods of extracting implant data from us. Just 3,000 sheds more to reach my 5,000 Shardine goal for an iron-grade implant. 3 rents worth, just another few months, and my eye caught a glimpse of the familiar metal's sharp reflection. No, not just mere metal. Shardware, the epitome of technological development post-swarm. I slid my chair over to the container in the corner. It was filled to the brim with old shardware from disjointed limbs to scrapped skeletal frameworks, mostly iron-grade, but I caught the glancing glow of a bronze Syntex steel sight. 2 spherical orbs the size of an eye capable of tracking a bullet's trajectory. It was pricey enough to pay a year's rent, and more. I left the box alone. Once I was done tinkering with them, those were upcoming mods for the gang in charge of the club. If I sold one of those without permission, it wouldn't be me who was fired, it would be a gun. Best to play it safe slowly, 1 step at a time. Besides, they treated me like family. I couldn't just up and betray them like that, even if Sean could be an asshole with his demands and payment. With my mind finally left with nothing else to occupy it, I set myself to draw out schemes monotonously. There was so little I could infer from the fractured iron neuroframe on my table, and by the time I understood a single detail, my snores permeated the tiny walls of my clinic. When Celine woke up, she was relaxed, in tune with herself and determined. She only knew that Ripley was there from what she remembered of her dreams. Eyes sharpened behind the rims of magnifying spectacles, lean but not scrawny, yet fierce like a rusted knife. He was there, and that was all she needed. The clamps holding her had already loosened, and she wobbled out of the chair, laughing as words shook in front of her, in a hologram only she could see. Ungraded neuroframe installed, Measure metronome, Ripley's version. Now you are probably so shaky you think you are going to piss your pants. Don't worry. You are not imagining it. That is an actual possibility, so Celine. Here is a tutorial to get things in order. It starts like this. Walk. She tried, but almost immediately fell, as it felt like the step she had taken was instead a leap onto meat jelly. "Just kidding, you ass!" she hissed, but grinned anyway. Take things slow, precious. Focus on your fingertips and what you want to feel with them. Then imagine yourself reaching for and feeling that object. She knew what she wanted to do. She wanted to strangle Ripley's neck, so she did just that. Envisioning Ripley's imaginary neck and guiding her shaking fingers over to it, even though there was nothing tangible, they stilled as her fingers made contact with the image in her head. Her heart beat faster as she pulled her fingers up to where his hair would be. Then she took a step closer, closer to him. With the imaginary construct in her head, she found the courage to say the words she could never say to the real one. The things she was too shameful to say. "Hey, I know you are just imaginary, but Ripley, how about tomorrow we catch some coffee before my shift?" A date? I think that would be, "What did you say?" Ripley's voice echoed from her side, his face and hair plastered against the desk. Half asleep, but still very much with the sense of hearing. Silence bored through Celine. "Where is my meds?" she peeped quickly. Half snoring, Ripley pointed to her bag. Before immediately falling asleep again, Celine decided to change her imaginary objective for now. Her bag would suffice. The 2nd of June 2497, 12:52. And the Toxin Club Lounge Diana, the New California police state, if summarized, was understaffed, but acted like it had thrice the human resources to throw around blindly on cases like this. I didn't understand what I was doing here. All I knew was that they input an algorithm to look for a young female officer, no implant, who could act desperate enough and have the right qualities to be noticed by a club like this. It looked more like a brothel. This is why it sucked to be genetically modified to be a perfect human being. I'd been asked many times if I was born in a cradle. I lied and told them no. Then I told them the truth, that I was a bastard. To say the Toxin Club wasn't my place was an understatement. As I navigated past the crowded dance floor up to a balcony overlooking it, I was met by harsh reality. Private booths, the eager eyes of the workers as they whispered about targets, the even more eager eyes of the patrons. It was like entering a store where I was both the buyer and the merchandise, as if the gaudy music and blasting light show wasn't enough to make me puke. I dealt with creeps like this enough all my lee. "Hey, they're gorgeous. What brings a lonely lady like you here?" A man's voice crept from the side the second I sat on a bar stool. I already knew this was going to end badly, but I knew my cards. I tended to attract attention, good and bad. Today, I had to lean in on the worse audience, but that didn't come easy or happily for me. As much as I hated my biological father, the acting lessons he paid for served me well in my ambition to become an investigator for the intelligence department. Just a more shitty mission as an officer. And my promotion was confirmed. I'd be a third-rank investigator. I'd receive an implant, a sim. I didn't care what grade it would be. I'd make those mutations work in my favor. Then I could really make a difference in this city, relieving stress. Isn't that what we all come here for? I answered curtly, taking a drink of my brew at the bar. I didn't know yet if this man was just some other customer or a worker, but if I angled this right, I could wean out some information from him. Can I help with that? His voice slithered down my ear like a worm. I held back my shiver. I finally looked back at him, mid-40s man with a goatee and beer belly. No, never a worker here. The stench of faint cologne and the poor-fitting suit he wore seemed to say he was in a corporation. A low-level employee at that. And not a legacy hire if he didn't have fat metabolism gene. Therapy. Probably here to take out his frustration from a long day spent with nepotism-hired bosses. Depends. The only thing that could clear my mind is something strong, if you get my meaning. I sipped my drink, a slow drain as I gave him time to ponder my question. "What are you looking for?" His eyes wavered, and he fumbled in his pockets. He clearly didn't have what I was looking for, and chances are, what was being sold here today may not be drugs. Nervous and clearly here to spend a quick shed for some of the dolls here, he must have somehow convinced himself that he could somehow woo another customer. I let him know as much. It is clear that you don't got what I have in mind, but what you do have is something the girls in the club will like very much. Try them. You'll have better luck. Jaws clenched, he grumbled and slid off to the side. He didn't even try getting my name or any information about me. Of course he wasn't working here. Not as a gang affiliate, just a drunk corpo. But if there was one thing you could count on in an establishment like this, it was snoopy bartenders. Was he bothering you, Han? A calm and soothing voice approached from the other side of the counter. A dark-skinned woman with green eyes and even more vividly green hair. The kind you would only see if you ventured into the wilds humanity hadn't reclaimed yet. Saw you gulp that drink down as soon as he approached. You looking for a refill? I turned to the woman. The police ID scanner in my lens indicated her name was Lucille Redwood, known worker in the club for over 16 years, and a probable member of the Snake Fangs gang who owned this place off the books. Please do. How hard is it to spend a night looking at pretty people? Drinking away without some old man pestering me? She was already topping my drink. You have no idea how much I can relate to that. You got a name, darlin'? Diana Jones. I let the drink rest for a moment. Didn't want my head getting too woozy. Well, Diana, you look pretty young to be facing so much stress that you need to come here. Lucille leaned in close, studying me without fear. And what is it that you have in mind? Here it was, my opportunity. Time to place the line and hope the fish takes the bait. Not that I'd ever been good at fishing in my teens. And not like this district had water clean enough to keep one alive. You'd have to head all the way to an ecological sanctuary for that. Letting out an elongated sigh, I plastered my sights into her cybernetic gaze. I'll admit, the old man wasn't wrong when it came to Shardine. I am in a tough spot. Issue is, can't trust. He won't pull something sneaky on me without protection. I am here to, let's just say, scout. For opportunities. Just a sprinkle of truth to hide the lie. You in a tough spot with money? I am finding that hard to believe. You are gene-edited so beautifully that I don't need an implant to see it. For a brief second, those green eyes flashed with an uncomfortable light that ripped through my image. I hoped that my undercover data shield would hide my true identity. If she figured me out, I couldn't tell. But revealing an implant, a nanolyze bug at that? Was she trying to ward me off in case I am bad news? From my side, I noticed the shifting of various guards as they angled themselves to listen in on our conversation. Several of them adapters, and all had green-purple bandanas wrapped around their left arm. Snake fangs. Carefully, it seemed like some more truth had to be blended into my lies. A bastard child of 2 corporate gene-edited. Don't know my mother and my father left me enough to survive a few months after I turned 18, if barely. Lived with my uncle, round New Washington most of my life. So I came here for a fresh start. The life I've lived isn't the prettiest. I am looking around, either to find something worthwhile to spend the little money I have, or to find a job. Either way, I am good. I could already tell what Lucille was thinking. It was the same as the cops who drilled me every day, thinking my looks meant I was entitled. And now, I was doing them a favor by showing how I'd come down to earth, like the founders. Lucille cupped my chin and stared into my eyes with no fear or shame, a sudden movement that caught me off guard. That is okay, I told myself. I would be nervous in a situation such as this. I am nervous. The middle-aged woman scanned me up and down without her implant, and seemed to devour the details of my body, rather uncomfortably for me. A blonde so white your hair's nearly snow, but also shiny like metal, equally silver eyes. You are not implanted, so I guess that rings true with your story with your parents not supporting you. Skin appears flawless, no imperfections there, and can't say anything negative about your ass or breasts. Doesn't matter if you are a virgin or not. We'll get you trained. You work out. Body's toned enough to put up a good fight if needed. Only issue is the neuroframe. My neuroframe. That left me puzzled. Just a little modification done by our op for our customers. He is a good kid, just needs to get his balls wet more. Lucille laughed, and I felt myself uncomfortably pushing to join in as well. I tried to steer the question away. At this rate, I would have to actually work here before I found anything out. The deal was set to happen today, and I just needed to know if this club was the place. An idea sprang to my mind. Risky and more likely to fail, but what choice did I have? I leaned into the most potent venom in any club's workforce. Gossip. Heard the core here pay premium for premium, and that they tip. They as sick as everyone says they are? Lucille's eyes prickled, a small smile lifting. More. One of the girls here has just gotten her neuroframe installed a few hours ago. We got a guy for her already. He and his wife, actually. You remember that first day, when your mind sees things that aren't there, and it is like your dreams and reality blend in as one. He has got a thing for girls in that state, and he pays Shivi. I leaned forward, perfectly capturing her interest as I intensified my approach. Let me guess, a bronze shard? I felt so disgusted. Lucille gave a side glance to the guards, raising 5 fingers discreetly as she poured me another 25,000 shardine. And she was trying to bait me with a promise that most of the money would go to me, and not the criminals who owned this joint. Now was the time to deliver an ultimatum. Oh no, I think that is too much drink for me. I still gotta check out some other places. I think it is my time to leave. If the other clubs nearby aren't as good, I'll come back here. And I held my smile as Lucille interrupted, offering me just the chance to get what I wanted. Before that, how about we get someone to show you around? A private tour. You can meet the shard up. He'll give you a good run around of the club, and well, you can talk to my manager if you want. Her manager? Oh, please. Lucille was very clearly the most senior girl here. If she had permission, she would have let me wander backstage. Before I could even nod, a guard had appeared next to me. Tall and gruff. He was the stereotypical gang member if you ignored his long dangling pearl earrings. Brim, please show Diana to Ripley and Celine. Brim nodded, ushering me into the very clearly labeled, restricted to staff personnel backrooms. He didn't speak a word, unnaturally silent for the next 2 minutes, as we walked deeper into the club's structural chasm. I spotted a passing elevator with its only destination being to an office, seemingly the sole one in the club. I had spotted it from the main lounge of the club, an expansive room overlooking the dance floor with one-way windows. A private spot perfect for orchestrating illegal deals. Only once the thunder, rumbling ground softened, and I had escaped. Migraine-inducing strobe lights had Brim stopped, shaking his head to the last door in the corridor. If behind that door was truly a shard op, then I had played my cards well. But if it turned out I had been lured, I fastened my thick bracelet tight, prepared. As I approached, I heard voices speaking beyond the door, and I froze as they mentioned something of value to me. What has got Lucille's nerves so racked up? They having a meet upstairs? No, I couldn't enter just yet. I turned back to Brim, doing my best to pull off that stupid girl voice guys always seem to fall for. I am so nervous now. Actually, is there a washroom somewhere on this floor? For the first time, he spoke, and it was much lighter than I expected. Kinda sleepy, actually. Door to my right. He leaned and kicked the door lightly, a hollow sound ringing out. That would be good enough. I walked past him before tapping my bracelet 3 times. Fingerprint recognition confirmed. First rank officer Diana Jones. Standard grade Syntech covert brace shocker reconfiguring. The sound of my bracelet transforming clearly alerted me, so I acted quickly. In my admittedly not so smooth turn due to my heels, I aimed the pistol and shot out a silent pulse of electricity right at his neuroframe. It crackled, and Brim seized in seconds as fumes bellowed out. I had to pounce to catch his body from falling. Now, it was time to figure out what the hell was going on. Chapter 4, Chapter 2. A deal to be made chat log from anonymous forum site in the AbyssNet sublayer. Vortex Eye regarding a botched deal between notorious gangs, Los Diablos, and Muramasa Dynasty. Ray 3. Hey, this shit true. Cops held up a deal between Los Diablos and Muramasa Dynasty. Was supposed to get a drop from a contact in Diablos, but now they've gone silent. Sucks me. Heard it from my cousin in Muramasa that the Blue Pigs got wind of it from a vulture. Turns out the scrap cracked up the data from a frame of one of Muramasa's off-princes. Volt got 20 minutes out of his money before Massa strung him up the poles by his guts. Ray 3? Fucking hell? A prince? Who the hell would kill a prince? Sucks me. Apparently Noon. Rolled out as a suicide, but rumors are saying it's internal strife within the dynasty. Ray 3, and they left his body for a vulture. Shit, man. Now I'm jealous of the Volt. Man had to be a silver at least. Plenty of good shit goes to those entitled bastards. Sucks me wouldn't be surprised. But hey, my cousin is in there, so I gotta tread lightly. Ray 3, I get you. Anyone say what the deal was about. Had to be pretty big for LD of all gangs to go radio silent. Sucks me, Maiku said. It had to be military shardware, the kind used to blow up buildings and combat the Mal. Apparently Muramasa dynasty were planning some big assault up on a Yujo factory. Looks like they were trying to pull a R0N1N. Ray 3. Shit, man. Masa must be in deep shit with the pigs then. Sucks me, heard it's all good. Pigs salivate any time some Shardine fills their wallets, and they went oinking away with blind eyes. Ray 3? And bulges in their pants? Sucks me bet they're going to Toxin for that. Heard the gangoons there freeze anytime a cop shows up. Some bigwigs got their nuts in a vice grip. Ray 3, wouldn't mind having that myself. Sucks me. Vertical bar. Ray 3. 12:55 a.m. Ripley. My nap had long since been torn apart with the arrival of the one and only nephew of my boss, Sean, the blood muncher. A thick, skulled chunk of bones, and flesh atop a brain named Hochin. I barely heard a word coming out of his steroid-fueled body. My eyes too busy tracking Celine's brainwaves to register a thing he tongued on about. Hello, Hermano? You listening to a word I say? Hochin stood up, easily measuring at a modest 6'3", and with more muscle mass than two of me put together. It was already cramped in here with just me and Celine. Sorry. I'm just focusing on Celine right now. If that's an issue, you can stick a shard up your waste disposal chute. I slid a holographic screen to the side. Her heart rate was settling after a dose of epinephrine. That was what woke me up originally. An alarm had gone off as her blood pressure dropped, a fault of the personality matrix mod's accustomizing itself to her brain. Hear that, Cell? Doc's protective of his patients. Hochin chided me. You got bark, amigo, but no steel to bite with. I can shoot. Spite bit out of my words, Hochin wasn't a bad person. He just underestimated me and berated me and annoyed me in the kind of way an older brother would, at least to what I understood. You can shoot? My ass, you can shoot? No, literally. Man was trying to aim at a can once. It hit some poor Scrap's car and ricocheted into my ass. Hochin nearly pulled his pants down to prove the point. He almost did it to everyone who he told the story to. I kicked a chair into him before he could even reach for his belt. You've traumatized enough of the workers here with your tiny dick. Hochin flashed red for a second before flicking to Celine. I'll have you know little Richard is perfectly respectable. Is that the word for it now? Well then, your smarts is much respectable too. I ever tell you about the time this guy mistook a suit for a scrapper? Just 'cause he was out, trying to get some embrance, I practically peeled Quinn from starting a fight. I embellished the tale by ripping 2 pieces of Velcro on my chair apart. The satisfying Jury 8 music to my ears. Hokin pulled his sleeves up, flexing arms that would send me to a surgery bed of my own. Ooh. Little Ripper got fired up now. Let's see you. Oh, you boys never fail to get in each other's pants like ants. Celine was having the time of her life with our usual antics. Or maybe it was the drugs. Probably the drugs. Sure you don't want me to leave? They say that hate is one step away from love, don't they? Hochin looked me in the eye, and in an instant we communicated. I gripped the water bottle from my side and lobbed it to him with more purpose than I had ever had in my life. He in turn grabbed his trusty knife, catching the bottle and slashing it open right over Celine. The rain poured down on her like a cloud-seeded storm. She couldn't lift a leg from the operating chair before fresh synth water splashed over her hair and clothes. You assholes. She shook her arms, finally managing to get some fine motor control of them with the right motivation. You guys suck. Like each other, Ripper, you sure you don't mind dousing your own surgical chair like this? I shrugged. Scrubs out the blood. There's blood on this. She jumped off the chair then and there, frankly. I was shocked. She even managed it until she stumbled with the next 3 steps and had to grab a chair for support. I helped her turn it around to sit on it, checking her lenses to see if the spike in fear had any adverse effects. You're looking fine. I absent-mindedly spoke. What? Celine stammered, a faint blush caressing her cheeks. Ho-Chin leaned in, miming eating popcorn. I felt my heart quicken. Then my comms rang, an invading beeping noise within my head alerting me to a call from Lucille. I ignored it. Then Celine's holopad started ringing much more audibly than my own internalized alert. She grumbled, "What's the bitch got to say right now? This is technically my day off." Then Ho-Chin's neuroframe gave that familiar buzz. Me and Celine stared at him, our combined glare daring him to pick up the call from Lucille Painstake Redwood. "Sorry, guys. I'm really close to getting an implant." He then tapped the responder on his temple, his eyes lighting up a faint blue as Lucille spoke to him. Uh-huh. Think he and Celine are asleep. Surgery must have tired them out. Ho-Chin raised a fat thumbs up at us. Connect them, but they're asleep. Oh. Okay. Incoming call from contact. Dumbass Ho-Chin begrudgingly. I picked up. My lens flaring up with the face of Painstake herself. What those who worked in the clubs anyway called her since she was a pain in the ass. I feigned my best yawn before speaking through the Neuralink communication, the painful piercing sending my thoughts stuttering through the pathway. "Hey, LL Lucille." Wanted some. Dark skin and green eyes. A recreation of Lucille's head appeared on my feed. Her voice was just as harsh as the real one. Sounding real awake for Sam Simone, who's supposed to be asleep. Never mind that. Got a real beaut. A head-turner who can be the next golden fingers for our club. You can't mistake her. Silver eyes. Silver hair. Name's Diana. Now I'm gonna be busy the next hour or 2 upstairs. So, you treat her nice and bring her on board. Someone like her will attract customers from the entire district. Show how her and Celine are similar, and how Celine is having a great time working here at the club. Don't mess this up. You'll get paid for it. Brim's bringing her down any moment. Hold on a sec. How much? A month's rent. 3 months, 3K sheds. I said in my head, my heart nearly jumping out of my chest before she could cut the call too. The call cut with a beep, and I was left wondering if I was going to have to mod another neuroframe. Why? Why did none of these people ever think before joining this club? On the other hand, that would mean only 1K more. Then I could buy a genuine implant. It felt tangible for once. Called her a head-turner, Hoken-mouthed. Now I gotta see her for myself, comparing her to golden fingers. Think she could nab someone's gold implant herself? Won't know until we see her. It was the only thing I could say. Said, "We'll get paid for bringing her on board, Celine." To say Celine looked troubled was an understatement. How much? 2K sheds. Ho-Chin let out a sharp whistle. Each of you two, or total? Shit, I never specified. Celine sighed at me, and it cut me to the bone. Knowing Lucille, it'll probably be total once you confront her. Shit, she cut the call on me so quickly. What's got Lucille's nerves so racked up? They having a meet upstairs. I rested myself into my chair, furiously rubbing my finger over the blunt end of a scalpel. Ho-Chin's glare lingered a second too long. I'd hit something. They are, aren't they? A fucking business deal? What's new? Your uncle shipping implants again? Bronze? I don't know what you're talking about. Hoken casually stepped closer to the door. The betrayal. I feigned pain at having my trust broken under his treacherous boot. To keep such secrets from your bestest of friends. Nay, your bestest of amigos. Look, man, I just want to know if we've got the budget or not to lock in a new op chair. An arachne is practically necessary for most modern implants this century. There's only so much I can do with 2 arms. Finally, Ho-Chin cracked, as he always did. Swapping a container with Yujo mid-levels on behalf of some fixer? Heard the pay's pretty, and that the risk is low. Fixer couldn't meet them. That's strange. Or maybe not entirely so. I'd managed to get enough information about gang life from the various snake fang thugs I'd chromed, but anything else I'd had to get from Hoken. As much of a bad influence he could be, the guy really was intent on keeping me away from the ends of their operations. Nah, some like staying hidden. This one's coming from a lady called Missy. Rep's good enough with some other gangs, but as far as I'm hearing, it's the first time whoever this is has done biz with us. Don't worry, deal's solid as done. They're probably just exchanging drinks upstairs, the formalities. Lucille's popular among corpos, knows their dirty little secrets like no other. I contemplated the information. One piece was still needed. Your uncle mentioned the pay. Ho-Chin's smile gave it away. I pierced him with my gaze, flipping my scalpel over to reveal its sharp end. He spoke in a quick whisper. Just 5 mil. Forget bronze implants. That's a quality end. An unused silver implant right there. We shipping silvers. I dunno, and neither does he. No instructions on how to open the package, just the box and the info to meet up with Yujo Enterprise. Think they're in the Shandian branch. Look, man, just drop it. When the deal's done, your clinic won't be looking like a scrapyard. If it stays this way, you're paying with your implant. Probably going to be a bronze, you lucky bitch, sim or bug? Hoken's answer was quick. Sim, like my body too much to give it up to metal. Still replacing it with mutagen, I remarked. He shrugged, and what couldn't be timed more perfectly was the gentle rapping on my door. That must be new girl. What's her name? Dino, Delilah. Number Diana. Celine seemed half asleep by the gang talk. A gentle nudge woke her up, and it took a few seconds to get her on her feet. Hoken was already smoothing out his hair as a second series of knocking prompted him to nudge the door open. I had never truly seen someone so flabbergasted. I had never even used that word in my life until I saw Hoken's face. Whatever smooth line he'd thought off was erased in seconds. You the op. A vividly elegant voice echoed, still having Celine lean most of her body on me, I responded. That'd be me. This is Celine here on my shoulder. She's got a nasty case of neuroframe implantation. For some reason, that was only met with silence. For a moment, I stumbled forward until Ho-Chin held onto Celine to balance her. Then I finally let myself see what the hype was about. Maybe I was more like Ho-Chin than I liked to admit. Now her clothes weren't anything special. A black tank top layered with a translucent gray jacket styled to look like a leather one. Form-fitting black pants followed her legs all the way down to high-rise heels that could stab into my brain if I said the wrong thing. Everything else. I didn't want to admit it, but whoever worked on her gene therapy was premium compared to Celine. Naturally, silver hair, not a trace of blonde left in, and sparkling silver eyes. Nose, eyes, mouth, all adjusted to break beauty standards by simply being above them, and her figure neatly curved within those clothes. No wonder Lucille was so adamant. As I traced my eyes down her arms, I paused on her wrist. Was that a Celine loudly cawed in my ear? Hey, you all going to stop gawking? You're making her uncomfortable. Sorry about them. They're no better than half the guys upstairs. And I'm talking 'bout the good half, but not gonna lie. You're hoot. Like super hot. I'd want you to join just so I can stare at you. Do you need a roommate, Dialana? Right. Diana adjusted herself, chuckling at the whole ordeal. It's Diana. She on the meds? The meds, I confirmed. Sorry, my name's Ripley, and I'm the shard operator here. Anything you want to know? She seemed puzzled for a moment before leaning in deeper to the room. Oh, you actually operate on people here. Why don't the girls get serviced in a proper clinic? Now I couldn't just up and say that. Unfortunately, most of my guests were burly men looking to get some steel in their veins rather than a pretty woman. But I'd practiced the excuse enough. Oh, I'm just renting space from the club. I officially work here and service the workers to pay for the space. But I also draw on my own customers. And by that, I mean I lure them through a whole store of goodies in order to get to mine. Lucille likes the air symbiosis we have. Lucille, the boss here. Diana leaned in too close, like she was slicing through my flesh to see into my soul with those silver eyes of hers. On paper, no. but she practically runs the place. The owner just pays for protection and reaps the profits. I then knew I had to sweeten the deal. But he doesn't take from the workers. He's an honest man in that way. Makes money on drinks and fancy parties for Corpus. Diana could only chuckle to that as she entered the room, her eyes quizzically scanning the entirety of it. So all this, you manage it yourself. No others working for you, modding or calibrating. All done by me, I confirmed proudly. I wouldn't let another person tinker at my crafts even if they paid me for it. Okay, maybe a little. No, I would, and coughing. I had just realized I let a civilian look at a box of clearly marked combat shardware belonging to a criminal organization. So, with a hurried thought, I held her arm and yanked her lightly out of my clinic. Let me and Celine show you upstairs. What about me? Ho-Jin raised his voice without permission. Your job is to be ignored. I was serious about that. If there was one thing Ho-Jin was capable of, it was warding off potential customers, or in this case, employees. I didn't still know I was holding Diana's arm. Not until I felt a pinprick of a spark into my metal fingers. And No, I wasn't imagining it. I stood still a second, detaching my arm from hers as I surveyed the corridor. A man should have escorted you, Brim. Where is he? I hoped my naturally jaded eyes would be sharp enough to instill a measure of fear, and she did seem taken aback by my sudden shift in tone. Told me he needed to take a bathroom break. You can go check for yourself. He's in there. Diana pointed at the bathroom. The very same place the club's patrons have committed the most horrid of sins known to mankind. I chuckled, sweat dabbing my temples. No, I believe you, she smiled. One, which I could only believe had to be from relief. But what I don't believe, I saw that smile drop like an anvil, her left hand rushing down her right arm nearer to the bracelet on it. Is that you should work here? I could practically see Hokin's head exploding behind me. I don't know what sweet words you heard from Lucille, but this place requires you to sacrifice yourself. That's all I'm going to say. But of course, she already knew that. She'd probably wanted to punch me from the beginning for one reason, and one reason only. She spoke, holding back whatever emotions were running through her. You're the one installing personality matrices. I'd heard they were popular here, letting someone's emotive state alter without memory of it. I felt almost ashamed, stripped naked level of shame, as I nodded. Look, have the opinions of me that you want. I'm not doing it because I want to. It's complicated. Some people sell their souls to the core. I sold it to this place. But one day I'll get out. And if you decide to stay in this club to that day, I can't guarantee the next guy who comes in will ignore the back doors I've installed on the matrices. Diana clenched for a second. Back doors? Before she could ask, I answered what she wanted to know. They can be removed, hell. That's why it takes me so long to prepare them. A two-way neural highway without repercussions upon removal. Unheard of in this type of industry. I could see her expression shift from confused to angry to rage, then it softened. Frustration. Something I was oh so familiar with. I think I understand. Thank you for your honesty, Ripley. I'll be taking my leave now. On the first step she took, I pulled my wavering heart together and reached for her hand. Just a second. Diana's face was blank. I couldn't tell what she was thinking. What? Your bracelet, I said, but her expression stood neutral like a wall of tungsten. It's beautiful. Where'd you get it from? Then this took real courage. I moved my body closer while still firmly holding her hand so I could whisper into her ear. Remarkably, she didn't slap me immediately and let me do so. It's just the type Celine likes. Her birthday is coming up. Diana pulled away, concealing her bracelet behind her back. Oh, I don't remember right now. Don't worry, I replied in a hushed whisper, all but sure of my suspicions. Just give me your comm sigil. Lucille won't stop bugging me until I get confirmation out of you, so drop me a quick message saying why you won't join. Don't say it's because of me, please. Just come up with some bogus excuse. Diana's neuroframe buzzed as she passed her civilian sigil to me before quickly backstepping towards the staircase. 2 finger taps already confirmed on her bracelet. Nice. Meeting you all. See ya. Or maybe not. I'm happy either way. I waved her off with a smirk, already walking back to my station. From the side of my vision, I glanced as she entered the staircase, and it wasn't until a few steps echoed through the empty hallway that Ho-Chin exploded onto me. What the fuck is wrong with you? Did you see her? And sneaking her number for yourself, you dirty dog. Call off the meeting. My heart slammed my breath into ragged wheezes. She's a narc. A narc? A cop? Celine's eyes widened at the revelation. How can you be sure? I sat down on the floor, my legs probably in a worse state that Celine's right now to walk. My eyes slowly trailed the hallway, staring into the washroom. Brim's hung around here long enough to know what sort of shit happens in that washroom. Drugs. A quick fuck. Worse. And when you think of Brim, Hoken, what do you think of? Reserved, neat freak. That's why he uses a sniper. Now his eyes went wide as the probability dawned on him. Fuck. Let me check. With a quick slam from Ho-Chin's shoulders, the door flew open, and wouldn't you know it, Brim was slumped over right next to the toilet. Shit, he's got a fried neuroframe. I held my head tight. On one hand, a fried neuroframe was quick sheds. On the other hand, this club was compromised. If she had somehow heard of the deal while we were busy gossiping, the gossip he had encouraged, then this place would be raided within the hour. Even if the deal went by without a problem, Diana had direct evidence of my workshop and the shardware I was fitting. Illegal shard ops could survive police intervention, but that meant chaining yourself to their demands. I laughed. Maybe that was the better option. Who was I kidding? My shit was good, but I wasn't anyone or anything special. Silently, I rang up Lucille. She had probably taken her private entrance to the office, which meant, crap, I would be interrupting whatever deal they're having. She cut the call, so I rang up again, leaving a simple message. Deanna's a narc might have heard about the deal. Her voice sprang up in mind within a second, through the Neuralink comms, sputtering with panic. What do you mean? As she's undercover. Me Analyze didn't pick up any police-manufactured D-shardware on her. And wait, how do you know about the deal? Oh, Ho-Chin. Those last words growled in my head. I whispered an apology to him. It looked like his implant would be delayed. She had a concealed gun. A Brayshocker. Read about them on the Abyssnet as one of Syntech's latest fads. They're engineered to look like bracelets, half accessory and half weapon. The police might have updated their arsenal through their new deal with, "Stop your rambling and get on with it." Her voice pierced my skull like a sniper's bullet. She used it to shoot Brim and hide him in the washroom. Tell Sean to cancel the deal. Hide the goods. Anything. I ain't taking the fall. You come up here and tell him yourself. Say the girl went to you claiming that she was here about a job, but I never sent her. You just fell for her charms and got slicked. Tell Ho-Chin to be silent if you know what's good for you. Ah, fuck no. A bronze shard. Her voice was desperate. I clenched my teeth. How much longer was I going to let myself be ragdolled around? My voice shot through my neuroframe like a thrown knife. 2. That or no deal. Transfer them now. Silence struck for a moment, and I wondered if I blew my chance off from 5K sheds. Then my vision blew up with a glorifying message. Incoming transfer from Contact, Lucille. The bitch, 10,000 Shardine deposited into your account. Done. Lucille's tone sliced through me. Animosity so thick, I wasn't sure if I would have this job anymore. The call ended, and I wobbled my way to the elevator, every cell of my body so drenched in fear that I thought the motion of the elevator would make me puke. Ho-Chin, Celine, get out of the club now. Tell someone to get a hold of Diana. I dunno. Just do something. I pleaded to them. Celine still seemed too drugged to have a proper sense of what was happening, but I imagine the fear in my face must have driven a knife of understanding through her. Ho-Chin just stared, fear keeping his eyes pried open. You sure? I can. Go, I said, my voice festering on the edge of a scream. Keep her safe, and don't tell your uncle about Lucille sending Diana, not yet. One last shared look between me and the two of them, before Ho-Chin grabbed Celine and dragged her away to the staircase. My heart ached as I heard panic and confusion burning through her screams about what was going on. But now wasn't the time. Alone, I felt my blood rushing so quickly that I was deaf to all other senses. My vision was black. My touch numb and all I tasted was bile. Forgetting it all, I pressed the button for the office. 112 and the 2nd of June 2497 Diana. I practically pushed the crowd aside as I made my way to one of the bathroom stalls, hoping that if my cover had been blown, at least this would give me enough time to make a call. I fired up my police sigil, instantly connecting to the private comms line. This is First Rank Officer Jones. I have confirmation of a deal between Snakefangs and Yujo mid-levels worth 5 million Shardine, expected to be an illegal trade involving implants. Steps on how to proceed. I have reason to believe I may have been caught. A shard operator under their roof seemed to have made sense of my Brayshocker stay put. The voice was gruff, familiar. It was the lieutenant in charge of my precinct, Jacob Grasha. For him to visit personally meant this was something big. We have several strike squads on standby. Standby? Why would they already be prepared to raid this place without my confirmation? Not your concern. But good job, Jones. Expect an implant soon. Lieutenant Grashe relayed in almost dismissive fashion. My heart was caught up in the confusion of the lieutenant's plan and his promises. An implant. And I didn't even need my father for it. When I come, lead me to the office. I want to see if you have what it takes during a shakedown. The office. Okay, I recounted the previous scene, my lenses beaming blue as a screen came into view. I saw the view I had when I first entered the club, immediately in view of the main dancing floor, and higher up than the balconies was an odd box-like room sticking out of the wall. Balconies spread out from its rectangular shape, and I saw a small door hidden in the corner of one of the balconies. I scrolled forward in time to when I was on the upper floor, and tracking down each door I passed, there were several labeled as staff only, and a few required codes to access. But I managed to see something I hadn't managed to before when I sat down at the bar. From the corner of my eye, a familiar face exited the door right underneath the office. Lucille Redwood stepped out, locking the door, and then a few minutes later, I was approached by the old man. It wasn't the most solid of proofs, but it was a quick access to the main club from the office, whereas the elevator was more suited for covert entry when you wanted to hide your arrival at the club. It was entirely probable that there must be a way to go directly to the elevator from somewhere around the building. I found a door. Think it'll let us get there quick enough. How long until you breach? My comms went unanswered for a second. Then I heard shouting from the outside. I readied myself, tapping my concealed firearm 3 times to activate it, quickly rearranging into a small pistol with a capacity for 5 more shots. I'd have to get a proper weapon from my partners. With my nerves steeled, I exited the bathroom into a swarm of chaos. The strike team had engulfed the building with their presence, and I saw hordes of the club's drunk patrons, enraged and fearful alike. There were too many of us. I counted around 14 armored police shouting orders and settling peace on the dance floor, and many others scattered around the balconies, warning the Snakefang members into submission. A smacking sound followed by a thud pulled my focus to the side, as a man fell on his head amidst the panic of running bodies, and heavy-duty strike investigators crushing order into them. The officer responsible for pushing the man, a second investigator Tamaz according to my ID skin, cleaned blood off the butt of his gun with the fallen man's shirt. His voice, even muffled through the thick mask he wore, was demanding as he moved to the other groups of scrambling patrons. Any of you want to end up like him? Then be my guest. You'll see what happens when you interfere with police business. Blood continued to dribble out of the man's head. He needed serious attention. I'd made a promise, so I did the first thing I could without even thinking. Reaching into my purse, I grabbed a standard issue med spray and shuffled over to the downed man with a medical spray hastily pulled from jacket. I leaned down and sprayed the ice-white mist on the back of the man's head. Within seconds, the bleeding stopped, and hopefully the nanomachines would be able to detect and mend any lingering wound in his skull. I felt my body roll across the ground into a wall, pain flaring up from my ribs and stomach to leave me choking for air while my head smacked the wall hard enough. My thoughts blanked out for a second. What the fuck? Did he kick me? Investigator Thomas moved in front of me, his layers of armor and tall physique making him an indomitable wall between me and the man. What did I just say, civilian? No one leaves or touches a thing here. Don't know what kind of evidence you're trying to hide. What did you just give him? I held my voice from barking at him through the pain, silently raising my arm and exposing an implanted chip that flashed my hollow badge. First Officer Diana Jones, reporting. The one who confirmed our intel on this place. I administered him a standard medical spray. Thomas wavered for a moment, surprise visible in the blazing eyes behind his visor as he tried to justify his actions. Well, I didn't give you orders to. I'm here on the lieutenant's orders. I'm supposed to escort him to the office. I weakly wheezed, my lungs stretching in pain with every gasp of air. Second investigator, he was an adapter. I didn't need that kick to tell me. I could barely stand up, let alone keep focus during a criminal raid. I've got an AdStim, iron grade. He said, but the words didn't register. It was like warm darkness blanketed over my thoughts. I couldn't speak as pain and weakness suffocated my consciousness. No, don't you a sharp sting like electricity brought me back. A pulse that replaced the lack of thought with a screaming whistle that forced my eyes open. I saw that Thomas had stuck a needle into my arm, and instantly I could tell it was something far above my grade. Iron grade adrenal stims. A stimulant of this caliber would keep a man awake even with his throat torn out. More than that, it would boost my aggression, like pouring high-octane fuel on a bonfire. I didn't give you permission to faint on me either. His voice rebounded in my head like an echo masked in rage when in reality I had no idea what tone was behind it. The words doubled, then tripled until I just heard them again and again. But I wretched my thoughts through it. My nails dug the floor, begging to claw his face off for the kick. Whether I was civilian or cop to his eyes, I wanted revenge. Get off me! I didn't know how it sounded, but I knew it came out either as a whimper or a growl. My body was being puppeteered by pure instinct that I had to reel myself in with every fiber of my mind. He retreated away as I stood up and realized that the crawling voices in my head were the only sounds to hear. Everyone was silent. What better way to show that the police mean shit and won't take a hint of retaliation than beating one of their own undercover agents? Shit. I kept my eyes down as I shuffled in line, hoping this day would be over already. Then I felt a hand on my shoulder, and I nearly threw a hell of a haymaker at whoever did that. It was only when I saw that unmistakable scar and well-kempt gray hair mid-pivot that I froze. Adrenaline spiked during flight or fight, and this wasn't a moment to fight. Lieutenant Grash? My voice shivered in putrid anger. Shit, I wasn't angry at him. This was Thomas' fault. Storms of fury and sputterings of calmness throbbed in my head. I begged them to decide on one or the other. Strangely, the huge gray-haired man showed no response. He walked past me, dismissive except for a rough grip on my shoulder. His voice, a whisper, spun around my skull as though I was hearing it through my neuroframe's connection to my brain. Focus! Instantly, my vision narrowed like a hawk's under his infamous mutation. All of my thoughts slimming down to slip past the whirling rage and capture it in nets of focus. Slowly, but sharply, I spoke. First Officer Diana Jones, reporting for duty. Without even looking at me, he beckoned me forward with a wave of his hand. Take me to the office. I followed, stepping ahead of him as I guided him up the stairs. The higher floors littered with various gang members, scattered with raised weapons and primed shardware. Various combat mutations also flourished in claws, porcupine needles, and the titular snake fangs. Then, as soon as they saw the patched badge on the lieutenant's arm, their alloy and flesh dropped. I shuffled nervously past the leering, looking for the door I'd marked earlier. Their stares cut through me, some of them recognizing me. Even as I fumbled for the door handle, I couldn't take my eyes off them. Even if my thoughts had aligned with my heightened nervous system, it was difficult to contain the fight-or-flight response. My hand itched to grip the steel of my pistol. They're not gonna do shit. Probably pissing their pants seeing me. I could have this place shut down in a day. Finally, he addressed me. Surprisingly, he seemed rather informal for an old man with a long-standing career. You did well. I don't know many officers who'd gotten to the first rank in the span of 2 years. I nodded at the compliment. Or was there something else behind it? Regardless, I was interested in a detail he mentioned. You're not going to shut this place down. They're even running an illegal shard operating center in the basement, rewiring the workers' neuroframes. Personality matrices, a miracle of syntech. He pushed past me, barging up the stairs without caring for a hint of subtlety. And no, I'm not shutting this place down, as long as they behave today and give me what I want. This place will stay standing, but I'll arrest that shard op. They'll scatter to more illegal operators, and we can track them down. Maybe one will be worth purchasing from. Purchasing? I'd seen my fair share of corrupt cops, and it wasn't a surprise to realize the lieutenant had that side as well. It was a disappointment. However, I stayed silent, eyeing the lieutenant as we marched up flight after flight. This office was overlooking the club from its highest point. Finally, we reached a door, and it slid open before the lieutenant even touched it. They had been waiting for us, a man and woman in business suits, Lucille, and a bald man with his face covered, in as many scars as he did tattoos, all lounged on a couch, their faces relaxed, and the tattooed man, a Sean Bloodmuncher Grenson, sipped from a bottle directly as the lieutenant strolled in, like it was a meetup at a bar with coworkers. There was only one person that seemed to be shitting his pants. Ripley. Chapter 5. Chapter 3. Compromised 107 a.m. the 2nd of June 2497. Ripley. Fuck. The elevator slowly pulled me closer to what I knew would be my demise. I wasn't just informing Sean. I was staking the blame for a potential police raid on a deal worth 5 million shardine. Every grate of steel and rumble from the elevator signaled my journey across the highway to hell. Then it stopped, abruptly. The elevator indicated it had reached the top floor, but the doors remained stubbornly shut. A voice rattled my prison. Sean's voice, eroded by ash and drink, was made understandable by laryngeal shardware. A horrifying steel undertone spoke atop the grated stone of Sean's organic voice. "There's a reason you're coming up here. Ripley, you're welcome to drink with me any day, but I've got an important meeting going on right now." Don't let his pleasant undertone trick you, I reminded myself. There was a reason he was known as the Blood Muncher. My fingernails dug into the metal of my other arm. I was hoping that there would be pain to distract me. There was none, and my voice took a few moments to gather. You see, Sean, a girl came by to the op room and Ripper, if you're telling me you got laid, I'll call off the meeting right now. Ha! The distortion of his voice couldn't shear away the merry laughter bleeding through. Hell, I would have laughed, except I forced my next words through. Panic flooded my voice. She's a narc. I think they might know about this deal of yours. Me and Ho-Chin were discussing it when she came by and we found Brim unconscious and the doors opened. Its pleasant ding not enough to calm me. The office's atmosphere was a stark contrast to the club downstairs, where metal and neon danced in the floors below as a drugged-out rave. This office was intricately weaved between wood and furs with the pleasant song of an ancient opera dug out from the old Annette. It was also far larger than it had any right to be. Practically a small house stuck to the top of the club with one of the walls being a one-way window to the different world below. Now it seemed like both worlds would crash down. I stepped in, painfully aware of the wood creaking under my foot as the people who I reported to sat on a couch. Lucille, for her part, looked confused, while Sean's face was grave. Bald and old, his face was scarred like a tiger had mauled on it, and he'd used tattoos to cover it up. The other two people on the couch, opposite of theirs, wore fine suits, with thick metal visors hiding their eyes. A man and a woman. The man held their lips as a straight line, straighter than a ruler, while the woman wore a black veil over hers. "Speak," Sean said. "From the beginning, a woman knocked on my door claiming she was interested in joining the club. She had the looks for it. But she was a cop. I think I figured it out too late because we found Brim with a fried neuroframe in the washroom. She had concealed weaponry on her wrist, the bracelet kind you see on rich corpos who think they're hot shit for having a secret gun on them. Brim let her down." Sean's face twisted. his scars and tattoos contorting into misshapen blobs of ink and beige. He's on guard duty today, and Brim's the last person to do that without approval, Lucille. Lucille's acting was good. She was the only girl working here who didn't need a personality matrix, since she was already an expert in becoming a vessel of her customers' wishes. Must have shown him duped sigils, maybe a contract. Sean didn't look convinced. His brows furrowed deeply like metal being wrenched out of shape. He turned to the two corporate employees, speaking in fluent Chinese that translated to me as text. "The deal has been leaked. Police could be showing any minute. We'll keep the package concealed, and they won't know any better." The man was clearly not pleased, his lips puckering up, but the woman remained as still as a statue. Even when she spoke clearly with a voice that put singers to shame, her mouth didn't seem to move behind her veil. "Proceed. But this security fault deducts $2 million from your payment. After all, they have no proof, just the ramblings of two idiots." Sean sighed, and I knew what that meant for the otherwise jovial man. He was furious. I would lose something out of this. That was a fact. My eyes aligned with Lucille's, her gaze silently screaming at me to keep my mouth shut. "We will investigate. We will figure out how this deal got leaked," Sean said, slowly drawing his attention to Lucille and then me. For all we know, our fixer could have been the one breached. This time, the corporate man spoke. He used his actual mouth, and there was the undeniable hiss of an Eastern accent. "Missy is a professional, unlike you, Chunhwa, but I will speak to her regarding this intel leak." I stood there as they each quietly angled the deal in their favor. A part of me, actually, all of me, was glad that my acting skills were poor enough that Sean didn't believe me. But I couldn't get this nagging feeling out of my chest, and that worsened when my eyes rested on the table. A metallic box sat firmly in the center, about a foot long and wide. It was like a solid cube of steel. I'd recognize the model instantly. A Syntech Pandora, known for their function of creating specific internal environments. And that was bad. I'd tinkered with many containers Sean needed for deals, confirming their security and ensuring they remained invisible to scanners, or opening one up when they couldn't force them open. But Pandoras were as rare as their contents. This cube specifically was a design I wasn't familiar with. For one, it was a larger variant that would be odd to house any implants. Bougies and CMIS were smaller than neuroframes, and typically only needed to be concealed, not protected. Whatever was inside there, it was potentially volatile. "Ripley," Sean addressed me with his mechanically stitched voice, and I shook like a flimsy tower in an earthquake. "You installed the secret compartment in this table, right? Activate it." That translated to, he'd forgotten how to do it. I couldn't just disobey him. I took my first few steps slowly, scared that the shaking in my legs would cause me to fall. But then loud screaming from downstairs tore my focus away. Camera feeds lit up across monitors in the room, and the alerting screech turned everyone's head. A WBPD strike team had stormed in, far quicker than any of us expected. "Shit!" "Strike team." Lucille lurched in her seat. That can't be right. Have they set up a perimeter around the building already? This is all happening too quickly to be based on that girl's report, the corporate woman agreed. Too quickly. It looks like this deal was compromised from the start. We will need to scrub our communications. No one knows that we're here for the implants. So it was implants. But why use that container? It didn't make any sense to me. "Ripley, how the hell do you use this table's secret compartment?" Sean screamed, his fingers pressing all sorts of random corners and spots on the table. I rushed towards it, putting my fingers on 6 very specific areas on the table where a fingerprint scanner read my prints. An automated voice spoke out, something I'd installed in case Sean forgot where the fingerprint scanners were placed. So, this very purpose. Requesting access with unverified fingerprints requires vocal authorization from either Lucille or Sean, they shouted simultaneously. "Allow it. Just fucking work." Silently, the table unfolded seamless connections, allowing its top to be pulled back like a chest. As I pulled it open, I spotted several interesting items in there. Items I knew belonged to Sean, and that he'd probably had Ho-Chin memorize the scanner locations to access it. His prized gun, a silver-grade Shandian Phoenix -60, several grenades and ammo clips. And I saw it. It was kept in a transparent container of glass. It looked like a mix between a caterpillar and a beetle rolled up into a tiny bead, except made of metal and entirely copper in color. A bronze-grade bug, probably Ho-Chin's implant. Sean threw me away from the chest with a harsh push. He stuffed the large box in, removing his Phoenix -60 rifle along with several ammo clips. Yanking the top of the container down, I saw the slight seam disappear as the metal seemed to mend itself. Really, it was just an illusion of light reflection with specific angles, like the bottom of the table, which seemed to be completely empty thanks to oculopermeability, tech manufactured by Mazir. It would fool even a Silver's eyes into thinking the table was far smaller than it seemed. Modding it was the one time I'd been paid well by Sean. Now I questioned if I would ever get paid again. They all settled in their seats. Sean's glare pushing me off the couch as he nestled into the real leather. Within seconds, they went from panic to silence. Sean rested the gun against the table, his gaze now confident and focused. The two corporates had barely shifted an inch the entire ordeal, and Lucille was busy checking cameras without a hint of fear. They've secured the perimeter. Our only way out is the sewers. We don't need to run, Sean said firmly, his misaligned voice making me shiver. The police are just this city's biggest gang. They want to lynch off our profits. This business meeting just got one more party involved now. With my charisma, it'll all be over and done with no blood spilled. He tapped a pad in his hands, and a door slid open. A barrage of steps echoed into the room from the dim staircase, and two figures entered the room. I nearly shat my pants when I saw the first person. I recognized him, Lieutenant Jacob Blacktongue Grosh. I'd heard rumors that he was stuffed with more mutagen than any genofreak on the streets, that he became their best investigator, an interrogator with an intertwining of promise and threat. I also knew that for anyone who got in his way, there were no bodies to bury, only bloodstains. I, of course, also recognized the silver-haired girl next to him, Diana Jones. Sometimes I hated being right, because there was nothing I could do about it. We locked eyes for a second, and I'm not even sure how I looked at her. I had tried to seem composed, but her eyes dug into me like a predator's, unremorseful and cold. The lieutenant snorted. You gonna pull up some rehearsed line like I've been expecting? Be good boys and tell me what's exactly worth 5 million Shardine. I'll make it worth your time. Lucille laughed. It was a believable laugh, being not overdone or half-baked. 5 million. I know my girls are good, but for you to see 5 million in one of them and not me, I'm frankly offended. We both know this isn't about one of your girls. The lieutenant's voice, smooth in that old playboy tone, now grew a sharper edge. My metal arm reacted, a sharp blade clawing up to my flesh shoulder. Is it? The voice echoed in my head, driving me to madness as it became all I could hear. I wanted to spill my secrets as though a volcano of truth had erupted through me. My metal hand gripped my flesh hand, and it was only the warm blood seeping through my arm that allowed me to steer my thoughts. The lieutenant's eyes scanned the room, clearly looking for any suspicious activity. I couldn't tell what he thought of me as he passed his vision over me, but I knew it wasn't good. Whatever mutations he had that were known, it allowed him to read and manipulate people, and there was little information about his combat abilities. I assure you. The corporate woman spoke again, the voice still coming out of her silent mouth. We're here to pick up a fine girl, a private exhibition. If she's worth the price, we'll recommend her to you, but by then her worth will be worn down. The lieutenant's gaze lingered on her, his smile dropping to a fine line. That's fancy tech. Is it so that they can't read your lips over surveillance? Or is there another voice hidden in you? I Petito, all of the real talking, and this mutt carries some fancy chrome, and from what I see, bronzes, just an inch away from silver. That what you after? To break through. The fact that you think we're bronze, the suited man stood up, is proof you haven't seen through us at all. Grade limiters, keeping prying eyes away. First time I'm seeing a suit wanting to hide rather than show off. Tell me, Which branch of Yujo are you working at? He stepped forward, the impressive muscle mass on him dwarfing the corpus. Shandian Engineering. The woman responded clearly. We work in counterintelligence, and you're Lieutenant Jacob Graja of the Westbrook Police's district. You're stationed in the 1st Precinct and have been at your position for the last 3 decades. Why? Don't like politics. He brushed the topic aside. Don't like politics? Or is it that if you rise higher than you are, you would have to drag up all your crimes with you? Or perhaps you're comfortable where you are. You know this district. It's criminals. There's a relationship there that your superiors don't want to disrupt? We can help with that. As I said, politics. Now what are you really here for? His voice took on that sharper tone again, and subconsciously I thought to myself that I was here to warn Sean and Lucy. No, what was I here for? What was I doing here? In this place where what was clearly happening is above my pay grade. Maybe I should run. I spotted Diana in the back, or should I think of her as Officer Jones? Silently, I sent her a comms request through the civilian sigil she'd given me a few minutes ago. Ooh, what is it, Ripley? I know, I'm not sorry. You fucked up and this is the par rice you pay. Her voice had a festering bite running so fast that I could barely get a sense of it. Just are Celine and Hochin fine? Can you look out the window and tell me if they're out of the B building? They're innocent tea in all of this. I didn't know what else I could ask, or even say to her. She didn't respond, her sight flickering for a moment before studying down the window for several more. Number. It seems like they're being held back by the guards with the others around the D dance floor. They tried to escape. The perimeter must have been secured by then. I bit my tongue, fuck. This was not going to plan. I think she sensed my panic, the dread probably shaking through my bones without shame because she sent another message into my head. Look, if this works out between our bosses, everything will be fine. My mind tuned out the conversation going around me. It was easier not to focus on it. I pretended I was anywhere but stuck between Sean, the lieutenant, and 2 corporates. 4 potential silvers. 2 confirmed. The value of their bodies combined was enough to live a comfortable life for the next century. All I knew was that the conversation was being spun around in circles, deflection after prodding after deflection. If it continued, this would be fine. This would be fine. Everything could go back to normal. I really do believe the girl we're coming to see is worth it. The corporate man smirked. She just received a neuroframe. Her first. You know how they are in that state. Imagine having control of one. It's adorable. If you want, you can take her after we're done. I didn't hide my gasp. A gargling expulsion of air released from pure shock. All eyes turned to me, Lucille and Sean's staring daggers to silence me, the lieutenant's piercing glare, the corporate's cold visors aimed towards me, and Diana's. She stared blankly. As though in realization, the lieutenant cracked a smile, a tiny corner of his lip lifting. Tell me more. Before either of those seated could speak, the lieutenant lifted his hand. No, not you. I asked Ripley. I felt my body drain of heat. A cold so numb, I couldn't feel the world around me, but the pinpricks of my own blood flow screamed inside of me. I didn't even question how he knew my name. Strangely, the lieutenant took a glance at Diana. What were the names he asked you about on your call? Celine and Hochin, right? Celine's the prettier name, and I bet she has a fine body. Then he settled on me, and only me. It was like I was staring at a railgun. Now, tell me more about her. The words sliced into me. I collapsed onto my knees, my metal arm twitching out of my control as groans of pain were forced into words by my brain's rewiring. We're close friends, and, been close since we were children. Oh? Our parents worked to get together at Syntech. I couldn't breathe out of the pure agony of my throat muscles being wrenched to the lieutenant's commands. My mouth and lungs acted without caring for my conscious thought. They stole my memories and sold them away. My dad got fired, tried to reveal a cover-up of. Then her parents tried as well. They're all dead now. She had trouble, so I got her some work here, protection, but she doesn't deserve this. Another victim of the machine. The lieutenant clicked his tongue, then his voice turned mellow, soft like a caring grandfather's. "Come here, Ripley?" Point her out to me. I didn't feel the strange compulsion then, but my legs still betrayed me and moved. I couldn't look at Sean and Lucille's faces. I couldn't bear to. I knew what was on them. I gazed from the window. Knowing that Celine wouldn't be able to see me through it, I pointed her out. Her pink hair was like a spark of flaming joy amongst a sea of despair. Nearly the entire club was huddled into a circle on that dance floor. It could fit maybe 50 bodies, but right now it was definitely more than 100. They pulled Celine out from the mountain of people, throwing her to the ground before the barrel of a gun pointed to her head. I saw Hochin lurch, but he was pinned down in seconds, helpless, just like me. No. No? What? Why are you? The lieutenant's hands fastened around both of my shoulders. Breathe. Calm down. It felt unnatural to me. My breathing turned slower than ever, relaxed and secure like a nested chick sleeping beside his mother. But Celine had a gun to her head. This was a betrayal of my mind just as much as my body. It was a good thing, then, that I could release my rage in place of panic. "What do you want?" He tapped the window. Now it would be a shame if we were to find that Celine had a knife on her and attacked one of my officers. But the floor of this fine establishment had to be painted with her brains for our safety. Unless, of course, you confirm that there is a deal occurring here? You've seen evidence of it? I wanted to answer no, but I didn't want Celine's bray. I couldn't think of it. Sean and Lucille's gazes were no longer bastions of confidence. From their piercing irises alone, I knew what they were saying. Don't worry about them. The lieutenant wrapped a friendly arm around my shoulder. You mod all the girls here. My police pals claim they're perfect, and the snake fangs, small in number and admittedly lacking in territory. Tiny fish in a big sea, but what they have is a bite that keeps the bigger sharks from hunting them. You do Shardware a service, kid. It's a blessing, and it's wasted here. It was said matter-of-factly, but I reminded myself there were no promises made. I saw the future unfold, Celine's dead body, and mine soon following with Sean's Phoenix -60 rifle. A hole in my chest large enough to take out my heart and lungs with one shot. I didn't. My mouth couldn't form the words. I saw the gun muzzle deforming Celine's hair, her body quivering and the glistening of tears visible even from afar. If I could hear her voice, whatever heart-wrenching sound was coming out of it, I knew I would crumble. Just tell me, and you'll be doing me a favor that I could repay. I know some ways to relocate you, to give you the opportunity your intelligence deserves. Reconfiguring neuroframes without an implant takes talent. Hell, just normal Shardware reconfiguration takes a lot from the mind. You're an engineer and a doctor rolled up in one? Why spend it all cooped up in the basement of a 2-century-old building? It still wasn't a promise, but it was a start. The table, I felt like an anvil had dropped from my throat, has a hidden visual isolated compartment in the middle of it. Only I can open it with specific placement of my fingers on. The lieutenant didn't utter a word as he stepped towards the table. At once, his hand sharpened with steel claws that seemed to peel out of his skin. Not Shardware. It was a mutation. They began to hum, vibrating so fast they were a constant blur. Then they plunged, ripping the table into two, and out fell all of its contents. The lieutenant stared at the metal box for a second, mockingly shaking it in front of Sean. Thank you, Ripley. Chapter 6. Chapter 4. Birth of a monster final entry of a journal found within an empty grave located in Brooklyn, USA, credited to a man named Mandel. Entry dated May 24, 2101. 3 days after the mall had descended. Author is suspected to have attained a bronze bug with the features, sustain, and integration. Auntie's dead, and Maya's not in any better condition. We were attacked by these. Shapes? I don't know. We were crawling through the old ruins, hoping to find some of those canned foods back from when they were mass-produced, but found nothing. Auntie had stopped by an old electronics store. She reminisced about something called a PlayStation. Said it would allow them to experience stories shown on a screen that you could control with a separate device. Even that there were magical goggles you could put on your eyes to hallucinate things that weren't there. I don't know when, but at some point we noticed that the store had seemed disturbed. Like everything was moved or altered in some way. Maya found a working display. We hadn't seen one properly working since 7 years ago before the scorch. Electricity hasn't been flowing through the city for 30 years. Auntie thought it was a miracle, a sign of things changing. But me and Maya knew something was wrong. Maybe one of the tinkerers had worked something up to get old tech functional again. But even that was bad. Then the screen flickered, and all around us, pieces of old world technology lit up. Auntie stared like she had become a child again. I tried to warn her. A wolf cub? Or was it a badger of some kind? I couldn't tell. All I knew was that it grabbed her throat and I tried to rip it off, but it was so solid it felt like metal. No, it was metal. My mind is fuzzy. I feel wobbly and my vision's blurry. Everything in my mind is doubled down or half written. I'm hoping writing this all down makes me remember more. I hammered it against the wall. My hands still bleed from its sharp body, but then something slithered out onto my hands. It looked like a cockroach made of bronze metal. It stabbed into my skin and then I fell in pain. All I remember next was Maya screaming at me as more of those. Things burst into the room. We ran, and I don't know how, but I'd run faster than I ever have before. There's this strange warmth in my body. I nearly left Maya. Her legs are injured and strangely, I'm not. Despite the fresh wounds I can see on my arm right now, I feel energetic. But remembering Auntie, fuck. She'd always said that when her time came that I should put her to rest next to Uncle's grave. We just left her body there. I don't know what's happening. Why did that store light up again? What were those things? Why do I feel so different? I'm staring at the old radio. It hasn't worked properly since the scorch, but I can feel the buzz of it. Like it's talking to me. Am I going crazy? There's this tingling in my fingertips, and it's leading me to the radio. I can hear the frequencies. All of them, they're everywhere. It was a mistake. I don't even know what I did to the radio, but it's a part of me now, and I can't turn it off. I'm hearing their voices in my head. They don't feel, they only feed. I want it to stop. Make it stop. Auntie's dead and it's my fault. I knew there wasn't any food. I just wanted to see the city one more time before we left south. I feel them getting louder. I hear them conspiring in languages I don't understand. But I can feel it. They're hungry. They're looking for something. Searching. My face is bleeding. Maya's terrified, but she's still taking care of me. She can hear noise around the house. I pulled it out of me too slowly. They could hear me from the radio. They were searching for me. I was too late. I don't know why these malignant creatures are here, but they're somehow connected to old tech that should have been fried by the sun. I don't know what's happening. I'm giving this book to Maya. They were looking for me, so I'm going to run out and take them away from here. Maya, if you're reading this, I love you. 121 and the 2nd of June, 2497 Ripley and Diana stared, eyes wide as the gun barrel pulled from Celine's head. A very much clenched breath ripping free of her. What the fuck? This wasn't how they worked, how they were supposed to. She glanced at Ripley, feeling guilt shake her hands. He was stuck between two guns aimed at each other. His already faded complexion was paler than a ghost, like he had rubbed ashes over it and frizzy black hair fell past his eyes, the sharpness of his irises beaming out of the frayed strands. They were intense like a crooked dagger but dulled by rust, the same as the color of his eyes. A solid gray with flecks of burnt orange sizzling over them. Celine's safe. She tried to tell him through their Neuralink, "Shut up!" The call cut abruptly, and it left a panging in Diana's head. The adstem hadn't worn off yet, and she imagined her blazing fury visibly stirring around every second. The lieutenant lifted the box, a winning smirk peeling the confidence off everyone in the room. "Last chance, Sean." "What's in the box?" Sean sighed with clenched teeth, defeated but not yet lost. Fixer never said. You're better off asking the Yujo Corps. Before the lieutenant could even ask, the female corporate had already started speaking. "It appears the owner of the package is now you, Lieutenant. How much would it take for it to be ours?" Sean's expression contorted in rage as the lieutenant smirked. Grosh studied her face, and only after a moment of deliberation did he speak. "That depends. If it'll be worth more in me hands, or would the 5 million shardines you offered Sean be better?" I can only know that if you tell me what's in it." Both of the two corporates remained utterly still, but the lieutenant didn't. A faint glow in his eyes indicated a communication protocol, and then the overwhelming clench of his hands around the box sent a low vibration echoing across the room. "You sneaky corporates. 5 million for this. You're fucking stealing from him. You know that?" The lieutenant let a grin beam out of him. A salivating one like a feast was in front. Oh, him! No wonder Sean's fixer didn't allow him to look. "What are you paying them?" "That is not for you to know," the female corporate said. "And please, since we're engaging in business now, call me Miss Himiko." A knowing look of shock settled into the lieutenant's gaze, a humorous chuckle boring out. "Very well, Miss Himiko, but I can't go back empty-handed. You know that. I'll need some false contraband to be placed in this container as a safeguard if you want it exchanged now." Ripley stared in disbelief. He could see the rage quivering in Sean's body, how his hand itched for the gun. This was all his fault. They both knew it, and he wasn't even sure if he could get anything out of it. Access codes were to be sent by the original seller once the fixer confirmed I had retrieved it, Miss Himiko said, her body like a frozen statue. "And I can't do that in good faith if it is not in my hands, away from danger." The lieutenant's grasp on the box only tightened, like a child with his favorite toy. "And I can't do that unless I've confirmed the goods, away from prying eyes. After all, if what's in here isn't what you said it was, then I'm left with nothing." The male, still unnamed corp retorted, "Except 5 million shardine. Like I'd take that with what could be gained. I have an idea, one where we all win. I take half of what's in here. You pay Sean half of what you promised him, and you get half of the package as well." Sean rose up, his face contorted with rage. "This wasn't what we agreed to." 1 million for Sean and Lucille each," Miss Himiko agreed. "And you, Lieutenant, will pay him an extra 500,000 for his discretion. As for the other two here, I trust you will find ways to silence them. For the package itself, while I do not like it being logged into the station system, it is hardly the first time police contraband has been resolved to us. If you can agree to keep its contents concealed from the rest of the Westbrook Police District, then very well. We have a deal." Ripley and Diana both listened in, but their hearts stammered at one statement. "As for the other two here, I trust you will find ways to silence them." They shared an equally uncertain look, and Ripley lurched as the lieutenant looked at him. That once elderly gaze now devoured under the desire of greed. It would be so easy for the man to silence him. A single one of his fingers could end Ripley's life. And so, he reached within him for the sheer bravery and confidence only found in the seconds before death. The only way to preserve himself was to sell himself. "I can open that box," Ripley said with false confidence. "It's a variant of a Syntech Pandora, uses custom-made magnetic locks protected by a hollow weave mesh. Just give me a moment and I can open it. Then you two can finish the deal here and now. But Sean gets the full 2.5. And I, Miss Himiko, interrupted him, and for the first time her mouth moved behind the veil. There was an almost sadistic glee in her voice, but it sounded off and strained. "If you can somehow open a box like that, then you would get a spot in our company. No questions asked. It's locked behind a silver-gray data shield with a fire tendency. Any prodding you do would instantly burn your neuroframe to a crisp. If it turns out a non-implant breached a Syntech Pandora of this grade, then their entire company becomes a laughing stock." Fire tendency? He'd never heard of that before, and from the sounds of it, this box was either going to kill him or free him. It was worth the shot. The male corporate was snorting as the lieutenant walked towards Ripley with calm, deliberate steps. "You don't even have an implant. The data shield in this will kill you, and it will be slow and agonizing as your neurons begin to wage war on one another. But he handed me the container. If you do this, you might be worth investing in after all." Then Ripley felt a prick in one of his arms, a shallow needle reaching for his right radial artery. An adrenal stim. He'd used them to stay up for nights on end, but this was nothing like that. This was an iron grade. "Focus!" The lieutenant's voice echoed his mind into submission. Ripley's muscles clenched, and his shardware arms ceased to rattle. becoming utterly still under his mind's eye. It had never been so quiet in his life, even as his mind spun between fluctuating chaos, fear, and hope, each emotion fighting for control. At once, he got to work. His arm expanded and shifted with mechanical whirs and buzzing, metal sliding over one another in intricate patterns until it became every tool he would ever need in his life. His replaw was his pride and joy, and often the reason he was so broke. After all, this was the only model of it in existence. A generational gift from across the family line from its original creator, Ripley's grandfather, and that thought grounded him. His grandfather had used a bronze implant with this arm, then his mother with an iron until it degenerated. Now he was here with no implant. But that didn't mean this arm disobeyed him. He followed the whirs that guided him, hearing profound knowledge that had been embedded in it over the last century. Information he had never known flooded his muscle memory into action. A small laser beamed out from his pinky finger into the metal cube's side, exposing a faint depression that sharp blades from his index finger dissected. The internal software would be too difficult for him to bypass. Warp code was never his specialty. If he wanted to breach it, he would have to attack the hardware, or in this case, the shardware. He felt a defiance, a quiet humming from the box as it seemed to recognize his prying claw. A silver grade was no joke. This wasn't his first time breaking into a sharded container. Jailbreaking was his original job back when his mother was the Snakefang shard op. Back when his shardware still hadn't attacked her. He had cracked bronze lockboxes with human arms, even if they took him several weeks. But they were half as sophisticated as a Pandora, and a silver would add significant difficulty. He acted subtly, exposing the seams soldered so finely together they appeared invisible with penetrating bursts of light. The cube was no longer just a mystic box of no understanding. It was revealed in its true form to him. A puzzle of metal interconnected, woven to appear unbreakable. But if the right threads were pulled, a sheet of metal stripped bare had exposed a fine concentration of wires and switches leading deeper into the box. During the process, he'd wondered why the lieutenant simply didn't just tear the box open, and it seemed his hunch was right. Following the wires deeper led to an inbuilt explosive, much like many of the containers he had broken into as a kid. He was 17 when he'd tried breaking into one. His mother hadn't prepared yet. He never understood why she always needed to tinker and make them easier for him. That was the day he'd lost his hand, before he'd gotten his entire right arm removed 3 months ago. He worked on the explosive first, carefully pruning wires and dismantling circuitry in ways his conscious brain couldn't quite grasp. His arm delved deeper, slicing millimeter-long breaks into the circuitry, and tiny cameras fed into his display. He logged the information in, step by step building a diagram of the tech through shoddy software he'd made himself. Diana, meanwhile, observed. His face wasn't like hers even under the adstem, whereas she had become a brewing storm kept at bay through pure force. He had harnessed the grueling river into a concentrated flow of work. No longer a rusty blade, but a sharpened one. But how could she control her toiling emotions when she was commanded to stay still? Even as the lieutenant held her fate in his hands, discussing it with their corporate overlords. He won't kill her, normally offer her up to the Snakefangs as a token of peace. Or, at least, send her on an assignment where she would most likely die. He was completely neutral in his tone. Diana knew what was coming next. Her father is an important man to the police, Brian Ulrich, so I'll make sure she's kept quiet and submissive. Genes like hers are best put to use. Both relief and rage settled inside her. So the lieutenant did know, and he was letting her be aware of that fact. How many people on the force knew about her biological father then? She hadn't questioned her quick rise to the first officer because she knew she'd worked hard. She wanted to deserve it, not handed out to her. Her emotions only silenced when a louder worshipped the room. Ripley opened the box, except he didn't. He was nowhere close to it. He had just disarmed the explosive and plucked out the tiny volatile vial when the box suddenly spewed musky steam and the seam on its top grew larger, opening up as the metal plate split into quarters and folded back. Taking a look at the contents, Ripley didn't feel amazement. He didn't feel proud. He didn't even feel confusion. He felt dread. His focus shattered into fear, and it took every bit not to drop the box. The lieutenant stepped near to him, his own eyes looking at the box's content. And it seemed Ripley wasn't the only one seized in fear at the moment. The lieutenant raised his hand to his temple, panic flooding his voice as he spoke. This is Lieutenant Jacob Graja, requesting immediate Neocore operatives. Code M-3-0G? Yes, it's a gold grade. At the sound of the words Neocore and gold everyone rose up into chaos. The room had risen in a tide of terror. Neocore could mean only one thing, and if it was a gold, then they truly were fucked. Lucille tapped a pad in her hands. Sean raised his rifle. The two corporates stayed seated, but a snuff of breath tore out of them both. This what you meant when you said you were getting 2 gold implants? Right under Silva's nose? A malignant seed, the lieutenant shouted, and Sean's eyes went wide. Sean's rifle pulsed with energy, silver specks of light manifesting a blazing heat through the coils as he turned to the two corporates. Gold! You were trying to get me to ship a gold mal. For 5 million. Forget that. I want 20, just for organizing this clusterfuck of a meeting. Just for having that shite in my table. Fuck this. I'm getting one of those implants. Sean's rifle twisted around with his body, the iron sights on the container, which Ripley was holding. Don't shoot, you idiot. The lieutenant ripped the rifle away from Sean, sending it flying towards the wall. The thick slap made the content of the box quiver. Ripley couldn't rip his eyes away. A translucent orb no bigger than his fist was sending everyone into chaos. It was like an egg without the thick white layer, a mucus-coated film of orange with glowing veins that looked more like circuitry coating it. A mal seed, and even worse, a malignant. The most dangerous variant, its power breached the limits of both technology and the organic. Close it, Ripley. The lieutenant's wide eyes struck into him like a sword. Close it. Immediately, Ripley found his body refusing to listen to fear and sensibility to run away. He fumbled, pulling out a cord from his replaw and injecting it into a dock on the box's side. Instantly, he felt his brain melt, like searing heat was drooling on his thinking. Long lines of code appeared in his vision, and to call it a data shield was a gross understatement. It was a wall of code made of pure fire to his neuroframe's gaze, like a furnace, so hot that it burned his eyes just from looking at it. He'd heard of data shields like this, none more infamous than the firewall within the center of the second net keeping a Maltitan at bay. The Malseed shook as the Pandora's internal environment, keeping it asleep, was infected by the chaos spilling through the room. The lieutenant shouted, even keeping his mutation at bay. Everyone, shut down your shardware! And Sean, stay as far away from it as possible. If it senses the warp energy in your genes, it'll wake up. Our best bet here is to keep it asleep until Neocore comes and deals with it. And lose out on gold implants. Sean stood up, equally matching the lieutenant in size. But his body did seem less virile than before, as though some flow of energy through him had ceased. Either that or your life. Miss Himiko, her voice still calm and graceful, didn't move an inch the whole meeting. A shame that it has come to this. Jinsung, if you survive, you're fired. The man couldn't help but shift away, jerking at her casual remark. I didn't know that, Dogwug. Then his neuroframe sizzled. An abrupt spurting of electricity before he coughed blood onto Miss Himiko, and he thudded on the floor. Miss Himiko still didn't move, her voice remaining cold and emotionless. You speak too much. Then the same sizzling crackled from behind her head, and she coughed up blood. She slumped. It didn't take Ripley or Diana much to know they were both dead. But why? Why kill yourself? He could hardly even process the events when he saw the seed shift. A shadow stirring within the yolk like blobs of ink. Close it, Ripley, now. That urgent voice took hold of him again, and he stopped fiddling with the code and brought his hands up to the 4 pieces of metal that had once enclosed the malseed. It refused to budge. It refused to even vibrate under all his strength. And turn off that shardware. Ripley's own thoughts pushed into a void he didn't know he had in him, and his arm reacted defiantly. A flash of pain drilled through him as a vague presence of something like blood within the metal seemed to pulse with resistance. Then the sound of grating metal sent shivers through his spine. On two of his metallic hand's fingers, a fine, slimy tendril of steel-colored flesh had wrapped them together, squeezing the metal out of shape. In a crunch, they were twisted apart and his shardware blazed warnings up his arm. Ripley panicked, dropping the box, but the malseed. No, the malignant refused to let go. It was still mostly in its egg-like confinement, but a spiral of yolk-absorbing tentacles now began to mature as the yolk disappeared rapidly. A further crunch and Ripley saw his pinky finger snap off painlessly, but the panic fleeing into his brain ordered him to run. "Stay where you are!" The lieutenant's voice forced his muscles to freeze when every fiber of his body wanted to run. He stared helplessly, a voice coming out in desperate wheezes that no one would be able to understand. The lieutenant held a gun up to his head? What? The seed needs to mature. At least devour some biomass before it can spawn implants from its death. As soon as he's killed, I'll shoot the Mal. Then take one of the implants. The lieutenant offered to Sean. "One for us each," Sean nodded before taking a solemn look at Ripley. "Sorry, kid, you brought this upon yourself." "Upon himself?" Ripley tried to warn them, to help them. It wasn't his fault they all toyed with him, using him. He had to make himself worth keeping alive, no matter how. The tendrils wrapped higher, digging into the steel of his forearm. A painful crackling of electricity and metallic wrenching dug out a fear that dwelled deep into him. And somehow it all perverted into a display so removed from the dread devouring him up. He started laughing. This was the end. For so long, he dreamed of iron, the lowest grade. And now, he would die being consumed by gold. An electric buzz overshadowed the room. A quick and precise shot splattering the egg into goo that splashed over Ripley's face and his arm. It burned. Like hellfire, he fell to the floor as the tentacles splattered on the floor, along with two of his metallic fingers, the malignant already having feasted on them. Diana rushed to him. She couldn't care. From the moment that monster unveiled itself, every bit of her body began to itch for action. She stared at the unmoving mass of tendrils, its body still faintly buzzing with electricity. As she aimed her gun at it, finger on the trigger until a voice shook her resolve. "Stop, Diana. Fuck, it's dying." "It'll be a waste." She couldn't pull the trigger no matter how much she wanted to, and the monster jerked once more. She didn't know how, but even without eyes, she knew the monster was looking at her in rage, at her pistol. Its tentacles jumped, clawing the weapon from her hand, and only the feeling of a large gash on her palm gave her the sensibility to yank away. She watched in horror as the Mal feasted on her pistol, ripping it to pieces that its fleshy parts melted into. "Just kill it already!" Lucille screamed at the lieutenant, but he was only focused on the feasting Mal. Lucille's calmer demeanor cracked away in panic, her arm splitting into a complex machination of metal blades and electricity. Before the lieutenant could stop her, she had already moved to attack with her arm outstretched as a spear. And Sean gripped Lucille's arm, not feeling a spark as he stared into the blazing eyes of his second in command. A bronze should plump it up faster, right? Jacob? Before the dreadful realization could settle into her, Sean's arm had moved to grip Lucille's. "You brought this upon yourself, Lucille." "I'm not a fucking idiot." He tossed her hard enough that the couch flipped over, and she landed right next to the Mal with a twisted metal arm poking out of her otherwise human limb. Lucille couldn't scream before the Mal delved into her mouth with prying tentacles. Neither of them could even wince at how quick it happened, how quickly the Mal's predatory instincts had acted, digging through her with shards of metal it had absorbed from Diana's gun and Ripley's hand. They both watched in horror as mere feet away from them, Lucille's body spasmed out with twisting bones that bent so hard their joints ejected blood. Even once it was clear the light in her eyes had faded, her body still jerked around as the beast within squirmed through her organs, eating her and the metal implants that had once made her so beautiful. The lieutenant finally shot his rifle, a thick ray of blue and yellow energy eviscerating her stomach into a mist of blood. As the shrill of his rifle quieted and motion in the room stilled, it seemed like it was over, until the Mal shot out of her body like a bolt of lightning. Literal lightning, its entire form crackling with sparks and wisps of energy, all directed at Lieutenant Graj. Diana gasped at its sight. A tall, maybe 7 feet long, and lanky skeletal being made of fleshy wires buzzing with electricity. And it had stuck a claw through the lieutenant's rifle and arm. It didn't even have a face. Instead, it looked like a flower bud, opening up to reveal a starfish of teeth and sparks. Grash screamed in pain with his body seizing up. But through pure grit and mutated strength, he tossed the mal against the wall, pummeling with vibrating fists that cracked the concrete apart with each throw. Each pound blossomed forth tentacles that thrashed back with motion too quick to keep track off, whipping and flailing. Graja didn't flinch. He kept his protection focused on his head and neck with barriers of what looked like solid air. Let go! Be still! If before, all those little commands had been a whisper, this had been him screaming through a speaker. Ripley let go of the air in his lungs. Diana unclutched her jacket. Even Sean, who was fumbling with the elevator controls, dropped his prized gun. The mal resisted. It froze for only a second that Sean didn't relent with. Ripley and Diana felt their bones rattle as Sean grabbed the mal by its throat and dragged it bare across the wooden wall, leaving thick chunks of flesh in the path of splinters. Suddenly, Ripley felt the hair on his head begin to float up before a discharge of violent yellow detonated across the mal's body, sending the lieutenant crashing through the room. Its various limbs probed the air as if to feel around for the lieutenant's body. Even reduced in size by more than a half and clearly dazed, neither Ripley nor Diana were sure if it was in worse shape than the lieutenant. Getting up, Jacob Grays injected himself with a stimulant of a grade Ripley couldn't tell. Within seconds, the incessant bleeding of his wounds didn't matter. All that mattered was that the Maul was his enemy and that it had to die. Its implants had to be his. Too much blood spilled out of him with each step, but a wild smile overtook that serious face of his as glass began to crack all around him. The lieutenant kept both his arms up, a faint silver glow covering the blood-stained limbs. Then he choked the room. Ripley and Diana felt their legs give out. The ground rattled and their ears panged in pain as vertigo twisted the floor and roof into one concept. The mal roared silently, picking itself up with some godforsaken immunity to whatever both of them were dealing with. It pounced like a panther, clawed tentacles unveiled from its arms, and the beginnings of teeth within its petal-like mouth demanded the lieutenant's blood. Jacob squeezed his fists, and all the sound in the room concentrated to a singular glowing point on his right fist. The second he punched the malignant, the room exploded into force. The window was already shattered before the mal went flying through it. The wooden floor splintered, while the furniture around them flattened into debris and dust that covered them both. Gasping for air, the lieutenant removed a syringe from a shoulder pad and injected it into his leg. Only once his body's screaming pain reduced to a dull dribble of weakness did he turn around. Sean, what the hell? You could have helped. But Sean was already in the elevator, and its doors had just shut. The man who had once been a sort of replacement, father figure for Ripley, spoke through the speakers. Nothing but apathy burning in his voice. I'm sorry, Ripley, but you're dying with the club. And the elevator descended safely into the underground. Ripley could do nothing but blankly look as the sounds of screaming and bloodshed reached from past the window. Wait, the mal was downstairs? And it wasn't dead. Celine and Hochin. Ripley burst into movement. The lingering adstim gave him the bravery he needed to start until a howling whistle crumbled him. Oh no, you too. You messed up big time. Diana's going to get her due at the station, but you're the one who turned this into a clusterfuck. Grash's voice was cold, a knife sharpening against the folds of his brain. Then the lieutenant clicked his tongue, raising his trembling fingers to his temple. This is Lieutenant Grash. I can confirm that the mal seed has awoken. It's currently at Tier 2. A prowler. Yes, it's a fucking gold. Do I need to repeat myself? Get Neocore here, Staka. Blood spilled from his mouth. A sharp tentacle spawned from beyond the window, penetrating the back of his head like a spear. Desperate gags and gurgles reached out for them both, before a vicious yank tore him through the window, his body thudding wetly for them to hear. By the founders, it got the lieutenant. Is it the drugs, or is that an actual malignant? Let us out. We're going to die. Please, please help. Don't leave us here. Desperation and chaos boomed from below. Gunfire and sounds of wet ripping promised a world of misery if they were to look down the window. Diana moved silently, pulling herself out of the debris as harrowing fear and guilt wrapped around her. Her lieutenant was dead? People were dying, and she was safe up here. As long as Neocore got here soon, as long as the Malignant didn't remember the two easy prey in the office, as long as the elevator didn't take them to a very angry Sean Bloodmuncher waiting below. The thoughts overwhelmed her. Would she spend the last minutes of her life cowering on the hopes of variables? Knowing nothing but the aching drive to do something, she reached for the gun that Sean had dropped during the battle between the lieutenant and the Mall, a Phoenix -60. It was silver grade, volatile enough to shoot through 10 feet of concrete if you aimed right. You're going to fight. Ripley's own resolve was wavering, seeing just how easily the lieutenant, a silver grade, was killed. I have a code that I want to stick to. Even if I die down there, maybe I can get one extra person out. I can't run away from this. She stared at the gun, choosing to forget the tears dripping down her face by taking in the weapon's capabilities. A single-bolt plasma rifle from 4 decades ago. 5 shots per round and, wait, take these. Ripley scrounged on the floor, whacking away broken furniture until he managed to find the shattered table. Extra ammo and... He saw it once more, the bronze implant. The bug had curled up into a shell and its case was destroyed. A single drop of his blood would bind it to him. He pretended like he was sweeping the floor, still looking for something as he scooped it in his palm and stuffed it into his pants. His heart hammered against his ribs. He had one. The promise he set onto himself for the last 3 years, finally secured. Once he got out of here, and he will get out of here, he could say goodbye to this stupid club, if there even was a club to say goodbye to. But first, Celine, he hastened, stuffing some of the silver grenades he had seen earlier. Running his finger over the sleek metal of the implant in his pocket gave him hope as he reached for the door. It was shut tight. The club was on lockdown. I can open it if you give me time. We don't have time, Ripley. I'm jumping. Her voice was on the edge of breaking. But it was true. Every second was being shaken by desperate gunfire. And every second there was less of it. Diana didn't wait for his response. She leaned over the railing, and Ripley hurriedly sprang after her to warn caution. She dropped, and he looked down. Still holding the gun, she fell more than 10 feet before her legs extended to touch the floor. Her body shrank and compressed like a spring, rolling seamlessly onto the balcony beneath. Then she jumped again with no hesitation, to the bottom, onto a dance floor where neon lights strobed over dismembered bodies, illuminating over their bloodlit corpses, as though trying to return color to their pale and hollow faces. Ripley didn't give the voices in his head a second to argue. He jumped after her down to the balcony overlooking the dance floor, but mid-fall he caught sight of the malignant crushing strike armor like a tin can. When his eyes returned to the ground, his feet had already met solidity, and his impact had the grace of a fish rolling around on land. He put most of the force on his metal arm. It wouldn't shatter like his bones, but a hideous crack on his left ankle seriously alerted him. It was only the adrenaline within that allowed him to stand up despite the pain, his eyes frantically searching for Celine from higher above. He spotted her under a table. That pink hair could never escape him, and in a few more moments, he scouted Ho-Chin hiding behind several snake fangs, shooting the malignant with ballistic and energy guns. The ballistic bullets splattered gold ichor off the Mal, leaving finger-width holes that crowded up with flesh as fast as they had appeared, whereas energy-based projectiles only fed it. He tried to scream over the madness that it fed on electricity, but 2 horns shot out from its head and impaled 3 snake fangs in one fell swoop. Their bodies instantly shocked with enough voltage to sear their neuroframes into ash. He couldn't say a word after that. He knew those people. He'd eaten lunch with them just yesterday, cupping his metal hand over his trembling, fleshier limb. He found a resolve in the sight of Ho-Chin and Celine. "Hokin, grab Celine from under that table and run," Ripley yelled before twisting one of the grenades, lobbing it from his position above. He didn't worry about potential casualties from the explosion. Anyone near it was already dead. The silver grenade arsed poorly, His foot could hardly take any weight, and he had tossed it too short. The last thing Ripley expected was for the mal to grab it with one of its tentacles and bring it closer for inspection. The beginnings of an eye began to melt over its face. And somehow, it seemed to be aware of the mechanism behind the grenade as an electric shock, nullified the priming. Ripley ducked behind cover. That eye had been scanning for where the grenade was thrown from. But unbeknownst to him, a river of heat sought forth the vile creature. Diana's aim was calculated. The impact with the grenade sent a shockwave of force and light that far exceeded either of their expectations. The fragile and broken club only further crumbled and shattered with the pounding blast of air, blind and deafened. Ripley felt an uncomfortable shift of weight where he leaned from. Realizing too late that the balcony was tilting, he tried to lurch to safety, but his ankle twisted beneath him to drag him down with the crumbling balcony he stood on. Another 10-foot drop. This time, something definitely broke. Pain gagged his throat as he groped amidst the darkness of his impact and the dust that had stormed up from the grenade. A sharp sting yelled up his thigh as he felt his left leg, pulling back when a mere touch felt like a blade sticking through him, or out of him. That was a bone. His bone he just touched. A wrenching scream tore out of him, just one more voice to the chorus of misery and death in the club. Sirens wailed from afar, coming for those who had subscriptions with Medevac. He wouldn't be one of them. As the ground grew more wet with fluid that was meant to be inside of him, his body became all the more cold. "Ripley!" A woman's voice called out for him. "Ho-Chin!" Now it called for his friend. "Please, someone help me." "What's happening?" Celine called. That washer voice. Ripley's metal arm blazed where his flesh couldn't muster the energy to, tearing apart the rubble atop of him and tossing it away like trash. Something in him was pulsing so deeply, so vitally, it was like he had a second heart beating next to his. He couldn't stand up, not with his leg how it was, but he could open his eyes, and as the dust cleared, he saw who he needed. Ho-Chin was crawling amidst the fallen infrastructure, and Celine was feet away from him. Her dazed mind was addled and confused as she stepped openly for everyone to see. But she was close. Close enough to the exit, close enough to hide. "Just get out of the open, Celine." Then, a slithering sound sent a bitter wave of cold through Ripley. The malignant remained standing with only 1/3 of its body eviscerated from the explosion. And it was healing pounds of flesh every second. Inside, a part of him had already known her fate when the malignant was thrown through the window, and he knew for a fact what would happen now that Ho-Chin made a run for it to the exit while he could. Abandoning Celine, abandoning them both. The sounds of feet clamoring and bodies rushing and falling through rubble hammered all around him in a cacophony of despair. He searched within him for the spark, but it had faded just as quickly as it had appeared. Even his metallic arm was too scared to say the comforting words it had always done for him. Celine. It wasn't a shout, barely even a wheeze. Just how much blood had he lost to feel this weak? A river of fire pierced the healing malignant once more, and Ripley dared to feel his hope be placed in Diana. Its body slumped, trudging just a few steps before a second bolt of plasma ripped a fist-sized hole through its chest. Both holes mended quickly, but the third shot healed even slower. The fourth remained for nearly 3 seconds. The fifth, damn it, the rifle only had 5 shots and one was already used. Diana was reloading, and that was enough time for the malignant to generate a spark of electricity through its fingers that trailed into its wounds to bubble flesh anew. It roared, a screeching reverberance that never belonged to this world. The next shot was dodged under a streak of crackling tentacles, the malignant tearing through the rubble and dust with lashing tendrils to find the shooter. Ripley only realized when he heard a sick thud, then a louder thud. Celine stared at him, eyes in that same daze they had been all night ever since her neuroframe procedure, confused and fearful of what was to come even behind that happy smile she wore all the time. Her body may have been covered by layers of muck and dust, but her beauty shined through it. How many times had her warmth been the strength he needed? Why then, were they not attached? Her head rolled away while her body remained still. The weight of everything hit in that moment. His shattered leg, the destruction of his job, Celine's pleading gaze detached from her torso. He was going to die. But then, again, life may not be worth living anymore. Chapter 7. Chapter 5. Humanity's Resistance, a brief history of the world's prime peacekeeping force from the Neocore NetSite homepage. The collapse had shattered civilization. The scorch had left no hope for recovery. The first swarm had promised its doom. Then, 6 founders had descended from the heavens, and of them, Michelle Silva had pioneered the creation of Neocore in the hopes of safeguarding humanity from the plight caused by the malswarm and its titans. With the support of fellow founder Beauregard Mazir, she had established the first global peacekeeping force following the second swarm's sudden appearance. In this primitive form known as the Silver Guard, she had produced enough results to reclaim the territory of what now comprises the Free Cities. Together with Mazir, the very first neuroframes were created and distributed without economic gain, a promise that stays true even today. Soon, the other 4 founders poured their resources into the Silver Guard, where it henceforth became known as Neocore in the year 2277. Over the last 220 years, we have reclaimed more than 34% of the mal-infected regions and continue to press our vanguard forward. We, Neocore, remain steadfast in our duty of being humanity's bastion. If you believe that your skills can help Neocore in any way, consider contacting your local recruitment center or donating to our cause. Neocore, Humanity's Sword, 1:43 a.m. the 2nd of June. 2497 Diana, my fingers, trembled as they slammed the ammunition clip into the gun. A painful squeeze that required every bit of strength my hands had to offer. A silver grade gun was meant for adapters. Even jamming a jailbreaker chip into its dock hadn't done much besides let me use its most basic functions. My difficulty was purely mechanical. The oscillation of the gun started low, then heightened until it whistled right next to my ear. My neuroframe's standard aim protocol doing little compared to the training I had. The gun's whistle pierced to its climax, my desperation forcing my arms into a form that my muscles begged to be freed from. The distant form I sought to end was shrouded and irregular, but the clear visibility of illuminating sparks and twisting wiry flesh was where my aim went. It was no different than the deers I used to hunt. I told myself that as a bolt of plasma scorched the distance between us. Except it twisted in a way no creature of this planet ever could, a mass of tendrils bending in obtuse angles to evade my assault. I hurried for my next shot, the heat of the plasma coil making me nauseous and the whip of a seeking tendril striking dread through me. Blood flashed amidst the veil of gray and neon, but I couldn't tell anything apart other than the vile sparks radiating off my target. The second shot fired without any recoil, just as all the others had. I dropped the gun anyway. I knew I'd missed, but the eruption of heat and energy left me writhing in my own sweat and pain. My arms felt like they'd hauled a ton of steel around the entire district without rest. A shrill scream slaughtered my hope, the rushing sound of flying debris and tearing limbs growing closer to me with every second. I didn't want to close my eyes. At the very least, I wanted to know what death looked like. I wouldn't get that chance again. A spark flooded through me, an idea, a hope. It came too late as the malignant burst through a wall of fallen stone to my side. The gun was dead weight, so with both arms. No, I couldn't throw it. Doing that would make it stronger, but maybe I could blow it up. If only I could. I had hesitated for too long, and I didn't know the first thing about setting a gun to self-destruct. I scrambled for any last thoughts as the Mal burned its focus in my direction. Yellow and black wires fell from its body like fur. Electricity dripped from its body much like a hungry predator's drool. And finally, it had eyes. Too many eyes, and they were all trapped in a prison of agony and torture as though it had taken them from its victims. My eyes would soon join it, perfect silver eyes. Its tentacles reached for me, and I'd all but resigned myself to the fate born of my investigation. But the stone beside us shattered as light pierced into the Mal. A spear of golden blue metal, beautiful and arcane, was the only separation between my life and my death. I didn't know whether to stare in awe or confusion. Then, the spear moved without anyone gripping it. In a burst of movement, It pulled back through the rubble with the malignant still attached. It flew into the hands of an armored woman, and I instantly felt hope, real hope. Not just brief flutterings of it being grabbed out of desperation from the darkness. That white armor which wrapped around my savior's body like a second set of muscles was a sunbeaming relief into my entire body. She was a neocore enforcer. Mechanical wings of metal and light spun out from her back, as magnificent as they were functional. She lifted up the spear, carrying the malignant with the effort she needed to blink. The enforcer stabbed the Mal's body into the roof, impaling it between stone and her, and from her gauntlets shot strings that entangled the Mal. Then I recognized her, Archangel, one of Neocore's star recruits, a former Imperium actress by the name of Alicia Nori. Even her voice was angelic, a calm and serene voice that sounded like a songbird's chirp even amidst this orchestra of destruction. Reporting to Inquisitor Tusk, confirmation of a gold-grade malignant hunter tier 3. Appears to be a CyberGene carrier, definitely a gear glutton, either a carrion or warlock on the mutagen side. The Mal screamed in its confinement, gripping the blue web with what were now clearly hands and claws formed of its tendrils. With ease, the hollow wires disappeared into its body, the energy absorbed in seconds. Correction, Archangel responded to her comms, her gauntlets shining as they shifted from one purpose to another. A warlock! The web burst apart. The electricity it indulged on wrapping around the malignant like an oversized scarf. I couldn't count just how many tentacles lashed out all at once. What I did know was that Archangel was not the least bit scared. Her arms wreathed silver light into sharp angular blades that precisely slashed any threat in her way. Gooey tendrils rained down, one after the other, as the enforcer dismantled the malignant's aggression with elegant twirls and sweeps using her wings and blades. She reached out with her arm, the spear, still impaling the malignant, pulling back towards her as though she reeled it in with a line. As it flew into her hands, she spun the momentum downwards before twisting in an arc and slicing the malignant apart. 3 sections crashed into the floor, but only 2 dissolved into molten flesh and golden shards. Cores in, its head, Archangel called out to no one in particular. She ran her hand along the shaft of her spear, a warm wisp of light trailing up in a spiral that shifted the mechanical plates of the weapon, reorganizing and healing what was damaged. It's absorbed a part of my spear's casing, might have some form of electromagnetism. Her wings whirred, boosting her down towards the recovering malignant like she was an envoy of silver death. The malignant roared, a sphere of voltage growing around it that melted into the floor. Then it burst back up, lifting shrapnel into the air. Shrapnel that obeyed the Mal's commanding shriek as it shredded into the descending enforcer. She flew through it, barely a nick on her armor, and impaled the malignant once more. This time she didn't give it the chance to steal from her weapon, throwing it aside and just as quickly slashing into it again. I hoped, really hoped that this was going to be the end of it, but I'd always known that as soon as things got too good, something else would go wrong. This was no exception. A small tremble on Archangel's side flicked her gaze. The metallic components of several adapters' shardware twitching, tearing off into finger-length shards. The inch-long slivers flew towards the fight. A storm of metal chips digging into the enforcer, who tried to ignore them as she ripped the malignant apart. Bits of fleshy metal flying in a spray. Then her arm froze, her attention forced towards the miasmic golden veins, running up her armor as those shards bit into her protective aegis. Her chilled voice sent a quake through my spine. Inquisitor, I think this malignant might be above my pay grade. It's modifying my armor. She leapt away, light burning through her visage to fight off the infection in her suit. The malignant didn't wait to heal in order to pounce. It lashed forward with claws of flesh and metal into a prismatic barrier that started as one hexagon before spreading around as a sphere, and tentacles wrapped around the sphere, grating its protection away into sparks of energy that fed it. With each spark, its body grew larger. It was now clear that somehow the malignant was healing using electricity, and this barrier was the ultimate feeding ground for it. Whatever was going to happen, I wasn't going to stick around and find out. Grabbing the rifle tightly, I leaped over the scattered stone and metal, praying that the malignant was too focused on the Neocore enforcer to notice me. I didn't look down. If I did, I would see all the bodies that I'd caused to die. No, this wasn't the time. I focused all of my remaining adrenaline on running, on fleeing. I saw the entrance shrouded in rubble, but a quick jump would get me out of here. Diana! A weak voice called out for me, and I paused. I shouldn't be stopping. I heard a crunch beside me, and a violent snap of lightning caused a part of the already decrepit club to crumble. He was the last of my concerns, but I'd promised myself to be better, to save others like how Yvette had saved me. I saw Ripley, trapped under the rubble, his leg mangled and his face drained of blood. He was a dead man in this state. I should run. I should have run. But instead, I'm pushing apart chunks of stone that my already tired arms struggled to move. He groaned in pain as his leg was relieved of pressure, greeting me with a sudden squirt of blood. Somehow, I managed to free him from the prison, pulling his arm around my shoulder and keeping his weight on his good leg. The door was right there, just a little stone, and the barrier broke behind me. There's no doubt the sickening crack and body being thrown. The groans aching into my ear were not the malignants. I couldn't help but look back for a second. Archangel's wings were shattered, and the malignant was a hulking beast of pure electricity and tentacles. Yellow forks of lightning spewed out of its body in a fountain of energy, stray sparks shattering stone. It reached upwards, a tentacle reaching for the office we had once been in. 2 bodies were yanked into its grasp. The 2 Shandian corporates, 2 silver grades. Archangel sputtered into action despite her torn body, slashing with blades of energy appearing from her wrists. But every weapon she could use other than the spear only fed the malignant. I choked back my tears as the 2 corporates dissolved into an amalgam of blood and steel, rearranging into what was clearly a spear identical to Archangel's. And I couldn't look anymore and hurried out, climbing over the stone blocking my exit when it suddenly pushed it against me. I tried to pull Ripley away, but my footing slipped as the obstacles of Earth tumbled apart, and a man walked through it, tall and built with muscle that made him look like a mountain had become a human. Bronze skin, buzz-cut hair, and a cigar in his mouth. There was no mistaking it. This was Neocore Inquisitor Tusk. I'd seen his picture in enough ads around the city to not question it. A gold grade like the malignant itself. Finally, I tore my gaze towards the malignant that had speared through Archangel's abdomen, prying out a piece of armor that it feasted on with delight. Tusk clicked his tongue, as though dissatisfied. Then he threw something at the balcony above the entrance. It exploded and sent a rain of stone and metal down right above us. I leaped with every bit of energy left in me, just narrowly avoiding a chunk of it from slamming into my head. What the hell? I glared at the Inquisitor, and his golden glare silenced me back. It was somehow even more frightening than the malignant itself. Tusk's voice was a low rumble like an inevitable earthquake, striking more deeply into myself than even my lieutenant's mutated voice had. I'm not letting it out, and I'm not letting vultures in. The implants are mine. Be a good girl and hide, then you might survive. Tusk cracked his knuckles, changing them as an unworldly shift in the atmosphere catalyzed. His body grew larger, already taking his impressive physique and making him a literal mammoth. There was a reason he was named Tusk. Ivory-like outgrowth spiraled out of his entire body, curving into armor and weapon, alike until his body was a Goliath of Livingstone. And under them was an additional layer of thick white ropes that seemed to be muscles. A single step shook the entire building. The malignant roared with, its wiry tentacles fraying apart, sensing the warping atmosphere at Tusk's transformation. Then it pounced, striking its crude spear at the Inquisitor. The spear had easily pierced the Enforcer's armor on Tusk's skin. It snapped. Tusk punched it to the ground faster than a bullet, sending the entire building shaking and even more stone falling. The lightning spewing of it didn't so much as tickle Tusk, and the next set of pummels made it impossible for me to stand as the vibrations resounded through me. A gold mutant, Tusk, he slammed an explosive into its body, the shockwave throwing me back, but not even making Tusk flinch, who was point blank from the detonation. He punched, tore, slammed, ripped and pummeled until the malignant was barely a fifth of its impressive size. But strangely, there was no electricity sparking off it now, no attempt at regeneration. The neon lights flickered, and a low hum quieted through the room as my silver hair began to float up with the static charge. The Mal's limbs had pierced through the ground, and I knew where it had connected, the city's electrical grid. First, the neon blew out like each light had been shot. Then I saw the monolith skyscrapers outside the club go dark as though a curtain of shadows fell over them. Then I saw nothing but light, an overwhelming discharge of it that burned my vision. The ground gave way beneath me as pure lightning struck up from the malignant, like a god in the sky had called for thunder to pull out from the ground into its hands, launching tusk up and through the roof. I fell as the floor crumbled, and so did Ripley, into the abyss where we would be alone with the malignant. Chapter 8, Chapter 6, Birth of Monsters Holopedia page on implants, SurfaceNet access. Implants are retrieved from the corpses of the Mal swarm, where the type of implant depends on the physiology of the Mal it was retrieved from. Mechanical Mals, otherwise known as malware, spawn boogies, biomachinary utilization gene editors, whereas organic Mals, known as malformed, spawn CMIS, symbiotic integrators of mutagen. Alternatively, Massachusetts lignants possess the mechanical and organic characteristics found in both variants, and as such will spawn both types of implants. Implants tend to appear similar to invertebrates in appearance. However, genome analysis shows no sign of relation. In fact, while they do possess a genetic structure similar to that of organisms on Earth, the exact molecules used are different and vary depending on implant grade. Iron, bronze, copper, silver, gold, titanium, platinum, showing a higher reliance on warp-modified transition metals in their genetic structure, rather than phosphorus, carbon, and oxygen. Boogies fuse with the nervous system, causing nerve signals to use electrons rather than chemical neurotransmitters. This greatly increases the brain's processing speed, and also allows bug adapters to interface with technology directly. CMIS, however, fuse with the entire body, first spreading through the circulatory system as dissolved chunks of genetic material that are absorbed into cells. Interestingly, the SIM's genetic information, also known as mutagen, fuses perfectly into the existing genome of an adapter and typically causes no genetic disabilities under normal conditions. Rather, they tend to correct any damage and provide general improvements to the user's physiology even without specific mutagen. There are currently 6 known tiers of implant development. Each requires significant time and investment in order to advance to the next stage. However, research seems to hint that there is no limit to the growth of these implants other than the resources available to the adapter. The concept of the warp energy used by these implants, sometimes referred to as ether by religious groups, is a currently researched field of science carried out by the corporate nations and the free cities. The most prominent theory is that warp energy is a tangible source of pseudomatter that can exist in a flux state between energy and matter simultaneously, one that can directly be influenced by a greater conscience to warp reality. 1:55 a.m. the 2nd of June Ripley darkness, dust, despair. None of it mattered right now. Nothing mattered right now, not in the face of death. I felt a bottomless pit dragging my consciousness down. A sweet release from the agony that would be reality. But beside it was a voice, a conflicting scream begging me to stand up. And if I couldn't stand, to crawl. And if I couldn't crawl, to bite. A primal force of life itself, some deeper meaning I had never given a thought to, was begging for me to live. But when I remembered Celine, my father, my mother, everything hurt. The pain was so loud, and the void would be so quiet, so peaceful. Yes, that little device I had in the back of my nape was modified for this. Right? I also had a purr Ripley. Don't die on me, Ripley. My body was shaken against my will. It was so rough, I just wanted it to stop. That void of nothingness was becoming sweeter by the second. Just one step, and one step at a time. I stepped into the slap across my face opened my eyes, and numbness crawled over me. Emergency lights flashed red from the lights in the floor above. We had fallen, ironically enough, into the level where my workshop was located. I felt a cold sting on my leg, a white web-like substance plastered over the bone sticking out. My tibia, the bigger of the two bones in your shin. It was enough to stop the bleeding, but I stared matter-of-factly at the 90-degree bend. Well, looks like I'm going to need a leg amputation now. I laughed before I devolved into a cackling. Thanks for the med spray, by the way. Then I started crying, an ugly sob revolting from my soul in the face of this Sisyphean hurdle. What the hell was happening? How was I even awake? Probably the ad stim. Standard grades were enough to keep me running for a day or two, but an iron grade? I was using a week's worth of adrenaline in a few hours. It's not dead, Ripley. Diana put a shaking hand on my shoulder. Tears began to spill down her eyes, but she kept the rest of her face as solid as a wall. It's here, with us. Do you think we can kill it? Nope. I giggled. Of course this was my luck. But I pulled one of my spare grenades out anyway. Maybe I'd rather die by this than electrocution. Diana snatched it away. I know I looked crazy. Ripley, let's try anyway. Come on, you're a smart guy. An unplanted shard op reconfiguring neuroframes? There has to be something you could do? Look at this gun. She passed me Sean's rifle. A Phoenix -60, her entire form shaking in desperation. The weapon. It was so far above my pay grade that just holding it made me feel like a filthy scrapper. I didn't even know the first thing about plasma-based weaponry. Okay, maybe I knew a few things, but they were mostly theoretical. There's nothing I can do with this. I paused. There was Sonathing. I reached into my pocket, pulling out a vial, or more precisely a cylinder that I had taken from the Pandora. The inbuilt explosive and a small dash on the side showed a gold marking, a gold-grade explosive. The grenade you took. My voice grew monotone, focused entirely on the hint of gold I saw. Give it to me. I sent a commanding thought to my metal arm, and it changed in an instant. Somewhere deep within me, where that void used to be, was now replaced by a singular node of brilliance. I felt 100 electric shocks cascade up my arm, a glow encompassing it that I'd never seen before. A silver glow, but my arm was iron grade. I didn't question it. I didn't have the time to. The ground rumbled and a wire tore out just a few feet away from us. Then more wires joined it. Wires of flesh and metal alike. Blood and steel. The constituents of a malignant. I had no choice. I had to render the grenade neutral in order to open it, twisting both halves of the metal open and exposing the silver-banded cylinder within. As Diana popped in a Nua cartridge into the rifle, I raced with my hands, the claw working quicker than it ever had to precisely fragment all the mechanisms keeping the vial planted there until it popped out. My metal claw blurred from the speed at which it replaced the next vial. But I found that brilliance in me spluttering. The decades of knowledge closed their books, and I found myself blind midway through the process. I couldn't figure out a way to arm the grenade in time. It won't blow up. Fuck. I broke the fuse in order to put it in, and now it won't. Throw it. As hard as you can, Diana said, her voice trembling. The malignant had unearthed itself. It was the size of a child, and there was no electricity within it to recover. But if it drained even a light bulb, we would be in danger. She aimed the rifle, her breath force steady, and charged it. The malignant sensed something. It sensed us. It sensed the electricity within the rifle. It howled as I threw the grenade. The arc was clumsy, and it was nowhere close to the malignant. But it felt the gold, and it flung itself towards it. Diana let go of her hard-earned breath, and the charged bolt of plasma shot through the air, a piercing lance of red locked onto the grenade. Everything went silent. This wasn't a normal explosion that blasted everything away. Instead, light expanded in a sphere, and where it touched, it erased. A crater of several meters was all that remained, and a feeble lump of flesh and golden metal no larger than a fist. Diana prepared to shoot again, but instead, she waited before the gun slipped from her hands, as all of her energy diverted to glare at the two remaining specks of the malignant's life. Number. No way. I stared too at the two buzzing lights floating out of the lump of dissolving flesh. Twin fairies of golden light moved closer towards us, each an exact replica of the other in all except material. 2 butterflies, one of golden metal and the other of golden flesh, each so beautiful that I would believe they were angels in the form of an insect. I reached out as though the beings were salvation materialized. There was no way. Maybe this was all worth it after all. The metal butterfly fluttered closer and landed on my arm, staring at me almost warily. Its wings folded back, and it crawled up towards my shoulder, then up my neck. I couldn't breathe. The tiny needles it used to crawl wasn't what gave me goosebumps. This was a gold bug, a biomochinary utilization gene editor. I felt a bite on my nape, but I didn't feel the pain. All I knew was excitement. This was something I could never even dream for. To my side, I saw Diana stare in awe as the golden sim, a symbiotic integrator of mutagen, dug into her arm, pieces of it breaking off into her bloodstream. Gold. They were worth millions, tens of millions, hundreds. This was happening. Then my brain felt like it was on fire. That was the last thing I remembered. Diana number? No way. I felt my blood grow hot. The pain a small thing in comparison to what was happening. My entire body was bubbling in a furnace, but I didn't care in the slightest. Ripley to my side had passed out. Makes sense. A bug directly pierced into your brainstem. But a sim. It was becoming a part of my entire body, becoming me. My lenses ached. I would have to get them replaced, and even change out my neuroframe once this was over. Sim adapters? Mutants and espers couldn't use graded shardware directly, or most cybernetics, other than a few minimally invasive implants. That was the least of my worries. I just needed to get the hell out of here and somehow take Ripley with me. I tried to stand, but my muscles literally felt like they had melted. Golden light pierced through my blood vessels all around me. This wasn't fake, I screamed, loudly. The need to release had overwhelmed me. In just one day, everything had changed. I don't know how long I sat there burning inside, unable to move, but all I knew was that I wasn't the least bit scared. But it was enough time that someone broke through the stone and heavy, demanding footsteps shook me. Turning my neck hurt. And you know what? Maybe I could feel fear. Inquisitor Tusk stared at me with soulless eyes, completely white, yet even I could sense the rage held in those orbs. Where's the malignant? Dead. I squeezed out of my voice. He grumbled, reaching into his cargo pants and retrieving a flashlight looking device with a screen on top. Its green light scanned the room, focusing on the lump of dead flesh and golden shards where the malignant had died. Rage then seethed into his voice. Then where's its implants? I held my composure, taking a nervous look at the very unconscious Ripley beside me. I could sell him out, but there were 2 implants. A malignant always spawned one of both variants, so instead, I played my card. Universal law is that whoever kills a mal has the right to its implants. We killed it, so Tusk grabbed me by the hair, lifting me up effortlessly until I floated several feet in the air, eye level to him. Fine mist dug out of his nostrils, ivory tusks right beneath them. You think I'm going to leave with nothing? That fucker sent me flying through 4 buildings. I already have to deal with collateral deaths, so I don't give a shit about universal law. I'll pry that implant out of your corpse. He pressed both his hands against either side of my head, and I didn't have a second to digest the shame of my next action. I screamed out my wild card. My father's the former Neocorps Counterintelligence Vice Director, Brian Ulrich. He's the corporate advisor to New California's police. His pale eyes grew larger, more skin pulling off them in surprise. Your Ulrich bastard? Then the skin squeezed tight in delight. Then he'll be glad I got rid of you. I felt my head tighten under his grip, and then I knew he was toying with me. His strength could have crushed me as easily as crumpling tissue paper. But no, he was delighting in watching my head slowly deform as I'm helpless to it. I thrashed my arms, a stray spark of electricity flinging off it and slapping harmlessly off his ivory armor. Any second now, I knew I would hear a crack coming from within my skull, and I could do nothing but glare into those pale eyes. Tusk, you fucking rookie. Drop the girl and treat her with some basic respect. A female voice called out, and Tusk's pale vision grew wide with recognition. Then, with rage, he dropped me, and I felt the pressure release with a thin dribble of blood from my nose. My breath came out in jagged sputters, like a failing car engine, and it took several seconds to even process that I was alive. Imizrin. Tusk growled, his feet making the ground twist with each movement. Tell me why I shouldn't kill you right now. I go by Missy now. Imizrin died a long time ago. And no, you shouldn't kill me, because I'm the only lead you guys will have to the source of that malignant. I stared at the source of the voice, Imizrin or Missy. Hojin had mentioned the name while I was eavesdropping, and I'd noted it down. She was the one who gave the snake fangs the box. She was tall and powerful, with hefty mechanical limbs of beauty and power alike. Similar in build to one of those Amazonians I'd seen in old world media. Blonde hair cropped short on a form easily surpassing 6 feet tall. Her body reflected years of physical training, and her mind was also honed as she stared up at the 9-foot behemoth of an inquisitor without a droplet of fear. Tusk's voice grew louder. I don't give a damn what you are now. You're wanted by Neocorp. I'll take the implant, Sandio, dead or alive, she sighed, leaning on a fallen rock. Your boss wouldn't like that. Ruby's not the type to waste valuable resources, and I know you've got as many black dots on your sheet as you have stars. Settle down, Gabriel. I'm not your enemy. We can help each other, according to Neocorp. You Amy enemy. His arm festered with outgrowths of curving ivory. What would Neocorp like more, huh? Someone who's already destined to die? Or the source of illegal malfarming? Even a rookie like you can tell. Missy spun a knife in her fingers, and only now did I notice that her mechanical arms were huge like a gorilla's, yet had the nimble fortitude of an octopus, all the while not even glancing at the overwhelming man. Like I'd believe you. Tusk gripped the stone she sat on, and she remained still even when it crumbled to pieces by simply falling into the gravel. She continued spinning the knife, not giving a care to face the Inquisitor directly. You don't need to, only Ruby does. And in fact, she should have received my message right now, and oop, looks like she's calling me. Here, I'll put her on public. Missy flashed her gigantic metallic palm, and the face of a woman I didn't immediately recognize appeared in a hologram. She had crimson hair in between streaks of white, and one of her eyes was concealed by a dome of gold while the other shined like a ruby. Wait, no, that can't be Ruby. The Ruby, as in a hero of the 4th Swarm Ruby? A platinum grade? Missy flashed a gleeful smile. Sman Rubes, tell old Gabriel here what you've decided. The projection of Ruby looked tired, but annoyed might have been more correct. She squeezed her hands in front of her face and spoke in a hushed tone. You haven't contacted me in years, Imizrin. Now this. Fucking hell, you've never changed. But, Gabriel, she's right. Malseed shipments are rare, but they do happen. Never with a gold, though. Whoever sourced this, it's not something we have records of. And this needs to stay covert for now. Michelle is already dealing with enough for the upcoming swarm. Michelle, the founder of Neocorp herself. Just what had I gotten involved with? You trust her. Did you forget what she did to Neocorp? To you? Tusk leaned, for the first time, to meet someone at eye level. I trust her skills. That's never failed me. As for the implants, they're small in the grand scheme of this. For all we know, they could have many more gold malignants being sent to random clubs in the city. And that, you know how that can disrupt the balance. Ruby's final words had a venom to them. So what? We leave the implants here with these two nobodies. Tusk pointed a curved ivory claw at me, still hunched to look at Ruby. Imizrin, Missy will take care of them. I know one thing, no matter the years since we've last spoken. She doesn't care about gold. It has no value to her. Missy only smiled, which left me even more confused. Just who was she to be able to contact a war hero so easily and disregard gold just like that? Missy spun Ruby's face towards her, and for the first time I could see her smile relax into a thinner line and her eyebrows furrowing with a yearning. I guess that's all Ruby. Thank you. I do miss you more than you know. That voice was definitely drenched in sorrow, but I didn't know the slightest context behind it. Ruby's projection covered her only eye with her hand. Fuck. You can't just say that. Not after all this time. Let us help you, Emma. Let me help you. How much longer do you have? The image disappeared into nothingness. In the quietness, Tusk stood up and wordlessly walked across the chasm, briefly throwing aside rubble until he lifted up Archangel. Not her corpse. I saw a faint breath pierce Archangel's mouth, the slow rise and fall of her chest. Then he jumped, a cloud of dust chasing him. But he was too far gone by then. He had left. Neocore armor's tough. Missy walked up to me, but her gaze was on Ripley. Can red any wound in your body, compresses itself to stop bleeding, and can even pull your bones back into place. Heard newer models transmit nerve signals. It'll do Archangel good since her spine got pierced. You've been watching us? I muttered without thinking. Missy shrugged, passing me without a thought. The kid's named Ripley, right? And your first officer Diana Jones? Or should I say, Diana Ulrich. Hearing that name, my true name, sent a wave of anger through my aching muscles. I'd rather you call me Jones, Missy. Uh-huh. Well, take care, Jones. Missy grabbed Ripley in her giant arms, cradling him over her shoulder. I took a step back in surprise. You're letting me go. Ruby'll contact you when she wants to. You're with the cops, plus your father is unwanted attention, so it'd only inconvenience me if I were to kill you or keep you in my care. Anyhow, take care. Vultures will be swarming here any minute as soon as the blockade's removed, so hurry on. Missy was already walking away without a care, but then she stopped. Her arm steamed and a compartment in it flung open. She grabbed a steel package from it and tossed it backwards towards me. Missy turned her head and finally spoke to me directly. Gene limiters, anyone picks up something strange with you? Pop one in your mouth? Noon will be able to tell you have gold in you for about a month, till you're 50% through converging. But after that, some can tell, and they'll all be trying to take it off your dead body, even friends. Also, keep my name hush from your police pals. I don't want a bloodbath. The lieutenant's death is untimely to say the least. It's going to shake this city up. I stood in silence. This was all so strange and happening so quickly. Just what on earth really happened here tonight? If a Neocore Herald really was getting involved, then this entire city would be upended in days. And on top of that, Ruby was going to contact me. Chapter 9, Chapter 7. First contact excerpt from a BissNet netcast titled Westcrook Under Night, narrated by local influencer Theo Smithereens, Torian, with guest speaker Nicole Twin Peak Kilber, a worker at the former Toxin Club. Theo now. Nicole. We've all seen the news reports, and we've all certainly seen that viral clip of Neocore Inquisitor Tusk being tossed through. What was it? 6 buildings. But my question is, how the hell did Amal get into the club? And what exactly did you see, Nicole? If I knew the answer to that, honey, I would have sold it already. Good thing I was on a smoke break as soon as the cops rolled in. 'Cause shit went down fast. One of them found me, and let's just say I persuaded him to let me smoke in peace. But in the middle of our deal, we heard a crash, and from then it was hell. Theo, you saw the malignant? Nicole saw. It damn near killed me. Brought down the balconies with just a couple of swings of its tentacles. Hell, might as well have killed me, cuss. I don't even have a job anymore. At least the video I made sold for a pretty shetty. Theo, the one of that kid throwing a grenade and collapsing half the club? A brave move, but not a smart one. Saw a couple of unfortunate folks get squished like bugs. Where'd a kid like him even get a bomb like that? Nicole is name's, actually. Better I don't. Honestly, could have made it himself. Kind of a weird kid. But damn was he smart as a founder. Would do my mods and was half decent, even without an implant. Better than most Iron Ops I'd visited. But I dunno. He's the kind to sulk in a corner when things go wrong. Seeing him throw that grenade was a bigger shock than the Maligant for me. He's probably dead now, shame. He was pretty cute. Theo, pretty soon after that was when Neocore ran in. Nicole. Don't know much about that. I was out as soon as the Malignant was hurt by the grenade. Nearly got crushed to death by the crowd. Theo, but at least it wasn't under a ton of rubble, Nicole. Haha, nope, can't imagine that place being my graveyard. Too bad about all the others there. It's like such a shame, you know. But I swear if Lucille bitches for us to come and work again in a week, I'll gut her myself. Theo, maybe make a video of that too? I'd certainly watch. Nicole, speaking of videos, I hope all you sexy listeners out there are still thirsty for Toxin Club gals. Just know that I'm still out here. Make sure you sign up for my holofans. Got a Mal-themed video coming out soon. 5:27 p.m. June. Ripley tendrils everywhere. Electricity bathing my body to strip skin from muscle. Hearts being choked into stillness. Neuroframe sizzling with each touch. I saw it all. The moment Celine's head tore off. The double thuds of a quick, painless death. I felt myself grow numb to the grief I should be feeling. I saw my hands. No, not hands. I saw my tentacles. The bodies they curled over. Snapping. Snap! I absorbed them into me, my limbs sucking on them like an amoeba, formless flesh flowing ever so slowly. Growing, I consumed. I was content as I changed, as I embraced in, kids' brainwaves are getting active. A heavy steel-laden voice spoke. I searched around the Torn Club, molting eyes feeding me information. Damn, that's quick. Must have a high compatibility. Another voice, more feminine and laced with resolve and duty. My limbs thrashed, but one refused to obey. Think he's having a case of implant compatibility psychosis? The heavier voice was close. Next to me, I searched but saw nothing apart from torn bodies, the lieutenant's face having been burst apart. Ripley, the other one said, and I shuddered. Rise and shine. My breath consumed me, sudden gasps overwhelming me as I opened my eyes to the world. Everything blurred. My optical lenses refused to register anything but blobs of light. I searched for my voice, draining energy to speak. Who's there? Why can't I see? Chill out, kid. You need to reconfigure your shardware to your implant. The gruff voice spoke. Implant? I, the Golden Fairy. I remembered, and I recollected myself. I'd overseen countless people receiving their implant in my workshop, and reconfiguring your old cybernetics was the first step. My heartbeat felt like a soldier's march, slow but powerful as I simply thought of the location of my eyes. A mental spark shot from them, and I let that spark freely escape through my nerves until it latched and sank into the boundary where brain became spinal cord. My neuroframe plastered. Only an inch away. It was jarring just how quickly everything came into focus, how much my mind digested from the dim light. Even before my lens completely reset, I knew it was different, like it was being rewritten to accommodate my enhanced mind. Linking with Syntec Oculus, Cyclops 2, 2467 model. Complete. Internal link established. Ha! It was real! I felt a web of thought run through my body, coalescing in my brain, and unraveling down my spine, and limbs like roots of tangible energy, in place of nerves, focusing. I could feel the tingle of the golden light, and I literally saw it. Somehow, my neuroframe had modified the code of my lens to show me a translucent scan of my body's nervous system. Spontaneous adaptation of warp code, according to the adapter's need. I'd never imagined it was this responsive. Looking upon the image of my brain and spinal cord, my sights dissected what was on my nape. Stretching from my brainstem to my diencephalon was a condensed array of golden threads woven together like a web. The proof that I was an adapter. A gold adapter? How many were in this city of hundreds of millions? 100. 10. Implant overview. Tier 0. Convergence. 1%. Compatibility. 99% integrity. Na energy. Na capacity. Na grade. Gold eye tendency. Features. Psyche V.0.0. Oh. 4 features. The hallmark of a gold implant compared to the lower grades. An iron would only receive a single feature. A bronze would have 2 and a silver possessed 3. Depending on the combination of features, you'd have endless potential. And I'd gotten Psyche? Not my preferred choice, since it was one of the more variable features, but it was known to have insane cumulative effects in the long run. A finger snapped in front of me. Thick steel fingers like iron ingots, leading up to a steel hand, a steel arm, to a steel chest. As for the head, yup, metal, a chrome dome, but terrifying to look at, as two shining lights of red appeared from either eye-like laser sights, and the mouth opened to reveal a completely inorganic oral cavity that vibrated to release a deep, gravelly, metallic voice. "Kid, you there?" I nodded half-presently. I was still digesting the full weight of possessing a gold with 99% compatibility. I didn't feel excitement. Instead, I shivered. While gold was a defined grade you knew you were getting, compatibility varied and typically required weeks of testing before receiving one. You were considered solid if you were at 60%, but 99% was unnatural. That type of compatibility was typically only known for signing NDAs and disappearing for months at a corporate lab. "Kid?" The robotic man spoke again. Getting a better look at him, he was imposing and dense. Was this a drone? Or did he have an unheard of capacitance to be able to stick that much shardware onto him? Who would even make those modifications to themselves? Not that they weren't impressive. I knew the answer, of course. Criminals. Dangerous criminals who only treated their bodies as tools for murder. "Kid, if you don't respond, I'm going to remove your other leg." His steel teeth clamped, a screeching noise sending shivers through me. "My other?" I stared down, realizing I was tied up by cables upon a chair, and where my left shin used to be was now a poor skeletal framework of metal. It wasn't even a proper cybernetic limb. There was little to no neurowiring involved, and it used mechanical connection to my muscles to move. Sorry. I stared blankly at the foreign limb. A map of my nervous system showed no threads reaching below my knee except an abrupt cutoff. Had to be done. The mechanical man spoke, somehow looking sympathetic, with the way the pieces of his face moved. "Yeah, no, I understand. A fracture like that means a nerve palsy for my tibial and fibular nerves. Wouldn't be able to walk regardless. Besides, a blood clot could have gone up to my brain. Can't do much with a stroke." I spoke calmly, noticing the rise of expressions in my two interrogators, to which I quickly elucidated. I've done my fair share of emergency amputations. Just kind of wish I could have done my own. I'm noticing a toughness in my hamstrings. You hooked up the pulley system to my semimembranosus and semitendinosus muscles. It should be done with biceps femoris. The tough woman on the side started laughing, pointing a finger at the metallic man. "You said you knew what you were doing, Di?" "I would have thought that for a man as chromed as you. There was at least some idea of opping in that scrap-shotted head of yours." The man named D, who was indeed a real human and not some automaton, shouted back. "Did you see how close he was to dying? Plus, you drove with about the same decency as a vulture? You try hooking up mechanical limbs in the back of a van shaking like it's the fucking earthquake all over again." The woman laughed like it was a challenge, her quartz-like gaze turning to me in a way that was both calm and alarming. "Sure thing, Ripley. You mind if I get a chance to tinker with your leg too?" "Fuck no," I yelled. These people were crazy, and somehow it only now dawned on me that I was kidnapped. "Wait! Where the hell am I?" "Still in Westcrook." Di took his own chair to sit on directly facing me. His voice dimmed, a sinister echo pouring through synthesized vocal cords. "But that won't change your situation. If I wasn't tied up, I would have visibly shrunk as his arm rewired itself into a gun in less than a blink. Dee's entirely crimson eyes deepened to the shade of blood like to foreshadow my fate. "You know what you have in your head?" I choked to get my words out. There was no hiding it. They knew. A gold implant. A bug. Dee slumped forward, his gun arm casually pointing to my other, more organic, leg. "You know it's worth." Deal was valued at $5 million for snake fangs, and $10 million for us. Now, we didn't have the slightest clue that we were handing over a malseed to Sean. But if we just take into account the price of 2 gold implants at their lowest after prying one from a body, it's 105 million Chardine. So then tell me, what's the value of your head? I hated how fast my brain calculated it, and the words made me nauseous. 50, 52, and a $500,000. De smiled as he let out a grim chuckle. You are now carrying orbital real estate in your head. Now I'm assuming you know what I'm tempted to do. To kill me, then, sell the implant. The words fell out of my voice like lead. But you haven't yet. That's because I'm a fair man, and Missy is too. He pointed to the imposing woman standing afar. Technically speaking, that implant belonged to us at one point, and we could still sell it to the buyer. Of course, we would raise the price above the 10 mil they offered. It's so very tempting. Except. I shuddered. Except that the box was always supposed to be confiscated by the police. Dee crossed his arms, steel eyelids visibly twitching like a mechanism got stuck in place. That's why we didn't do the deal ourselves. Someone else had to take the fall. Shandian included. They've scorned our employer a bit more than they liked. Except you opened it, ruining everything. But how? How? I flinched, not following. How the hell did you open a silver-grade Pandora? Even our best data delver couldn't crack through its shielding. You were unplanted. Though his voice was raised, he didn't seem angry, rather bewildered instead. I didn't. I hurried from my mouth. I only removed the explosive component, but it opened by itself. I think that someone else activated it remotely. Dai stared at me, his metal eyes freezing over me like an accusatory spotlight. Then he turned to Missy. Kid ain't lying, meaning Dog Whistler changed their plans, still paid us. But that's hush money, isn't it? You think Thathatreed something? Missy paced thoughtfully in the dim room, which seemed to be an abandoned warehouse if I judged the empty cargo containers correctly, giving me a brief, uncaring look before solidifying her focus on Dai. Doesn't change the fact that Neocore's now involved, and 2 renegade golds can disrupt the balance. If that girl in the police force is smart, she'll have spoken to her father and get transferred to a quieter location with a promotion. As for Ripley, the question is if his life is worth the 50 million in his head. So then, are you Ripley Donovic? Now that she stared at me, eyes more befitting of a mother squinted tightly, I felt crushed just being under them despite the human care within them. For all I knew, a monster of machine or mutations lurked beneath. I don't know. What was I doing? I finally got one. An implant, and one stronger than I'd ever hoped for, and I was. Letting it go, one step at a time. That meant rising from iron to bronze to silver, then gold. I had leaped once already? What was one more? I don't know if I'm exactly what you're looking for, but Ignoeem's smart! And I'm tired of not having the power to back it up. That's changed with this implant. Your body, D? I know for a fact you have an accommodation feature in your implant, but it's being wasted on shardware that's not efficient. A Shandian Draco Spear mod on a jailbreaked Syntech Easy Hand. That's clearly from last century. Have some respect and install a Magna piece. At least then, you wouldn't need to brute force gigabytes of code just to have a weapon that can't even reload without a visit to a shard op. Can't imagine the capacitance on that. D froze in place. His eyes twitched with a crystal clear buzzing sound. I didn't let either of them get a word in. Oh, and Missy, your Yujo orangutan arms. When was the last time you got them checked out? Good taste, but it's combat tech that was recycled from the third swarm. Clearly, it's bound to have gone through several owners. And if I'm right, the extra storage space you've installed is to facilitate a feature of your implant. Overclock? Or is it integration? She smiled slightly at the second guess. Integration it was. I still carried on my speech. If I was still alive after everything I'd gone through, I was going to give it a reason. It takes a year for the convergence tier to be complete for bronze. If an implant is removed in that time span, then there's minimal loss of its value. 1 month? Just give me a month, and I'll prove my worth. They both just stared, no discernible emotion written on either of their faces. Missy then broke into a smile and strode up to me. With one precise tug the cables constraining me snapped. You sure are a hustler, aren't you? 1 month? You better get your second feature unlocked by the end of the first week. I didn't know how long it would take me to get another one, but I'd known that bronzes got theirs typically at 50% of convergence. I'd received Thep Psyche feature out of 12 possibilities. the power for my state of mind to adapt. If I was right, I'd change to grow more resilient to stress and have an overall boost to my mental facultative features alongside just thinking better. I bit my tongue. As much as I wanted to shout to the world just what I'd become, that my head was a literal gold mine, I didn't want them brandishing drills in the form of firearms. With a gold, getting a second feature was as good as done, assuming I could dedicate a few days to study it. For once, it seemed like I was having confirmation that I would live another day, and a 99% compatibility. I had a lot of research to be done. I had no time to take breaks, no time to reminisce about the past. My head ached, pink neon burning into my vision as it slowly melted into a pool of red. I felt the implant tickle my spine, golden light flickering into my neuroframe. Psyche V.0.00 has updated to V.0.01 effect. Improved feedback between implant and neuroframe mod. Personality editing matrix. I'd already gotten an update. Who cared what it was about? As long I had proof that I was on the path to transcend humanity, to forget about all my woes. I huffed, his brooding voice chilling me as he approached. For the record, my arm is perfectly fine. It looks like a Syntech on the outside, but its inner workings are all Measure Tech. And the rifle mod is altered, uses railgun mechanisms instead of a standard kinetic propulsor alongside a warp generator. You're smart, kid. But my body is art. You just pointed out the flaws Ionsa had. A warp generator? I questioned. That shit's expensive. Ah, that explains your skin. Warp generators cause massive amounts of overheating. Having one inside your arm must have made you a walking furnace. Where's it located? Dai ground his metallic teeth. You got a nanalyze feature, kid. Or are you just going to continue being a smartass? Play nice boys. Missy patted my shoulder and then grounded Dai's head, making a sound that cringed within my ears. Come on, introduce yourselves. I'm Missy, and here's my right-hand man. I call him D. I mustered my strength, which I really didn't need to since I had raised my metallic hand for shaking. Ripley Donovic, Shard Op. For Mershard operator for the Snake Fangs. We knew that, dumbass, the steeled voice responded. But D raised his hand all the same. Diamante, you can call me that. Diamante's grip was firm. If the groaning sound of metal in my hand told me anything, we shook before I turned to Missy, who at this point was clearly the leader of this operation. So, when do I start? Do I, have to move? I live with my mom right now, so that could be an issue, but slow down, she said with a hint of mirth. Get a grip on your implant and go meet your mother. It's been 2 days since the attack. Don't worry, we'll be keeping watch on you. I'll arrange something for you soon. Just take a breather, process everything. Mals are something else. And besides, we're not going to be adopting you. You don't prove you're worth alive, we'll take the other option. I nodded, not entirely taking everything in, then shouted a Sonicky piece struck me. It's been 2 days. Chapter 10. Chapter 8. Home. At last online guide from a BISNet forum, Vortexi. So you want to buy an implant? By author 7Bs 2, since you're digging through the much down here. I'm assuming you want your implant for less than legal reasons. You're here for function, not one of those bleak implants that your company gives you to be a better algorithm they can control. Implants are tricky business. They will quite literally make or break your life. There's plenty to consider. First up is the big choice. A bug or a sim? Cybernetics or mutations? That debate has raged the world for centuries. And don't be smart thinking. You'll just stick both into you. That's a surefire way to drop your compatibility all the way down to 0%. And you don't want to become a parasite or a fractured. First, I'm praying you understand implant grades. The TLDR of it is that the weakest is iron. Then you'll see bronze, silver, gold, titanium, and the elusive platinum at the very top. Yeah, unless you're the child of a founder, stick to irons and bronzes. Silver, if you've stumbled into an inheritance of a couple millions and want to invest it into your body. Grade determines 2 things. The effectiveness of your SIM's mutations, or bugs features, and how many you start with. Also related is your compatibility with the implant. which does a whole lot to make you more effective with how warp energy interacts with your body. In fact, if you have higher than 80% compatibility, which is insanely rare, with an implant of a lower grade, then almost definitely buy that over something of a higher grade. High compatibility equals fast development, stronger powers, more control. Now, let's get into the two types of implants themselves. Bugs are for those who want to micromanage every aspect of their lives. You'll be given a random feature among a pool of 12. More info on that in another guide of mine. Now, for bronze bugs and above, you'll want to consider how your features will interact with one another. Accommodation and integration? Great combination. You'll be able to fit more steel into you than 10 scrappers combined. Data weaving and sustain? Not that good. At most. You'll notice that your net delves give you less of a headache. The only two features I'd say work with any other are energized and database, since they're overall efficiency boosters. Features, once you get them, are permanent. They'll update across versions, and once they reach a certain threshold, we'll have a big update that gives you a protocol, which is a fancy word for something you're very good at. You use Analyze on rocks a lot? Congrats, you get a mineral scan protocol. Some protocols are weird, especially psyche ones, but generally they'll be based on your experiences. Features are more reliable than mutations, in terms of how they develop according to the shit you go through. But that doesn't mean scrap if you don't have the shardware to fit it. If you buy a bug, that's the start of your expenses. Prepare to spend a lot buying shardware and improving it. Now, Sims and their mutations. You start off with a number dependent on your grade, and at convergence, you can take an additional amount of mutagen equal that. Now, you'll probably read the vial you bought from Shady Genefreak in an alleyway, and it'll say something vague like muscle enhancement. That's bullshit. It could do anything from making your muscles denser to improving their elasticity, or only affect a specific group of muscles. You want mutagen. Get something specific and expensive, luckily. That's not as pricey as constant shardware maintenance. It's a one-and-done deal. There are a whole lot of types of mutations, tens of thousands to millions, and we classify them in 5 ways, which you can read about in my other guide. What's important is that once you choose them, there's no going back. It isn't like shardware that you can just swap out. They grow as a part of you. Develop them from 0 to a 100% development and go up a tier. Those mutations combine, and you start the process all over again. If you're extremely lucky, you'll get what's called a meta-mutation. But don't expect to be lucky. Now, the general pricing for implants are as follows. But you'll notice their range increases across the grades, as some variations are just better than others. Iron, 5,000 bronze, 50K, negative 100K silver, 1 mil, negative 5 mil gold, 50 mil, negative 400 mil titanium. Yeah, good fucking luck affording one of these. Platinum, unless you're a founder or know them on a first-name basis. You ain't even looking at someone on this grade. Now, there are 3 exceptions that change a price of an implant. The first is if the implant was used by someone else in the past, and it was collected back from them, either after they died or through removal surgery, that fucks up the compatibility a lot, and so they're much cheaper. If you're willing to suffer for a discount, I ain't judging. The second is only applicable to Sims. If it has a mutation of the energy class, you're not a mutant. You're called an Esper and can manipulate some element of the world with your fingertips. So congratulations, everyone either wants you on their team or on the ground as a corpse. The third is only applicable to bugs. That's the presence of a unique feature. It means in the whole wide world, you're the only one with that power. 6:48 p.m. the 4th of June, Ripley, an abandoned warehouse north side of the district center. That's where I'd been kept. I'd read reports that seismic activity from the Yellowstone reactor had prompted many industries to move out from the area. It had been an earthquake that trashed Westbrook to becoming the city's garbage dump, after all. That only meant there was a different kind of company to be found here. I practically ran when I saw the first Metal Heavens members. I don't know why. I never saw it with Diamante. Nobody on Earth was as obsessed with altering their bodies to that extent other than those steel freaks. Snake fangs were small rabbits in comparison to the wolves they were. You could hear their bodies cranking from the next street over. The gears of their necks twisted as they glared at me and the dull thumping of their legs when they neared. It was only Diamante's quiet company that kept them off me. They must have assumed I was already being taken care of. I couldn't help but notice their bodies screeching with stiff joints when they looked at him. But whether it was from fear or respect was something I couldn't tell. When I'd been working under Sean, I'd always wondered if that crappy clinic was the best I could be doing. If there were places I'd fare better, higher pay, better tools, more engaging work instead of the 100th busted gun or fixing up a worker's face after a drunk patron smashed their head in. Shard ops were in demand everywhere. There wasn't a street in New California where you'd find a person without some form of cybernetic advancement or neuroframe. We were in high demand, growing higher every day. The swarm got closer as more of us fled to the safety of a corporate nation or neocorp where we'd be better protected. But the thing was, official jobs required official licenses issued by the New California government. That meant schooling. Something I was in no place to afford unless I wanted to give up an eye, a kidney, and a chunk of my brain. Hell, I was already living with one kidney to afford my mom's mechanical arm being grafted onto mine. That was under an official shard op. I was doing surgeries like that for just a meal. But with Metal Heavens, I'd be doing 10 times the work for just a breath. A picture leaked one day on the net, a simple one, of a dozen shard ops with oxygen masks locked up in a warehouse, not too dissimilar from the one I'd just been in. The implication was easy to decipher. Each of them didn't have legs. They were planted in place, like trees with screens floating about them, directing their next surgery and move. They worked endlessly. Machines in a cog as the strict daemons in their heads gave them the capacity to wield warp energy, according to the directions injected by their superiors. I didn't have it the best with Sean, but I didn't have it the worst either. I simply had the only option available to me that wouldn't put me or my mother in danger. Diamante had disappeared as soon as I made it a foot into what could be considered safe territory, sinking into an alleyway without so much as a goodbye. And from then on, I jogged until I found the nearest monorail station. Only then could I breathe. But even then, it was scarefully. I'd never considered just how others had looked at me until now. Did I always have this many strangers? Slide a quick glance. The monorail traveled quick, gravity locks securing us to the ground during the acceleration, and the steel monoliths we called our homes blurred. But all I could feel were those eyes. Those piercing glares which cast like spotlights as though I'd just broken out of a maximum security prison. Sweat spilled onto my neck. Did they know? Could they feel the gold running through my nerves? Would I be followed home? Be given a false sense of safety? Only for my door to be burst down as they ripped my spine out to retrieve the bug. I was the ticket all these poor souls needed for a better life, for an escape. In fact, it was my ticket as well. 50 million. I could change everything in my life with that. I could downgrade to a silver, still leagues beyond what I had ever hoped for, and attend proper schooling. Certification, a top-floor apartment, a career. It was all in my grasp. A life in the top 1%, and it was worth the orb in my head. Until convergence was complete, I could remove it safely. Even have minimal rejection to other implants. I told myself that this implant being gold meant something too good to give up, that it was an opportunity to gain all that and more. But when I remembered my mother, I remembered just how little time I would have. 2.5 years, 2,500, and the swarm after that, 2501. I ran my fingers through my pockets as the monorail arrived at its next destination. I still had the bronze bug stolen from Sean's table, but I didn't know its specifications. Though I wondered if my mom could use it. If I was back in the workshop, at least I could gauge its 2 features. But I didn't have a genome splicer to determine the compatibility she would have to it. This would be her 3rd implant. The chances of a random bug being usable at a 50% compatibility for her were 1 in 40. As for me, my compatibility was something I'd only read about in fiction. 99%. Just what did that mean? You needed to be above 50%. That was set in stone as evidenced by my mother's hasty reaction to her 2nd implant, an iron which slowly degraded until it began attacking her. Blindness in one eye, motion impairment, damage to her respiratory control centers. You were considered lucky to have 70%. It meant you had conscious control over that proportion of the bug's influence on you. Higher compatibility made you more efficient and purposeful in your manipulation of your implant, even directing the speed of its growth and how a feature would develop. We were called adapters for a reason. To grow in strength, we needed to experience stimuli to propagate our implants to develop in such a way that we adapt to the phenomenon. Get shot by a gun a lot. You'd get better at dodging. Shit aim. You'd get better at shooting. That was the simple of it. But for bugs, it would always correlate to one of 12 features. I'd hoped for technician, the feature most specialized in shard operating. I still had an opportunity to get it. Psyche was my only unlocked feature as of now until I progressed it. It would update to harden my mental fortitude and mindset. But what worried me was that I already had something to help me control my emotions. What would their combined effect be? And with 99% compatibility, my implant would always adapt when it sensed it needed to. It already updated once to propagate a constant filter on my memories of that night. That wasn't what the update said, but I knew that was what it was doing. That thing I'd put in my head far before the implant was specialized in compartmentalizing memories, especially those of guilt, grief, shame, and sorrow. Instead, I focused on my memories of when that mal attacked me. Was the strange compatibility because the malignant ate my op claw to grow? Then maybe it could work on my mother as well. She'd used my claw longer than I ever had, but then she would have a 50 million target in her head. I stared at the door. I'd reached home 5 minutes ago, but I couldn't enter. I was scared. Too much had changed. Was I going to work for Metal Heavens now? It wasn't too late to run. Instead, I flashed a tag stuck into the skin of my left palm, and the door swung open. I took the first step. Then another, and here I was. Home. A tiny apartment no bigger than my workshop, but it had 4 walls, a roof, a toilet, a couch around a coffee table, and a workstation. It was meant to be an office, but we just threw a mattress on the ground between it all. Ever since I'd started working full-time for the club, the couch had been where I slept. Right now, it was occupied by a woman who held the blanket I used close to her face. My mother was hunched on the one table, flimsy gray hair tangled down her face and neck, her singular arm and singular eye focused on the laptop in front of her. "It's been 2 days, Ripper." She sounded tired, on the verge of crying as she refused to look at me. 2 days since I'd heard what happened there. I thought, I'm home. I'm sorry. I'd needed some time. Alotha's changed. I sat on the couch beside her, tapping my new metal peg leg. What was it you said? That the old shows had pirates with a wooden leg. Guess I'm one now. She turned her neck. That eye focused on her son who had taken too long to come back home, who'd come back home with a metal leg and a gold implant. She stayed silent for a moment, her aged but wonderful face flickering between too many states. Ho-Chin said he hadn't been able to reach you. I thought, Rip, you fuck, why did I let you? Your leg? It's okay, Mom. I'm safe. I'm alive. That's what's important. I always told you I'd get it removed one day. This just sped it up. I put my hand on her shoulder, letting the density of my blood and steel settle into her feeble body to let her know I was real, that I was home. Her momentary silence dwelled on my leg, only broken by a laugh. Now I know for a fact you didn't do that yourself. You let an NC Med touch your leg like that. Terrible work. I thought you had more self-respect. Oh, you should have seen the guy when I pointed out his mistakes. A real hard ass. But unfortunately, I was knocked out for 2 days straight and was dealing with a convergence. A smile creeped up on me. Her eye tore open, and I saw her shift between wonder and confusion. Convergence as in the first stage of getting an implant. I confirmed, my face plastered in joy. I'd done it after years of working to that goal. One could say I went the badass route and harvested it right out of that monster. I didn't know my mother could move that quickly when she hopped off the chair and hugged me, her sole arm tight around me. Ripper, how dare you? Never mind. She was choking me. You should have shown me first. This is something you discuss with your mother, and you know that. At least tell me it's a bug. It is, I wheezed, poking her flesh to let go off me. And how the hell did you find one in the middle of a mal attack? I'd heard it was gold. Don't tell me you ripped it off one of the victims. Her grip got tighter. I know, of course not. I got it from the mal. I managed to speak through. I thought I raised my son better. What? Her grip got tighter again. Then she let go. Then she put things together. A gold. I could only nod. I was afraid the first expulsion of air would send me into another 2-day coma. Ripper, she said, her voice as stern as possible as she digested my words. If you even think about taking that thing out of your head, I will single-handedly ensure that you will not have one happy day with that money. I blinked. Was she telling me to keep it? I think she was. I couldn't imagine. Oh, Ripper, when you were born we promised to each other that you would get a silver. But gold. Tears flooded her eyes, and only then did I get a hug. And yeah, I cried too. All my emotions, which had been welled up by the changes to my brain chemistry, cracked to my mother's gentle touch, like an earthquake shattering a dam. I didn't know what having a gold in my head meant, but I meant it. I would give it a reason that my skull was its rightful place. A gold bug. My mother seemed to repeat that as many times as I had in my head. You can do nothing with that, and the chances of technician error significantly higher. I've already gotten Psyche. I tapped my neuroframe, prompting her to look at my implant overview. What do you think I should do? My mother's legs wobbled. That hug was more energy from her in a moment than I'd seen across the last 3 months. Using my body as support, I eased her next to me as she rested her head on my neck, the depth of her words reaching my core. Still going to be a shard operator? I was always following in your footsteps. I chuckled, letting my arm rest on her shoulder. Technician or not, I'll be working with shardware. Don't go back to Sean, she said seriously, pleading with her voice. If he figures out what you Sean left me to die, I interrupted, a firm hammer in my voice. I'll wait a bit to contact Ho-Chin once I'm settled. I'll let him know I'm alive. That's cruel, my mom said, no emotion behind it, but necessary. From what I know, they're in hiding. Other gangs preying on them like vultures to a corpse. Sean'll be busy rebuilding in the next few months. Which means I'll have to find a new job. I did not like the prospect of putting myself out there, but it necessitated my next few words. I was saved by mercs. Mercenaries! Caution flooded her. I had to pin her down to keep her from shaking. They didn't kill me means they need me for something. I was the one who began to shake, and now she had to comfort me. I don't know if they're better than Sean, but he wouldn't have let me even wake up. Whatever their plan is, I'll be smart about it. My mother took a few deep breaths to calm herself down before nodding. This was hardly the life she'd struggled to give me, but where I lacked in comfort, I'd been gifted with her wit. Throughout all that we'd lost, all that she'd sacrificed, everything she'd passed down to me, I was all she had left. Tell me everything. And she was all I had left now that Cell. My frame grew hot, and I spurned that into focus. I told her everything. There was no keeping secrets from this woman. And now, more than anything, I needed her to help me. If not that, just to be there. Whatever world I'd entered. Of malls being sold between corporations and plans to commit mall terrorism on the government was something I couldn't handle alone. She tensed as I told her about that part. It probably reminded her of my father. Corporate conspiracy was a surefire way to end up dead. But I had some sort of protection in the form of Missy and Diamante. Her lone eye popped open when I told her my theory on the implant's compatibility. 99%? You've given me enough of a heart attack already. Do you want your poor mom to die today? Next thing you'll say you also got that gold malignant sim. I shook my head. Fortunately, no. That went to a woman that helped me, an officer, Diana Jones. My mother studied the name, an officer, and the two of you share the same mal-sourced implant. Ripley, be careful. If you two have implants from the same malignant, then that's what? Was there something I didn't know? Her voice seemed grave, heavy with burden. The two of you are linked to either be fateful enemies or allies, There's no in-between. Chapter 11. Chapter 9. The first precinct part of the transcript of Officer Diana Jones' report with CO investigator Delilah Graves. Jones. I'd taken the Snake Fang leader, Sean's rifle, and used it on the malignant. My aim was to target it any time it took offensive action towards someone. Graves. That lines up with the camera footage we'd retrieved. And who was that? Who threw the grenade you'd shot? He followed down the balcony after you? Jones. I believe his name was Ripley. He was the shard op renting space down in their lower levels. I believe he had ties to the Snake Fangs because when I'd gone up with the lieutenant, he was there. Graves. You also wrote down that he appeared interested in your bracelet, and that gave you suspicion that your cover had been broken. Jones. Correct. He appeared sharp, although it does seem he didn't work directly under the gang, but rather work was outsourced to him. Graves. You can surmise all of this with just one meeting. Jones. No, not exactly. But he was clearly smart. He'd opened the box containing the Mal seed. I suspect that he's dead now because of it. Once the two Neocorps operatives engaged with the Mal, there was so much damage that the club fell apart. I'd seen him trapped under the rubble. I don't know what happened to him. Graves. Moving on, the lieutenant. What's left of his body is mangled. He was a silver grade in the 3rd tier. How did you survive? Jones. A question I ask myself. I'd tried escaping, but rubble fell over the main entrance. Once Inquisitor Tusk engaged the Mal, I'd retreated to the hallways deeper in the building. It took me a while, but I found my way to the perimeter investigator Gargan had controlled. Graves, so you hadn't witnessed the Mal's death? I'm sure you know. But the Mal had drained energy through the electric grid to launch Inquisitor Tusk out of the building. If it wasn't him or Archangel, who is in critical condition, then who killed the Mal? Jones. I don't know, I'm afraid. 6:27 p.m. the 4th of June, Diana. I had never once lied during my 2-year-long career in the police district. I had lied more times than I could count in the last 2 days, interview after report after news investigator. They stormed after me, and I'd kept my web of lies as simple as possible. I don't know what happened. No one could question it, not unless they brought in someone who could detect lies anyway, and those were rare and kept in special operations. I was lucky that Neocorps worked faster than the police did. By the time I'd been ushered into a van with a cup of hot chocolate, there were already online forums discussing Neocorps' report of their vanquishing of the Mal. Everything was headlined by Inquisitor Tusk himself. Archangel also responded to online discourse. I watched her live stream as she thanked her supportive audience from a hospital bed. She encouraged them to also buy her upcoming book, then burned sponsored products down their throats, like acid beautified by her online presence. There was a reason I never kept in touch with any mainstream celebrity, but I couldn't feel a pang of sympathy as she spoke of her injuries. She would be paralyzed from the waist down for a month. The spear apparently had an infectious energy that would disrupt her natural sustain capabilities. I'd had 2 days of sleep, far denser than any other day in my life. A blur, as my lenses repeated the same thing as it had during the entire time. Analyzing Sim. I'd done research. A new neuroframe was a must. Most of them were built with the expectations of bonding to a bug, which would more or less take over their functionality, whereas I would need a less invasive connection to my nervous system. Lenses were fine as long as they didn't delve into the optic nerve, but some research recommended specific models. Almost everything was made by Imperium, the premier company for BioWare. The organic antithesis of shardware. I'd seen ads for it. Why give yourself fake muscle when you could implant muscle grown with mutagen capable of carrying a car? The answer was simple. Money. BioWare was leagues more expensive than shardware, and my first officer's salary wasn't going to cut it. Lowest pricing was hundreds of thousands for even the simplest of modifications. Thankfully, I was waiting outside the doors to the office of my new lieutenant, sworn in hours after Jacob Grosh's death. This one was also a Lieutenant Grosh, his daughter, Annabelle Grosh. As far as I knew, the Grosh family was notoriously linked to peace and order from the police, and for their common mutation. Annie on market Sims with even a hint of vocal manipulation were monopolized by them. When my name was finally called by a robotic secretary, I wasn't surprised to find out that she had her fair share of wrinkles behind that steel gray hair of hers. Jacob was ancient, more than 70 years old, and Annabelle was the proud heir to First Precinct. Being the staff sergeant of the intelligence department until her father's death, she'd been instated into the position instantly from her former status. Reeled into a firm order, as the entire precinct reeled from the former lieutenant's death, the office was largely decorated with memorabilia from her father. Strong oak desks made of actual wood and an air of dense earthy atmosphere nestled into my nose, while my eyes landed on a picture of Jacob Graja standing next to two daughters smiling with police uniforms. Annabelle and I didn't know who the second was. I didn't even know he had another daughter. I saluted Lieutenant Annabelle Graj, her slate-gray eyes fixed over screens of light hovering around her. "Good afternoon, Lieutenant Graj. I'd like to extend my deepest apologies about your father. He protected me from the malignant. I want to honor him in any way you let me. I'm sure he would be proud to know the police let his position pass to you." "Start by sitting down." Her voice was hushed, much like her father's, but definitely took a more naturally harsher tone. "And don't bullshit me. I have his lens feed, the one thing he passed down to other than this clusterfuck of a district. I'm sorry. Genuinely. I meant that, not knowing any other way to say my regrets, but be honest about it. The former lieutenant may not have been the most honorable person, but he was good at his job. His death was going to spiral Westcrook into chaos. That much was evident in the last few days. I'll leave this short and succinct. Ulrich." The lieutenant added a bite to the last name I'd rejected for the last half-decade. "You're being promoted to third investigator and transferred to the intelligence department. New salary will be 3 bronze shards and 20 iron. 16,000 shardine collected on the 4th of every month. And you will be receiving an implant." She reached under her desk, pulling out an arm-length container, putting in some parameters on a pad at her side. A small section of it opened and out-rolled a silver bead of chitin-like material, a sim. A silver one. It was considered in the top 1% of the implant grades. But instead of excitement, I was pissed. With all due respect, why am I receiving a silver-grade implant? Normal procedure indicates that upon promotion to third investigator, you receive an iron grade or a bronze grade if the promoted officer has a high merit. She froze the screens in front of her, her voice more tired than angry at what was a clear sign of insubordination. "You know why. You're receiving this. But if you want to know what your father wants me to say, you're an exemplary officer with a grand total of 0 kills in 3 years. In all situations you use electrical weaponry to target neuroframes under a non-lethal voltage. You've had a spotless track record of nothing but effectiveness and dedication. Never once taken a bribe, we would know. And since we have a spare silver, you are being offered it as a gesture that the first precinct does indeed promote our honest workforce." Then, with a snap of her fingers ringing out a clear whistling pitch, her voice slithered with the same mutated tone of her father's. "Now, take the damn sim, Diana Ulrich." It suffocated me like a coffin, but this time, a light pierced through it. I stayed calm despite my trembling hands. I rushed out the bravery that Golden Radiance gave to me to break out of her hold. "Again, with all due respect, I only want what I deserve, and Ida's in silver. I know for a fact you're not happy with some rookie like me getting something worth several million shardine." My voice was growing more tense with every word. "So do me a favor and take it for yourself." I did not mean to say the last part. I just got caught in the mood. Instead of anger, Annabelle snorted much like how her father did when something questionable occurred in front of him. "If I could, I would have taken it in a heartbeat and just left you a bronze. But your father is a very powerful man. Said that if I don't give this to you, then I'll be demoted and forced to work in the hellscape that some other lieutenant isn't fitted for. Believe me when I say I know something about shitty fathers, who are ultimately right. The former lieutenant was the one keeping this district together, and the only other person the leaders will listen to is his daughter." Fucking hell. Of course my dad would play that card. As much as I hated him, I wasn't sure if I was willing to let someone unqualified take the job of a lieutenant. "Take the damn thing, or you'll be happy with an iron." I snatched the silver orb, rolling between my fingers feeling disappointed. A few days ago, The thought of a silver seemed awe-inspiring, like Archangel. Now, the bead was muted to me, like a 3D printed snack instead of a fresh gourmet meal. Thank you, Lieutenant. If you need anything from me, just make sure I'm paid for it. I joked, and it landed flatly to no reaction. I was ready to walk out when she tapped a bell that harmonized through my entire body. Her voice shivered through my skull, a familiar feeling but more intense. One last thing. What happened to the gold implants from that Mal? I was squeezed in her fist of control, tighter than even when the former lieutenant spoke. And I knew my body was reacting as my hand tingled like it was trying to break free from chains. Fuck! I should have taken the gene limiters. My voice was about to betray me. I have one of them. But that inner light reached out, fighting the oppressive voice gyrating in my ears. I felt my neuroframe buzz in my head, and my lens indicated a warning. Error. Low power in neuroframe. Please provide emergency charging. The light itched and burned to force some clarity into my throat, and I took that opportunity to speak. I don't know. Then I closed the door behind me, rapidly making my way to the washroom as I scavenged my pockets for the gene limiter pills I'd kept just in case. I pushed through the door, reached for the tap, and scarfed 2 of them down. I didn't know what grade they were, but the effect was instant. A flowing glow of stray electrical sparks within my irises froze. But I still felt tingly, cautiously holding my pointer finger close to the metal tap. As soon as I was inch away, a visible spark flashed to it. So, I could drain electricity. Good to know that was a power I'd inherited from the Mal's mutations. Bad for being in public where everything ran on it, including my own neuroframe. Until I could figure out specifically what powers I'd acquired, I was going to suffer with these horrendous tasting pills if I didn't want to risk the back of my neck exploding. Implant analyzed. Oh, that was done quicker than I'd expected it to be. Hopefully I had a high compatibility. The horror stories of SIM adapters with lower ones did not sound pleasant. Implant overview. Tier 0. Convergence. 1%. Compatibility. 99%. Integrity. Nay energy. Nay capacity. Nay grade. Gold eye tendency. Mutagen. Gene overview. Tier 0. Taking all that to account, I was almost terrified as I pondered the facets of my powers and how it aligned with the monster because it fit me very well. Electrical weaponry had always been my favored choice over ballistic, and now I'd have that option literally wreathing through my body, empowering me. If I was right, I was what was called an Esper, rather than a standard mutant in terms of the terminology of SIM adapters. Someone who could manipulate worldly phenomenon with their thoughts. Some were the typical telekinetics and telepaths, while others called upon elements, and even fewer could manifest them. In both of the lieutenant's cases, their voice could manipulate the thoughts of others. Except my option was far less subtle, and subtlety was what I needed more than ever. Thankfully, one of my mutations would never show its effects outwardly. Unstable biology, a name which sent my skin prickling. What did that mean? Hopefully I wouldn't be growing any extra limbs or having my body twisted out of proportionality. It seemed to be a mutation that directly boosted my other mutations in how they developed, something I'd never heard of in my research. As for the others, they were more explainable and all tethered around electricity. I could conduct it into my body without harm, strengthen my body like an engine running on it, and sense the storm of electricity around me. Already, I could feel the tingle from my frame like it was an annoying fly buzzing constantly behind my nape. Buzzing. That word certainly fit the sensation. A small thought from me gripped the electricity and drew it inwards, my neck tensing with brief pain, as my lens display began to glitch with more warnings of low power and suggesting a visit to an operator. Thankfully, standard frames like this came with external batteries I could plug in to charge it, but a sharded frame like those used by shard, or bug. Adapters generated electricity from their warp energy. I still wasn't sure if that change in voltage for my frame was healthy or not. Last thing I needed was it dying on me in the middle of using it, especially since most of my police work was stored on it. I could experiment more once I got home and away from prying eyes. I was never one for science, but at the very least, I should get a grip on how electricity worked if I was going to be wielding it from now on. The basic research I'd done during my few hours of being awake was that a gold sim innately possessed 4 concurrent mutations occurring simultaneously, while lower grades had 1 for iron, 2 for bronze, and 3 for silver. But I'd read nothing about the meta-mutations referred to in unstable biology. Clearly, the Neuroframe standard database had information about it, so I could find the information I wanted somewhere. I just needed to pay for it. All the best data had a price tag attached. If being in the police taught me anything, it was that. And from what I understood of 1% next to all my mutations, it was how far the mutations had developed to completion. They'd grow in strength over time, until plateauing at 100%. And when I finished converging, my mutations would begin combining to form fresh tier I mutations. The direct science behind it was complicated and difficult to predict. At most, I'd have control over what mutagen I could take. Speaking of percentages, I had to grip the sync tighter when I saw my compatibility, 0.99%. Chapter 12. Chapter 10. A childhood friend, 7:12 p.m., the 4th of June, Diana. I walked through my station, the first precinct's towering floors, until I reached the bustling floor of my workspace. My feet paced the floor, polished plastic ceramic designed to be durable, but worn down after decades of heavy boots and nerve-wracking activity. As I packed in some of my equipment from my office, a small cubicle jabbed in with all the others, I stood nervously and almost definitely aware that everyone was staring at me. From behind holographic boxes streaming out of cuboidal computers, their gazes followed me like I had killed someone they knew. Could they tell what my implant was? Were my eyes glowing? A stray spark latching into the air? Or maybe the electric current was lifting my hair? Number, calm down, Diana. It was because I was one of 4 survivors out of the 18 police present on the 2nd of June at the Toxin Club. Now, they could clearly see I'd been recognized for that. The only one without an implant. And hopefully they continued to believe that. Until I got my promotion certified, and that silver implant updated to my name. As soon as I could figure out a way to get my future geneticist to agree to lie about my implant. I wasn't eager to commit implant fraud, but what choice did I have? The last thing I especially wanted was for Brian Ulrich to figure out I had gold. Nothing would stop him from twisting that to his advantage, touting around a gold sim daughter like I was a floating attraction at the pleasure lanes. He tried to make me an actress to get me out in the public sphere, to bring him fame and likability that would have won him the 2495 election to become mayor of New California. I'd gotten out of his hands by then, and he lost to Johann Trask. Now I was going to cut those gloves off so he would never have the chance to mold others into doing his bidding like I'd been forced into. This gold would give me the ability to climb the ranks, to build a power and reputation that would one day grow equal to him, and then I'd make sure the castle of cards he'd built over the course of his life tumbled down. That was what he deserved. And after that, maybe even before it, I'd meet with my real father, even if he had changed the direction of his life. Maybe I'd get some answers, even if I didn't like them. At least the question would be gone. Why did you give me up? For now, I had to look for Yvette. She was the first and only person I wanted to talk to right now, and I had a lot to talk about. I'd decided I'd keep the true nature of my gold implant a secret. Otherwise, she'd only have a target painted on her. Otherwise, I'd let her know about my promotion and my false status as a silver. She'd be genuinely happy, unlike many others, if I was allowed to feel proud of it. And I was. I'd been someone who constantly received recognition from my higher-ups and climbed the ranks with skill and grace. Those were my goals, and I'd held myself to keep my integrity throughout it, even if the rumors could be nasty and claimed the opposite. Honestly, I was thinking that being chosen for the Toxin Club was almost a taunt from my superiors. I just had to use their own fallacies against them. I just had to forget everything I'd caused to happen that night. But over the last 2 days, I'd been obsessing as the list of names of those who died only grew larger. It had no purpose, but I couldn't stop myself. At the very least, there was now a distraction in the form of my implant. I had been given the rest of the week off to acclimate with my silver implant before an official ceremony would be held for the passing of the former lieutenant. As the precinct adjusted with promotions and transfers between departments, I just hoped there wasn't some mystical sensation my body gave off like a spotlight bathed in gold once my genes developed further. I hoped as I always had, wishing that I was invisible to those around me, yet recognized the way I wanted to. Maybe I could find a mutation to do that for me. Selective invisibility? How much would mutagen like that cost? My luck ran out when an Officer Holmes approached me. Second rank. Hey there, Officer Jones. He waved, friendly enough, but I knew on the field that the last person you could trust were your police. Pals. Looking good today. Heard that your bust on the Mal has all but secured your promotion. See you packed your stuff in. I responded in my practice tone, a light smile and a pleasant but firm voice. Well, you thought right. Let's just say you can start calling me Investigator Jones now. And to be honest, that bust went wrong in every way. My voice dropped at the end as I saw the mangled bodies, twisted and half-eaten, and it was all my fault. My breathing stilled as a lens issued a release of endorphins. Thankfully, the police issued neuroframes used what was called a post-traumatic stress negator to prevent cases of PTSD. Its effectiveness was debatable. Sometimes it just made more issues. So I kept its threshold lower than the recommended level. Maybe that was why it continued to play out in my head, like my lens's feed was on repeat. Neon lights reflecting across shallow crimson pools. That was a common enough scene in this city. It is glamour casting an effulgent glow to mask the lives it cut down, but to that extent. I took a deep breath, then a deeper one, then I couldn't stop breathing. Everything played out slow. Each shot I landed only for the Mal to continue feeding in the end. I heard the crunch of Archangel's back with the spear. I've been hearing it ever since. Hey, you okay, Jones? Holmes propped a supportive hand on my shoulder. I was honestly thankful for the unprompted touch for once. Mal cases are the worst, believe me, but they happen. There's one thing about seeing a human monster, but encountering an actual one, they're forces of nature we can't stop. So do yourself a favor and stop thinking you could have done better. Neocore arrived and prevented that thing from going into the streets. It would have been a wild one if you hadn't caught it. Another voice came to my side, one I was familiar with and grateful to be on my side. She took over, holding my weight on her body. I'll take her from here, Holmes. Get you some coffee later on as thanks for finding her. Thank you, Yvette. I hushed as she hurried me to a quieter corner of the station, a long balcony overlooking the tall towers that silently judged the mortals beneath them, a place we often hung around during our year in training. Simone, Diana, look at me. Yvette placed a hand on mine, her dark olive skin a clear contrast with my own. I looked, brown eyes and curly hair dyed red falling down both sides of her head. I'm looking, I responded blankly, my body numb. How does it feel? Like leads inside my stomach from a gun. Shit. Won't ask the details, but I've been worried sick. You disappeared for 2 days, and people said that you carried a blank stare ever since. Would saying what happened help? She lent a caring touch over my hand, holding it tightly as warmth bled into the cold numbness that had been growing within me. It gave me the strength to confront what had happened. I got evidence of the raid. Then Strike showed up. Some guy opened the box in the process of everything. And it all happened so quickly. I know I shouldn't, but I feel guilty for all those deaths. Yvette's face softened. And that's why you're a better cop than half the other people here. You know, I trailed on, that place was like it came from a slice of hell anyway. Their manager spoke to me about selling a girl's body that night after she had just gotten a neuroframe. I then met her. She was so sweet, but she didn't even know what was going to happen to her later on. Then that monster woke up. Fuck. Sounds just like how they sold us back when we're in the cradle. Never knew if who was going to get you would see you as a child or a trophy. I don't know which is worse. I choked my words out. Is it worse to be physically engineered from birth to be paraded by the rich? Or to be so desperate you have your mind altered so you can stomach them? Personality editors. Yvette. I doubt half of the workers there even knew what was happening. Yvette's grip grew tighter. The club is gone. Good riddance. People died. I shuddered. And now I've been thinking about what I would have done if you hadn't been there all the way back then. Would I have been like those working at the club? Would I have been so desperate as to actually take that job? Only to end up dying like, hey, you are not trapped in that hell anymore. Yvette stiffened. before breaking a joke out. After all, when I saw a cute girl begging on the streets, how could I not bring her back to my place and show her a good time? You jackass! I managed to laugh despite the echoes of guilt within me. Though, having a proper dinner for once was a good time. Yvette moved closer to hug me, her curly hair absorbing the moisture leaking from my face. Dig yourself deep as you want. My ass is there to extend a rope. Your bio dad, homeless, Massachusetts L-attack. You can pull yourself out better than anyone I know. Just take your time. She just held me until I found the strength, or despairing weakness, for my words to come out. I just don't know how I should be feeling. I really didn't. When I touched the thawing warmth of that light within me, it was like that night never happened, even though the source of that warming light came from that night. It was a hypocritical eclipse. My body was now taking from the very monster that caused so much suffering. Hey, don't you let any of the others catch you crying? You're lucky, I'm so nice. But if word gets around, then they'll toss you around. Yvette rubbed my tears with her sleeve. I didn't even feel them dripping. I tried to mask the sorrow in my voice with a hint of pride, but I know I failed. Thanks. Anyway, guess what? I'm officially going to be a silver grade soon. Oh, shit, girl, she stammered. You should have started with that. Since when? Since like 20 minutes ago? Got it strapped where no one can find it? Damn, girl, you freaky. You know those things turn into insects. She punched me. No, you pervert. I punched her back, harder. Just stuffed it down into my pockets. Yvette rubbed her arm, clearly pained, but she was used to it. Boring ass. I laughed as she broke me out of my spell. She always had been the one to drag me out from tough spots I put myself in. I wiped my tears myself, and an idea sprung to mind. Want to help me get some mutagen? Heard they offer one free to every investigator upon promotion at the gene clinic here. Yvette dragged me up. Lead the way, investigator. Measures tits. It is hard to believe you're my senior now. I've always been your senior, I said with a deadpan face. I was sworn in as a second rank officer. You were stuck as a boring old third rank. Yeah, but now it's like official, you know? I'm a second officer, and you're now in a whole other spectrum. She rasped. Yeah, I know. Get used to it. You bitch. We laughed, and we strode towards the clinic. I tried to stop Yvette from shouting at the clinician, but failed miserably. The fuck you mean she can only get an iron grade mutagen? You're looking at one of the youngest investigators the precinct has ever seen. She's going to be a S. I covered her mouth before she could spill more. Silver might not be as rare as gold, but it was still incredible to find. What my friend means is, surely there's some bronze mutagen here. I'm willing to use my merits to get some, even pay with cash for them. The clinician held a tired gaze. The poor guy honestly did look overworked. Yes, Tier 0 bronze mutagen is available, but only to second-rank investigators and above. Rules are rules, however. If you want something higher than iron, you've got to look at private clinics. Then that's where we'll go. Yvette had already tried spinning me around, but it was a good thing I was the stronger one. I stood still like a pillar of concrete, undeterred by her antics. Just show me what's available. I smiled politely while glaring daggers at Yvette. He propped up a screen, and I looked at my options of mutagen. The exact mutation developed wouldn't be what was labeled on the vial, but it would be close enough. That was another benefit of working for the police. Our stuff was legit. Iron Imperium muscle endurance. Iron Ujo skin conditioning. Iron Major reflexive eyesight. Iron Syntech quick sleeper. Reflexive eyesight. I made my choice quickly before Yvette could butt her opinion in. I could already see her mouth opening before I spoke again. Fuck it. Use my merit to get all the other ones. Except quick sleeper. That's the most important one. You'll always stay up late. Of course, she would say that when her breakup venting is half the reason I'm up so late, grabbing my hand and pulling it to swipe on the option. Then get that one too, I screamed at the poor clinician. He grumbled, pushed a few buttons, and a few minutes later, I left the clinic with 4 vials of iron mutagen and absolutely nothing to spend my merits on once I was transferred to the intelligence department. Yvette always complained that I was hoarding them anyway. I would have to wait a while before consuming them, maybe weeks after my current mutations had finished developing before I could use them. From what I knew, I had to occupy another 4 Tier 0 mutagen to finish getting to Tier I. So, Yvette began. I was wondering if you'd like to use your investigator salary on a quick shopping trip. Janel just released a new handbag that... Incoming call, Ripley. I raised my hand at her, my eyes fixated on the name like a missile. Ripley was calling? I accepted it with a quick tap on my temple, moving aside as Yvette already started spouting nonsense. Who's that? Don't tell me you've met someone, and you're not telling me. I hushed her as Ripley's voice came echoing in my head. Hey, I think we should talk about our S's situation. Chapter 13. Chapter 11. A Clash of Worlds, 8:30 p.m., the 4th of June. Ripley. I waited, pacing around the room. What was I doing? Why was my first instinct at being told I might have a mortal enemy to invite them over to my house? And why was my mom cooking a nice meal for them? Actually, maybe that would help disarm her nerves. Perhaps lull her into a sense of security. If worst came to worst, my mom said to use her as an emotional bargaining chip. I breathed in deeply, trying to calm myself. I had this in the bag. I just might need some police protection, because I've gotten involved with one of the most notorious criminal groups in the city in Metal Heavens. What the fuck did my life become? Diana, I wish I had brought a gun, but the precinct didn't have my model currently. I should have just taken a different one earlier in the day, but now the armory was closed. Ripley was involved with the Snake Fangs. I knew that. They could be waiting down this hallway. For revenge, to take my implant, Ripley had to have guessed I got the sim. What about that strange woman who took him? Fuck. I really should have brought a gun, or at least brought Yvette. I just had to hope my new mutations would surprise them. For all I knew, they were aiming to make a profit off their clusterfuck of a deal by taking the implant off me. Not that I knew how to extract a sim from someone alive. The easiest thing to do would be to kill me. But it was now or never. I was trained. I could do this. I knocked. Ripley, I heard knocking, and I knew it was now or never. I kept a rusty pan waiting by my side. She probably brought a police entourage with her, wanting to pry the bug out of my head. Why were there no guns in this house? Another set of knocking came, and I opened the door. Diana, the door opened, and an intense smell wafted through the air. A pleasant smell, in fact, perhaps a poison. I half expected to see a man wearing a gas mask, but instead I was greeted by a shivering man with a pan held in his hand. Hi, Ripley, I coughed out. Diana? He nodded, still twitching, and invited me in with the elegance of a beggar to his den, which, honestly, was not as bad as the outside made it to be. Located in a mega building that was a small town in itself, capable of housing tens of thousands from every walk of life, complete with parks and a shopping center. 45 floors above. This section was underground, and trash from the upper floors had accumulated on the avenues of this street through balconies and poor plumbing. Despite that, the room was spotless and even had charm with some light decorative plants and a wall filled with paintings and photos where there wasn't piles of old machinery laying about. Was that a young Ripley sitting on his mother's lap? It was kind of cute. Ripley. Why was Diana staring at a baby picture of me? Was she trying to blackmail me somehow? Diana, to my surprise, there was another person standing over a table with an electric cooker plugged in. She was taller than me, but extremely frail and fairly aged. An older version of the woman in the pictures. Was that his mother? She was beautiful when she was younger, but the years had changed her. She was missing an arm and an eye now, and there was a slowness as she worked on cooking. Why was that? Ripley. That's my mother, I coughed. She, insisted on cooking for you. There really isn't much place to sit, but we can talk on the couch. I moved to the furniture, not taking my eyes off Diana in any form. I couldn't trust her. Even then, I made sure to sit on the piece of the couch with the stains. My mother then decided to greet Diana, and I honestly was sort of mortified. My mom smiled. Then hug. Why did she hug Diana? Did she not say we were intertwined by fate to be enemies? Why did Diana awkwardly hug back? Diana, why was Ripley's mother hugging me? Was she going to stab me in the back? I saw a knife on the table, but there were no sudden movements. Then she let go, to which I let out a tight breath. You must be Diana. Wow, God did you justice, didn't he? Why don't you settle on the couch? Dinner'll be done in just a moment. Hope you like frittatas? She seemed motherly. I might have been jealous of that. It had only ever been me and my dad, my adoptive dad, long before Brian Ulrich came along, right? The couch. I moved in, scooting past the cramped mattress to seat myself on the tiny couch Ripley was already sitting on. What was that stain under his hand? On second thought, I didn't want to know. There were other things, though, that I was more keen in learning about. So, about our situation. He blurted something that made me freeze. What's your compatibility? Immediately, alarms screeched in my head. Should I tell him? Do I even trust him? Why was he asking? But then in a moment he said something that made me feel like a ghost had walked through me. Mine's at 99%, Ripley, should I have said that? Probably not, but I needed to know the specifics. If what my mother said was true, then this was bad. This went deeper than it should have. She studied me, trying to make sense if what I said was true, but somehow that told me enough. She confirmed my theory before she even said anything. Same. She looked uneasy as she said it, her eyes resting on my table. I felt like a ghost had walked through me. Implants that could directly grow from the slightest biological or technological imprint their mal had consumed. My claw's fingers had been torn, and Diana had been cut. Then, the implants came to us on their own accord as though they'd chosen us. Which means whoever they were intended for, they weren't just receiving gold-grade implants. They were acquiring gold implants with unprecedented compatibilities. Except, they were always meant to be confiscated by the police. That's what Missy and Diamante said. Diana, I have some trouble that I'm in, and I think I have information you would want. Just, it's Alad and... My voice shuddered. Fucking hell. Just why couldn't I be calmer? I want to be calmer. My thoughts slimmed. It was an instant effect. What? Psyche V.0.01 has updated to V.0.02 effect. Increased to coherence of thoughts during stress. The feature updated. That was way too quick. It had just been hours since the last one. I aired my speech for a second before resuming. Diana, I blinked as his tone shifted, as though pulled artificially into a more resolved state. But I was too carried away with my own nerves and curiosity to even try to figure out why the sudden switch in his voice. The Pandora was always meant to fall into the police's custody, and it could be activated remotely from whoever sourced it. You can see how that's bad news. It didn't take a genius to put it together. My lips moving on their own. By opening it in the first precinct's evidence room, the malignant would have access to tons of high-grade shardware and mutagen confiscated. It would cripple our hold over the district and send Westcrook into chaos. The question, then, is why? Ripley nodded, his eyes sharp. His mother set a plate for me and him, and I couldn't lie. It somehow returned the appetite this conversation had erased. Thank you. Ripley's mom? Sorry, I never caught your name. Isabel Donovic Gravis. She got herself comfortable on the mattress, taking a bite of the food. And the other question the two of you should ask is who has the manpower to contain a mal capable of perfectly digesting both genetic and digital material so quickly? I don't know much about them, but Neocore reports it had evolved into a hunter. The third stage, in less than an hour. That's not normal. Shit, we had stumbled onto something big, and there was only one possibility as to who could have planned this. I felt fear just saying it. One of the corporate nations was trying to destabilize Westcrook. Why? It doesn't make sense for any of the founders to do that. The free cities are neutral. The founders had raised their own nexus of civilization far away from the Mal, bastions housing millions where they lived to serve the propagation of their corporation. Syntech in northeastern America and Europe. Imperium's empire blossomed in Africa. Yujo's grasp covered the eastern half of Asia. Hathama held the other half. Neocore took to suborbital floating citadels, beneath And in between all of that were the free cities, founded by the creator of the neuroframes herself, Beauregard Mazier. The free cities, Isabel finished chewing, are a stain on the corporate lands from what my father left me to know, Mazur established us. Neocorp took our strongest from us, then left us to rot in lands close to Mal territory. Our use only comes up now, when there's a swarm in sight, and they need bodies to buffer them. And West Crook is the bridge between the rest of New California and Syntex Newport City while we're separated from Ujo by a Maltaton in the Pacific. While the Infinite Telerks in the ruins of the Floridian Gulf. Not to mention, we're close to Yellowstone's electrical grid, so if anyone wanted to cripple New California, this is the prime location. Shit! I held my face. And now we fucked up their plan. I don't think so, Ripley said as he held himself seriously. I think they changed it at the spur of the moment. I could have never cracked open that box even if you gave me a year. Something caused them to open the box then and there. Dog Whistler, Missy mentioned they were who organized the deal. Dog Whistler. The hair on my arm spiked. I'd heard that name once before. I sent Ripley an invite to my lens feed as I scavenged through the recordings I'd taken. As per police protocol, you were supposed to keep it on at all times on duty. Though, I deleted the data from when I fell down with Ripley. I told them I became unconscious. The moment I was looking for was when the two Ujo corporates had died. The male corporate had his neuroframe spark on him, the second. He said the word dogwee. He was silenced by the woman named Miss Himiko before she killed herself. Dog Whistler. I've never heard of them in the police files, but it could be an alias for any number of powerful people. I commented. There was nothing else in the feed that suggested a specific company, except that it couldn't be Ujo by merit of them trying to obtain the package itself. Whoever was doing this was trying to implicate them in terrorism. The box was Syntec. Could it be them? Could also just be using a competitor's brand. Ripley scrubbed through the footage. Might also be a powerful independent. We don't know yet. Chances are, Isabel, Ripley's mother, put down her finished plate. They're close to Neocorp in some way. Mall seeds don't remain in infancy for long, and a gold one would be put to use immediately. Malls can only spawn seeds at their grade, or lower, not higher. So start by thinking of all the ones capable of affording a titanium grade at minimum. Titaniums go up to billions of shartine. Ripley clenched his jaw. Could Neocorp be the one directly responsible for this? Maybe one slipped out of their hands. I don't know. I remembered the conversation between Tusk and Missy. Harold Ruby seemed to not know anything. It's the only reason why either of us are still alive. What do you mean? A Neocorp herald's involved. Ripley leaned forward. There was a woman who took you. She called herself Missy, but Tusk seemed to know her personally by the name Imizran. So did the herald, in fact. Ruby asked Missy to come back, and it seemed like they were close. Ruby let the two of us go and entrusted our implants to Missy in exchange that she would help Neocorp learn more about the Mal's source. Ripley Missy was related to Neocorp, and now she's in with Metal Heavens. That was like going from sitting on a throne to a pile of shit. I've talked to her. She's given me a month to prove that me being alive is worth more than the implant in my head. But proving my worth seems detrimental considering that I was locked up in Metal Heavens territory. Her right-hand man, Diamante, should have seen him. He was more metal than man. Metal Heavens? Diana's face contorted. And you. Oh, fuck. That's bad. I know. Like, I actually feel sorry for you. I seethed from my teeth. Your sympathies are appreciated, Diana. But I'd rather have your support. If this is as bad as it seems, then we need to work together. The two of us have a combined value of over 100 million sheds. Once our implants develop, it'll be hard to conceal them. Diana, I tightened my jaw. That would mean knowingly conspiring with criminal activity. But Ripley, of everything he may be, didn't look like a hardened criminal. If anything, he appeared to be forced into this situation. Those pictures on the wall from when he was a child, high-rises and parks, a loving family and clearly well off. Something had changed in his life to drag him beneath the earth and into poverty. I could relate to that. There was a time when I wasn't that far from being in his shoes. A tiny house in the slum levels, filth creeping into their home. They had a roof over their head. I hadn't even had that. Ripley, she raised up her hand with the palm open to me. The information you gave me, I'll put it to good use. Tell me how things go with Missy. I'll look for a way to support you. I shook Diana's hand, my inner heart screaming that things had gone so well. If it's anything to go by, I might have a good supply of funds soon, so your pockets won't be too strained. Of course, I was talking about the bronze implant in my pocket. Hokin's implant. A quick 50,000 if I sold it without getting it analyzed. Enough to keep me afloat in this house for several years. But it was Hokin's. He was my friend, the only one I really ever had. Diana smiled, then finally set to tasting her food. Took you long enough, my mother chided her, and I'd realized I hadn't even touched my plate. I was starving. 2 days of being unconscious did that to you. By the way, Diana said in between bites, whatever happened to Celine and Hochin? You're in a pretty good mood today, so I hope they got out safe. My fork fell, my metallic hand, trembling like the cold had injected itself into my blood. Right? I hadn't even tried to think about. It came back, the memories rushing downwards on my mind like the inevitable splatter of a waterfall. The blood, the carnage. Thud followed by thud, Hochin running as she was left for the Mal's savage dance of death. Ripley? What does she mean, Celine? My mother grew worried and confused. I could see it in her eyes. I'd never told her I'd rekindled my friendship with Celine. Hochin agreed to keep it a secret. Diana poked my shoulder, but all I felt was the searing heat of Sean's rifle drilling into my flesh. It was her who prompted the Mal to lash out, to kill. Is everything okay with you? Diana asked quietly, her grip growing hotter. Then it quieted. What was I even worried for in the first place? What happened had happened. It was in the past. It was in the past. It was in the past. It was I'd gotten over my father's. This was no different. Take a step away. Take a step and don't look back. Yes, I let that gold feed into my frame. I let it submerge the inner workings of its updates into my thoughts and memories through that matrix. Anything but I'm fine. I calmly reached down and retrieved the fork. Not the Celine you're thinking about. Jewist. Got some bad memories attached to that night. But they're fine. I have had a lot on my mind, and Hochin's probably worried sick about me. I'll contact him soon. I took a bite, not minding the bit of dirt I'd rubbed off. A message in my lens flashed to view. One I promptly ignored. Psyche V0.02 has updated to Psyche V0.03 effect. Increased subconscious modification of neuroframe software. Personality editing matrix. 9:17, the 4th of June. Ripley Diana had left just a few minutes ago. My mother's stare striking at me. You didn't tell her everything. I couldn't, I said with finality, getting up to leave the apartment. It's arguably the most important piece of information the two of you need to know. She stopped me in my tracks. Yeah, but it's also liable to tear us both apart. I need her protection. If Missy and Diamante are just playing an elaborate con to get a gold adapter for Middle Heavens, then I'll need any help I can get. Even from the pigs. She squinted, anger sizzling over her. Don't tell me you're considering it. I'm not. She'd kick my ass in a second. That's not the reason you should be saying. I'm not going to kill her. She saved my life, but I can't trust her completely. Not yet. If she knew that our implants could synergize due to coming from the same Mal, that either of us could have both a bug and a sim simultaneously, then the point is it just makes things more complicated. I'd scooted past her, her body remaining a firm statue as I moved. Dual adapters, they were only the thing of rumors, those who were said to wield mutations and cybernetics simultaneously, and both Diana and I had the potential to become one. All it would take was for the other to die. Just, look, I'm worried. You're following in your father's footsteps, getting involved in conspiracies and corporations and crime. The sensible thing for you to do would be to make a jump for an honest living, but her expression softened, years of pain burrowing through her mouth. There's no honest living in this city. I'd be a hypocrite to say you have a choice. And that's why the only person I can trust to be truthful is myself. You're the one who taught me that. I didn't budge further. I wasn't going to just leave her worried like that. And your mother? She both corrected and threatened me. Gold is a big thing, so you're going to have to listen to me exactly and buy specifically what I asked for. Almost reluctantly, she shuffled away. And remember, I love you, my little ripper. I love you too, Mom, I said, and I meant it as I stopped her from retreating by pulling her into a hug. Finished, I closed the door behind me only to find that my feet couldn't move further. There were too many things I needed to get, and the list of contacts my mom had sent me to scout throughout our megabuilding were extensive. It was all so daunting. In one day, I was planning on spending more than I had in a year. Little Ripper. That's an endearing name. A feminine voice sparkled in my head, causing me to jerk my head into the door. Who's that? I searched around, finding nothing but the quiet, trash-drenched avenue of my apartment block. The voice responded. It was like a communication protocol through a Neuralink, but far too clear and concise with the lack of jitters that came from a brain's hasty nature. The poor soul who's now been tasked with watching over you, I'm your fairy godmother. The shit is a fairy godmother, I whispered. Curious eyes were already glancing out from the grime-coated windows of my neighbors. Cinderella. Guess you never watched it. Hathama made a killing from old Disney movies being dug out of the old data. Call Metwilight, and I've been watching your very move. Nice meeting with the police officer. Her name's Diana, right? PFFT. Just kidding. Missy's already given me the rundown of her. Actually, scratch that. I gave Missy the rundown of Diana Ulrich. So the meeting was compromised then by Twilight. I felt like I should have been panicking more, but my body remained remarkably assured as I slid into an available elevator. So you're part of Metal Heavens, then? Oh, you had me laughing with that. Diamante's going to be so pissed with you thinking he was chromed up like them. Don't worry, I'll be keeping that a secret. We ain't metalheads, not the weird kind. So you're not a part of them? Then why was I locked up in one of their warehouses? The elevator doors had just closed, and fortunately for me, I was left alone and could speak normally. It helped me get my thoughts across. Metal Heaven's a sucker for Shardine. Those gizmos are always thinking of some new toy to stick into their bodies. Just asked if we could get a place that's secure for a few days. As much as they can be psychos, when sheds are involved, they can be real gentlemen. Twilight's apparating voice was playful, and it irked me that she was speaking so casually. So you're not affiliated with them? Then who exactly am I dealing with? I'd like to know that much. Don't we all? Every deal involves some higher power just choosing to fuck up those at the bottom. They let you play with a few threads, all the while you're plucked up into the web with a false sense of influence. You think you're selling guns on behalf of your supplier, but then it turns out you both are just a cog some corporate is turning so that a gang can burn down a factory of their competitor. I rolled my eyes. Yeah, I'm a poor victim to the system. Just spill it out. Ooh, I can see why Missy liked you. Her voice tingled with anticipation. And that's who you're dealing with, Missy. So she's a lone mercenary? Or, wait, no, she called Diamante, her right-hand man. So there's more people in her operation. You guys run in a group? We're just a few unfortunate souls who find ourselves in a common partnership. Sometimes we're in for the thrill, other times we're there with a goal. What Rayo in for? You looking to be a legend of New California? The next fire starter? Or are you just looking for an honest life in the city of lies? What was I looking for? I stretched my metallic fingers, the warp energy flowing ever so slowly to my whims. Something I had never managed to do except the time he had modified the grenade against the malignant. Where had that warp energy even come from? I guess I'm no different from the others, just some guy who's been beaten down to the slums, without the ability to change anything. For most of my life, I've been ordered around and dragged into what others want, but never for myself. So yeah, I want change. To survive and persevere in this crazy world. And a gold implant fell into your head. How delightful. Now you have access to abilities most people dream for, and they'll stop at nothing to get that thing out of you. Who knows? Show a sign of weakness, and maybe I'll take it for myself, she added with cheeriness. The elevator dinged open, and I almost didn't want to walk out. If Twilight could dig into my head so effortlessly, then it makes sense that she could track me. Regardless, I stepped out, sweat clamming to my skin. If I was going to get attacked, I'd rather it not be near my mother. I'm only kidding, but seriously, you've got to be able to protect yourself. The second anyone with a half-decent Analyze Your Network feature spots the literal goldmine under your skull, you better bet that they and their friends will claw it out. I know. That's what I'm going out for. I need a basic combat protocol and a gun. Also looking for leg replacements. That's why I'm visiting the mega building market. My mother also said to buy a data shield, but with the funds I have, it's not looking likely. As long as I'm in your head, don't worry. I act as a data shield in a sense. Besides, I've already rewired some things so you can't be tracked. Twilight laughed in my brain, but her statement didn't make sense to me. No offense, but no matter how good of a data delver you are, I doubt anyone would take the time to personally ward off digital interception for someone else 24/7. That kind of work requires a lot from the brain. Who said that I have a brain? She said. Then my vision sparked up as the nighttime streets glitched into false contortions. As though being pulled from the twisted light, strands of brightness grafted over themselves, slowly building a human. A digital human that only I could see. She wasn't connected to me from an external source. Twilight wasn't me neuroframe. She was like someone had taken the worlds of beauty and horror and struck them into one. Carefully braided hair of white snow was creeped upon by frizzled strands of shadowy darkness. Her frilled dress was a careful blend of smooth light and crackling black. One of her eyes white and black, the other was black and white. Both had violet irises. You're an AI. An emulate? I couldn't believe this. Freely roaming artificial emulators of intellect to this degree of sentience were banned in every setting across the world. Under warp energy, they were one line of code away from becoming what were known as demons, entities of warp code that self-modified and damaged you. The old Annette was evidence enough of what the Mal could pervert their use for, and having one in my head was worse than carrying 100 tons of Embrance pills. Staring at the beautiful and haunting woman of code, I felt a pit drag my confidence down. How long have you been inside me? Inside you? We're not that close yet. Her ghost-like figure floated closer to me. One of her hands was a fractured claw of shadows and light, while the other carried perfect slender fingers with the nails painted a whimsical purple. She touched my cheek with the claw, and I could feel its cold sharpness. Play your cards right once you meet my actual body. You're pretty cute, and God, she could use them with how stuck-up she is. Actual body? You mean you're an actual person, and not some piece of living warp code? I chose to ignore most of what she had said. But just who or what was Twilight? She whispered into my ear, and by the founders, it felt like her breath was grazing my ears. Why can't I be both? My author'd punch me if I spilled our secrets, but I'ma do it anyway. I'm built from AppPsyche protocol called Persona. Think of it as taking out a chunk of your mind and turning it into a separate but still very much living digital entity. It even felt like she was physically there, an artificial heat like a lamp's radiating off. She was incredibly real, and I struggled to understand how my brain was even simulating this. Persona, a chunk of your mind digitized. I also had AppPsyche feature. Could I do that? I bit my lip. She was so incredibly close that I could make out both the perfections and imperfections in her form. It was making me nauseous, and as suddenly as she was woven from the light, she unraveled away to leave clear space. Seems like you can't take on my active avatar just yet. A hardware limit on your neuroframe. Most of it is running to supplement your implant and personality matrix. Didn't know you were a doll, too. If I knew that, maybe I would have visited. I choked my breath, then spoke with a sharp finality. I wasn't. Somehow, I knew she was thinking of pushing the question further, but I was glad when she ended up sighing. Okay then, I'm curious how your own psyche feature will use it. A shame your mother didn't know much about the feature. It's a rare club even among the basic features. Of course, she had heard that conversation. I clenched my fist as I navigated the bustling streets. Just a few minutes later, and I would reach the market. I stifled my bitterness with a click. Any tips? Rewire the personality matrix. Right now, I'm seeing that it's focusing on isolating grief and stress. Sheesh, heavy stuff. But if you get sensory shardware, you can link it to the matrix via thepsyche function to be able to react swiftly and calmly under a specific directive. I could do that? It made perfect sense, honestly. A personality matrix measured your brain's reception of information. It gathered both internally and external, and tweaked the emotional response so it would fall on the matrix's parameters, with my additional modification of isolating memories. And that psyche feature was unique in that it was the only feature that directly altered an adapter's mental state. Twilight wasn't wrong about it being rare. Among the few people I'd known to have the feature, including Lucille, it essentially allowed them to better mold their mental faculties in response to their daily lives. Lucille, over time, became better at acting and socializing. Some others had become more brave and domineering. I didn't see, however, how it allowed Twilight's actual body to create personality constructs out of pieces of her own mind. That sounded not just dangerous, but scary to commit to. I'll take that into consideration. So, optics, audiovestibular, and possibly even integumentary sensory augmentation. Some recent tech even allows you to smell from your skin. That sounds like it would be hot, she added. Did your, creator remove her horny parts and give it to you? I was kind of getting tired of this. I'd heard enough of this sort of talk working at that club. If she did, I'd gladly give some back to her. Anyway, I would ask to see your list, but I already have. Change the place you're going to. All that civvy stuff ain't gonna cut it. Don't you got contacts that would deliver stuff to the club? I mean, my mom said to stick to the mega building where the vendors know us. And no, Lucille handled orders with the club's funding whenever I requested something. She, didn't want me scraping in a profit they weren't aware of. Otherwise, a lot of the gang members came to me with shardware they bought personally. I've asked them from where. It's mostly online from the AbyssNet or some back alley vendor in various corners in the city. Well, scrap that, Ripley. Mega buildings, all regulated for the most part. You won't find anything worth your shetty here. Head to a monorail. We're going southeast to Little Requiem. I stopped walking. Little Requiem? Are you trying to kill me? Relax. If anyone tries to do anything, I'll take care of it. You've just got to give me permission. Permission to do what? I suddenly felt like I would not like this. To control your body, Twilight exclaimed in glee. I did not like that. Chapter 14. Chapter 12. Little Requiem excerpt from My Month in Requiem. A blog written by notorious and neocore wanted mercenary Rebecca, globetrotter Ingrid. Oi, matey. You ready to get down under and fight the good fight against our corporate overlords? Then, the Free City, Requiem, is a fantastic place to visit. Sure. It ain't got the same high-rises as New California, the outstanding gene-sculpted beauties from the Trojan Gates, or even the cyberpsychotic drugs produced in the Mobius strip. But Requiem's got grit. It feels real. A little history lesson for you folks. Requiem exists in what the old people used to call Australia. Now, these old guys weren't the sages you keep on hearing about. They were real dumbasses, too. So yeah, these guys from some old civilization called the British Empire decided to send all their criminals to Australia as some kind of massive country-sized prison. Didn't work out too well. And who would have thought that wouldn't work again when the founders showed up and took charge of everything? Yeah, we've all heard the story. The founders didn't like this one foundling kid named Emerald. So they sent her off alone to Australia to rile up all the locals there under her command. Then she sparked a rebellion against them, one that promptly failed and left them all stranded for like a century. Anyways, founder Beauregard Major shows up and is practically just raining down charity on them, printing all sorts of new tech they can use. Her whole Free City shtick. Then once New Melbourne was set up, they promptly shot her in the head. Remember, they hate the founders. Crazy, right? Now anyone with half a brain knows she ain't dead. But let's just say that when she got up and casually brushed off a sniper rifle shot in the noggin, she wasn't pleased. In fact, she blew the city up. and thus New Melbourne's story ended in that ragtag little crater. Old Emerald came back up and pleaded to the other founders with one of Mazir's gifts, one of the first-gen neuroframes. And they sucked that baby up in no time, complete with hundreds of aid ships that the city immediately seized. Yeah, they're badasses. Not to mention kind of fucked in the head, but aren't we all? I mean, they even kept the crater from Mazir as a tourist attraction, and I've got to say that it's really fucking massive, mate. I love that word. Mate, M8. God, little requiem in Nate pales in comparison to the shit that happens here. The definitive no man's land as a city. And best of all, the core stay the fuck out of here. 9:48 p.m., the 4th of June Ripley, the paved streets gradually devolved into compacted gravel and steel towers, dissolved into metal skeletons propped up by abandoned freight cranes and scaffolding. Little requiem. What else could I say but that it was both a technological and organic playground? They played with your corpse. 20-something years ago, a malware had erupted here. A bronze, hidden deep underground within sewage tunnels used in the old days. An unremarkable little thing at the time, until Los Diablos found it and fed it, raised into a marauder, the 4th tier. It was vicious for the taste of human blood and cybernetic limbs, but its physical body wasn't the issue. It was the mind. They hooked it up to the city mainframe targeting a specific area. Above here was what used to be the hanging avenues. A series of interconnected floating parks and greenery for the city's richest. In one day, they collapsed onto the ground level like a meteor. Thousands of tons of concrete and metal infected by the data devourer, flattening the earth below and killing thousands. And worse, the mal budded. Hundreds of Tier 1 malware birthed into the city's physical and digital landscape. It was a gold mine engorged from death and destruction. Everyone fought for the spoils of fresh implants, but only Los Diablos were prepared. The city failed to reclaim even a tenth of their loss. Any attempt at reconstruction had been upended by criminal activity, and as such, they disconnected the region from any net access. The result was a dead zone with little to no police surveillance, home to thousands of criminals and mercenaries that fiercely fought against any law enforcement. The perfect open-air black market. And I was tense even if I didn't look at Thank's top psyche. My legs and my breathing were calm like an ocean's breeze, as the hanging arches of steel rib cages stretched above me, wires tethering from them like veins to hold up precariously leaning towers of the former skyline. Their smeared glass and rusted steel jagged out as rotting teeth torn into by an infection of criminals. Bridges and rubble draped across the cityscape to clog up uneven holes. The streets bleeding with polluted rainwater that reflected the distorted glow of advertisements for illicit goods and services. They said that death bloomed life. It did. That life just so happened to be the stain of society. You've got pretty flesh. A strange one-eyed woman said to me. Half her hair was burnt and the other was shaved while her eyes were glassy. Like mist lived in them. I'd like to know if it's all pretty. A shard-op, some metal-nosed guy with a crooked jaw whispered from afar, but it still slithered into my ear. That arm looks like it could use a touch-up. Why don't you give it up to me? Haha, it'll fit right in with my collection. Hey, kid, if you're looking for some fun. A less than modest woman hung down from one of the ribs of the avenue, leathery wings draping her exposed skin, and her feet transformed into hooks of fur and keratin that clung onto the steel. The Hellfire Club awaits? Twilight cooed in my ear. Ooh, the Hellfire Club is fun. Think of it like the Toxin Club, except everyone's gorgeous and mutated to look exotic, and with better workers' rights. There was a guy performing there with a snake that was attached to him. If you get what I mean, he sure could charm it. And the customers? A guy with a mutated dick charmed you? Oh no, I've got better taste than that. It was this girl who mutated herself to look like a vampire. She was hot. Uh-huh. I stared at the certainly exotic scenes around me. A guy in a wheelchair, even though he had 3 legs that were all amputated. Cult followers hanging out flyers while declaring that we were to be doomed to something called the Eternal Swirl. A series of men and women gagged and leashed, happily barking and rubbing up against anyone who got close. I stayed really, really far from any of the sorts. Twilight, remarkably, could sound uncomfortable at some of the sights. The strays. Yeah, they're weird even for me. Uploaded a shit ton of animal videos from the olden net as some sort of regression to a happier state. Now they do tricks for sheds. I was beyond confused and exasperated. Why is no one normal here? Twilight echoed in my head with a teasing charm. Says the guy walking around with a 50 million sheddy brain. She was right. So I shut up. I walked, quickening my pace. Anytime I saw someone openly carrying iron, even though it would be more sensible to just remain at pace. But the more I walked, the more I noticed flashes of gun barrels, muzzles, blades sticking out of people's arms, or permanently transformed claws and fangs from disproportionate organs. Scrappers. Those bastards who preyed on anyone with shardware worth taking freely exchanged blood-soaked spines for a penance of shards thrown out by a merchant. Gina freaks got their necks high, twitching in corners and alleyways as their mutations bubbled through their skin with one stimulant or the other. Some were barely human. Beauty of them could kill me. I had nothing except my one metallic arm and a barely walkable leg, so as I passed by a crowd where they were too busy applauding at some 6-armed man spinning hoops of fire, I readied it with a pulse of my inner light. I realized too late that I might as well have shone a spotlight onto myself. This time, it wasn't imagined when I looked around. The curves of gazes onto me and the faint pressure their observation exerted onto me. The greed in their eyes was palpable, a crushing weight upon which I felt like an ant. Was that wrong? I asked Twilight. It seemed that even Psycho couldn't drain the anxiety I felt from the cascade of steps I knew were definitely following me. Depends how you deal with what's next. Turn into the alleyway. The one to your left. Now. Her speech burned with urgency, and I felt my hair prick up behind my neck as I absolutely became aware of someone making a jerked movement a few steps in my rear. I careened my body into the alleyway, and theshing of a blade grazed my ear before I decided to book it. Stumbling due to my worser left leg, my heart exploded into chaos, a rumbling of blood flow drenching me in sound and heat. I took 2 steps back into the alleyway as 3 pairs of eyes followed. You saw that. Guys, he's different. I know it. Something you got for me, boy. Something in that ugly heart of yours? A man with a crooked arm said. Crooked because wet bones jutted out from his elbow down past his hands. Look at him. He's Budapest his pants coup. Little homie's wanderin' LR for a tour. Why don't we show him his first attraction? A wider man pounded his steel fists together. Embers sparked off their impact. Another brandished a revolver, a thick piece of metal that looked like it had been glued together. He was scrawnier than the rest, but I felt the most afraid of him as the iron sights locked onto me. He was also missing his jaw, which explained the silence. Bone Arm's grin was predatory as he spoke. Who's that behind you? I flicked my gaze to my back aside for just a second before Twilight screamed at me. No, you dumbass. The floor clacked from his steps as he slashed one of his bone blades towards me, and I hurriedly raised my metal arm, freely expressing the energy within. Veins of golden energy surged from within, and I whacked forward, my metallic bone slamming against an actual bone. His organic one cracked, but it didn't break. That only seemed to delight him. Oh, looks like bitch-ass steel ain't half bad. It'll make a pretty sheddy. I tried to force more energy into my arm to push him away, to do anything, but the flow was still clogged, incomplete. Shardware linkage 70%. Twilight screamed in my ear. Fuck it, Ripley. Give me permission over your body now. Permission granted, I screamed in my head. You have given complete access to Neuroframe software, Twilight Protocol, a body flashed in movement, my own, even though I couldn't think of an action. The world tilted sideways, like I'd been spun on an axis, and effortlessly repositioned myself so that Bone Arm was between me and Revolver Kid. Steel Hands watched in delight. Then I punched. The enhanced response from gold energy took my opponent by surprise as Twilight piloted my fist into his ribs. He snarled, slashing forward. But by then, I'd already slid back. I was frozen, as in my mind was frozen. I wasn't thinking of any of this. My next punch followed with a kick. my metallic leg's inhuman architecture, hooking behind Bonearm's own leg and dragging him off balance before he used some mutated strength to wrestle off the ground and lunge. I didn't flinch. I heard bone crack as my eyes stuttered to look at my hand, holding his organic blade in a vice grip. The other two goons weren't laughing now as Twilight forced my hands into snapping his bone blade in half before punching him hard enough that flesh and chunks of white splattered from his jaw. My human arm grabbed his throat, and the revolver kid shot in a hurry as my body twisted the wounded bone-armed man between us. Blood splattered onto me, warm, fresh flowing blood with a thick iron scent. I would have puked. Ewald have puked. But Twilight didn't. Her voice sizzled in my head. Personality matrix, Ripley. Use it. Fear and empathy reduction. I just did as I was told, reaching into the metaphysical space of my nervous system's interface with a rough splash of warp code. I mentally latched onto the neural wiring and pulsed a wave of gold that remained a servant to my whims. No fear, no empathy. A classic dominatrix setting clicked into place. My body whirred like a machine clothed in flesh. I'd all but forgotten about the warm blood staining my clothes. I'd reached the revolver kid with 3 hasty steps as he reloaded while their other friend charged. A quick duck and push from my legs slipping me under Steel Fist. Revolver kid shot again, but Twilight seemed to almost know where the bullet would go as she puppeteered a sidestep past the streak of iron. I grabbed the gun, wrangling it away in a second with superior strength. Then the barrel rested under his chin for a single terrified breath from him. The sound of the gunshot vibrated up my arm, the metallic, ringing aching my ears. I pushed the corpse aside and swung the barrel for Steel Fist. My aim was barely enough to hit a can from 5 feet away, but Twilight weaved motion past my flaws. His leg split into 2 directions as another shot echoed through the alley. He collapsed as a satisfying snap resounded across the puddles of murky red. It reminded me of how my leg had once looked, only he didn't have an iron-grade adstim to relieve the pain. I only realized I was back in control of my body when my metal claw swung down like a pendulum. Had Twilight done all of that with my body? It was over so quickly. My body could do that. Steel Fist wailed in pain, each syllable slamming through to my conscience. Fuck, man, my leg. I'm sorry, I didn't know. We thought you were new. You get it, right? This bastard and his friends tried to kill me, and he was sorry. I was surprised by how easily I found myself lifting the gun back up. The revolver's barrel moved until it was firmly sighted for his head. I didn't give myself time to think before I squeezed the trigger. I had expected the recoil, but I didn't expect how firm my metallic arm would be. The bullet nicked his cheek. A crimson streak dribbled down, and I saw the look in his eyes, wide and trembling in my direction. Fear addressed towards me, and I liked it. I loved it, but I had aimed to kill. I guess I really was just a bad shot. So instead, I looked for the sputtering breaths of Bonearm, blood coughing from his mouth as he crawled on the floor from his last wound. This time, the gun hit its mark. I didn't even feel a vibration this time. Silence overcame me. The silence of victory, of persevering through the carnage life throws to make you stumble. The silence when you're the only one left standing. They're implants, Twilight said, her voice sharp. Take them. I slid forward as a bulging mound of flesh ripped open from Bonearm's body. A crawling maggot, colored a dull gray slathered and red curled into a tiny sphere. A hissim. It fit into my pockets nicely, but my fingers were too numb to feel its wetness. Then I looked at Steel Fist. He hadn't dared move as I approached him. The revolver heavy in my left hand? He couldn't move, but I could. The 3 fingers of my claw rested nicely against his neuroframe, as though they belonged there. And this time, only a light splash of gold fired them up. They dug deep, and then deeper until steel was painted with blood. He cried. He begged, but all I could sense was the viscera on my hand and the hardness of his spine. I'd never felt physical sensation like this through my metal. Fine scalpels dissected the 4 branching arms of a Hathama neuroframe. Then they pried the arms off the flesh. An iron leech came dangling off along with the block of metal. thin wires still reaching into his neck. The tightening of them around his spinal cord must have been the reason why he suddenly dropped down and unconscious. I fit in the bug with its sim partner. Satisfaction burned through me, threatening to consume me whole. My legs turned back to the streets of Little Requiem, a gun clasped in my claw, dripping with blood. That same scarlet soaked my face and clothes, and people stared. The slight smirk on their faces told me everything about what they felt. Respect? Chapter 15. Chapter 13. The Uncaged Skeleton excerpt from Value of the Shardine, Economic Journal written by Professor Adam Juriel from New Atlantis University. Published 2495. The Universal Shardine was established following the third swarm. With Neocore in full operation, the flow of shards and implants collected from the malswarm stabilized for the first time since the swarms began due to intervention from the recently established Neocore. At first, the Shardine was simply a digital cryptocurrency on the same value as an iron shard. However, as iron shards were depleted during the progressing 24th century, their value increased as their supply lowered. In turn, Shardines were accommodated to value at 1/10 of an iron shard prior to the fourth swarm. In contrast, the value of the warp energy materialized shards in relation to one another have remained the same throughout the New World's timespan, with a conversion rate of 100 lower-grade shards to one of the grade immediately above theirs until the silver grade. 1 silver equals 100 bronze, equals 10,000 iron. Their usage in the refinement of implants and their associated shardware makes them similar to raw material trading committed by ancient civilizations. Currently, an iron shard is valued at 24 shardine in Syntax capital of New Atlantis. Although this can fluctuate from region to region, the average appearing to be 35 shardine per iron shard. As such, most international trading is carried out using these physical tokens of wealth. This has resulted in a higher need for security, which also promotes an increase in their value. Since shards are extracted from a malware's dead body, their value fluctuates in proportion to active malpopulation. It is currently unknown how violent the fifth swarm will be in 2501, but it is certain that the value of the Shardine will plummet, as it had before, stabilizing as the fifth swarm's generation of shards is gradually used up. As for now, the Shadron has never been weaker as a currency. Shards are required for manufacturing of shardware and weapons of war, with almost 80% being in circulation within the corporate nations, and the remaining 20% divided between the 12 free cities and the nomads of the unclaimed territory. Lower values of Shardine have been linked to higher crime rates. Case in point, the free city of New California, where shard have been used at an exorbitant rate to redevelop their architecture following the Yellowstone earthquake, at a value of 1 iron shard for 50 shardine. Demand is incredibly high for the swarm, while supply remains low, resulting in one of the highest rates of criminal activity in the world. 10:22 p.m., the 4th of June Ripley, I washed off the blood on my face with water I knew was probably dirtier than it. I didn't care. Webs of sticky scarlet stretched with each rub, but damn it, there were chunks of brain in my hair, bones down my shirt, even bits of translucent goo I knew had to be an eye stuck on my cheek. Blood and gore was nothing unusual for me with my job. I'd been desensitized long ago. There was a difference, however, between operating to save a life and taking one. I had vomited twice already. A third one was coming on. I had waited until I was out of sight to revert the change on my personality matrix, and the second I had, the ground splashed with the frittatas I'd eaten. Twilight could claim the death of Revolver Kid, but Bonearm, I'd murdered him so easily and felt nothing. But now, memories rose up like a tide pulled by the moon, almost as though judging me. Those gurgling breaths, desperate and cold, he must have felt so cold as warmth drained out of him. And I ended it there and then with a single squeeze. The blood had colored my shirt a rusting brown. It felt like a dried scab was gripping my entire chest. My neuroframe panged, alerts given off one after the other. Psyche V.0.03 has updated to V.0.04 effect. Minor conscious control over adrenaline secretion. Psyche V.0.04 has updated to V.0.05 effect. automatic usage of personality matrix to decrease levels of fear and empathy during high stress. Psyche V.0.05 has updated V.0.06 effect. Recognition of combat scenario triggers higher modulation of sympathetic nervous response to retain focus. Okay, if it could do all that, then Kumam Psyche, make me feel all right. Make me feel like sunshine and rainbows are hugging me. Not that I'd ever seen one outside of a damn documentary. Unfortunately, no alert came to me. I supposed it must only alter as an adaptation to my current situation, and just a slight alterations to better fit that specific circumstance. I was an adapter, after all. I realized that I had never even considered how we was adapting. Things weren't going to change just because I wanted them to. They only changed in response to change. Slowly, it dawned on me. I wasn't going to be that same Ripley who winced every time Ho-Chin mentioned a kill. Nor would I be the same Ripley who lost his cool the moment things went wrong, panicking and overthinking, and only ending up worse because of it. And the revelation, the knowing that I would change into a different person, that I would adapt. It was a weapon, a gun, pointed both at me and whoever got in my way. Maybe the metaphor wasn't entirely accurate, but it got my point across. Twilight. I raised my voice quietly, trying to find anything that wasn't the sound of running water stained red. Thank you. You saved my life. I know. You owe me 5,000 for that? Huh. Wait, what? I never agreed to that. Should have read the terms and agreement of the Twilight Protocol. You didn't provide one, I countered. Should have asked for one. Okay, fine. And only because you surprised me with how cool you handled everything, and because you're Zordacute. Did you mean to miss that gunshot, by the way? I swear his life flashed before his eyes. Kinda badass, Nungel. Absolutely. I lied through my teeth even though Ignushi could tell. At least she played nice. You might make me purr, she whispered, and a flash of code in my vision built into a form. Her arms wrapped around my body, and that warped and somehow beautiful head formed inches away from mine. She looked at me, a sultry smile on her face. My brain switching into a mode that replaced all forms of coherent thought with something primal, before she broke into snickers. You know what? Seeing the look on your face right now is payment enough. You always get this flustered around girls. It's adorable. She pressed her avatar closer to me. Why was my brain simulating every curve of softness warping against my body? I am not. I absolutely was. Psyche V.0.06 has updated to V.0.07 effect. Increased mental control during high levels of arousal. Now that was bullshit. I worked at a fucking strip club. I might not have been their intended target, but I'd learned some self-control to stop from the teasing. I barraged out of the bathroom stalls, still caked in blood, but at least now I didn't attract the gaze of everyone I walked by. This was honestly a fairly normal look in the area, and hopefully, this gun would be enough of a warning that I didn't need to activate my arm. Shardware link, 90% that fight had boosted. Its linkage by a lot, but in time it would get there on its own, and I'd grown curious myself. Just how far I'd developed my convergence in one day. Convergence, 6%. I paused. At this rate, I'd be done within 3 weeks. And that was far from normal. 2 years for irons, a year for bronze, and around 6 months for silver, give or take, at 50% compatibility. I'd expected that my gold would be different, but not so drastically. That 50 million minimum had to be worth something. And speaking of worth, this is the shop? I'd expected some hidden corner of a bar or a rooftop with a false wall. Instead, I stood in front of a family-owned sushi diner, Kashimo's Sushi and Dine. I doubted they even used fish. It was probably just protein paste smeared together to have its texture. Order a rainbow cod sashimi with yuzu wasabi and yellow grass sake. To go. It's a secret code, Twilight said to me, and as I scanned the menu they had outside, these were all normal food items available, at a steep cost. Like, not thousands of shitty expensive, but definitely outshining several premium restaurants in the city. standing at reception. A bald Asian woman asked if I had a reservation, to which I said, "Say yes," Twilight ushered in my ear. And, yeah. The old woman clicked her tongue, her voice sharp like the edge of a knife. "Is that yes or no?" "No, it's a yes. I mean, yeah, I have a reservation." My tongue stumbled over every obstacle in the verbal racetrack. I was still having the jitters from my fight. She humped, pulling out a flat screen with a handprint outline. "Your sigil imprint." Shit, was I caught? But then Twilight materialized in her avatar form, raising her hand over my own. I decided to trust her, pressing my hand against the cold glass as Twilight's digital hand melted into my own, giving it a faint glow in my vision as though sparkled in stars of white, violet, and black. "Ah, you're a guest of Miss Twilight's. Why, you no say." The woman jumped back off what I realized was a stool, and then moved beside the counter, which was taller than her. She came up to my waist. "Follow me. I have you seated in private lounge." She used a walking stick, I was convinced. Had to be a metallic femur she stole from some corpse. But her tiny legs shuffled like a speedy spider's one, after the other, down a series of steps that left me out of breath. "Geez," Twilight stuck her tongue out at me. "You need to get some new lungs. If they have some available, I'll be sure to check it out." I joked, only half, so I didn't know just what this place would have. Eventually, so casually in fact that I hadn't even realized it, the woman walked through a wall at the bottom of the staircase. I, stepped in after as the wall appeared to be a hologram, and lo and behold, I was in a club. How did I always end up in clubs? This was one with chilling blue lights, strobing around, several dance floors, and entertainers, making their ways around with drinks, a large bar in the center with several smaller ones, scattered about, all in the sewers. Just one of 10 entry points into the sunken avenues. The Hellfire Club was another, but that would have required a far more active involvement for you. Twilight remarked with digital stars in her eyes that seemed to push it over the limit for me as she vanished into flakes of code. Yes, the old woman said. "What is it you want again?" I repeated the order. She took it in for a moment before directing me to a large tent. I entered the shaded area where I only found a single round table and 2 chairs, one of which had a well-dressed robot seated in it. I could have mistaken the tuxedo, wearing droid for Diamante's nicer older brother. Except Diamante was clearly better built, considering this robot was only the most basic framework of a skeleton. I thought it would be safe to say I was dealing with an external droid. Then, like a puppet, with its string being pulled, the robot surged to life in seconds, with quite the emotive, yet skeletal, face as his voice took an artificial pleasantry. "Ah, Twilight told me to expect you, Mr. Ripley Donovic. It's a pleasure to meet you now before we begin. Please pay Miss Kashimo." I nodded. It would be easier if I just accepted this, and turned to the old woman who turned out to be the Kashimo of the dine-in. She held a pad with a payment amount displayed. 1345 Shardine. That was more than my rent to enter this place. It better be worth it. I paid, feeling a brick fall onto my heart. Miss Kashimo melted into the shadows, quite literally. I was past questioning it. This was my weirdest day ever. I took a seat opposite the droid, unsure of what to think of it, or him. "Mr. Donovic, a pleasure to meet you. You may call me Mr. Skeleton, and please rest assured. This proxy drone of mine has no combat functionalities. The guards scattered around this tent, however, do. 2 silver tier thirsts among them, so please stay in control. I've seen your fight today, a remarkable spectacle to subdue those scrappers in under a minute." "Mr. Skeleton," said with casual ease to the revelation of my bout. But honestly, I had expected as much. The second I passed through that wall, I was aware that I'd fallen into a pitfall of things way above my pay grade. So I figured that whoever this guy was, he probably knew more about me than I did. "That was Twilight," I said, and he smiled. How did a skeleton smile? You know what? Not my business. Except that it was an example of intricate opping. It was the most minute of facial expressions that would take months to perfect on a drone like this. The quality of shard operating on this thing was impeccable. "Unstice of virtue for me," he replied kindly. "I see you've not let your newfound power get to your head." When I got to gold, it was unlike anything I'd felt before, but for reasons different to yours. However, I'm getting ahead of myself. You're the son of Dominic Donovic, who himself was the son of the late cradle-born Lucas Donovic and Jules Donovic. I hadn't even wrapped my mind around the fact that Mr. Skeleton was a gold like me when he revealed extensive knowledge about my family history. My paternal grandfather was dead. Then again, I knew very little about him. And my dad hadn't been on the best terms since I was born. I didn't exactly care. This was technically public information. Not until he spoke again, and of course, Mr. Skeleton continued, your ailing mother, Isabel Gravis Donovic, is the daughter of Alberic Gravis and the late Uriel Temes. I tried to keep a straight face. He didn't sail it for my maternal grandfather. Alberic Gravis abandoned his daughter, my mother, and was said to have died after she got married. That was what my mom said, and I felt guilty for believing this stranger's words so easily. My grandfather's alive? Mom said he passed before I was born. He gestured with wide arms. More than alive, he's up and well near the outskirts of Imperial Africa's capital. But that's a story for another day. Believe me, it's worth the implant in your brain. Now I can talk more about your father's involvement with Syntech, leading to his eventual death. But I don't need to recount a past you already know. Gold paged in my neuroframe to keep the pain and grief of my father away. So it was subconsciously interacting with the personality matrix. It let me focus on what was said about my grandfather being in Africa. That bugged me, but it wasn't why I got dragged into all this mess. Instead, I decided to dig. Where did you even get all that information? Deep in the abyss. Maybe one day you'll be welcomed with their gaze, too. You know what they say when you stare into the abyss? It stares back at you. I finished. Classic AbyssNet slogan, an equal threat and promise alike. Mr. Skeleton slid a dial on his chair, a screen with unintelligible words appearing to me. So, Mr. Donovic, I've heard you're in for a little boost to your prowess. A shard op as gifted as you must be absolutely thrilled. Years down on your luck, and now you've gained a power worthy of the uber rich. A 1 in a million gift. You can finally put your skills to use. And also, may I take a look at your hand? Do it, Twilight assured me, so I did. I held my hand out, and his own gleaming bones split apart into cameras held on wires, dozens of them. Then he poked into mine with a sharp jab of a USB. I felt a jolt of light run up my arm. An understanding. Shardware link complete custom-made Shardop claw. Alberic Gravis design. Grade, Iron IV+. Gold serum modifier. Equals Iron the 8 integrity rating. Iron IV+, gold serum modifier, equals Iron the 8th energy. Iron 0+, gold serum modifier, equals Iron IV capacity. Iron 2+, gold serum modifier, equals Iron V8 was Iron V8 put, 7% description. No description data attached. Generating based on Shardware link. A shard operating claw with no archive design. Manufactured by Alberic Gravis, and further altered by Isabella Gravis, Donovic, and Ripley Donovic. Comparison to mainstream models show that this claw is far larger than typical design, mainly using concepts popular at the end of the fourth swarm. Despite that, its capabilities supersede any available claw at a similar grade, and the non-corporate affiliation means that it is not locked out of combat functionalities. Due to exposure to mal serum from a gold mal seed, several parameters have been greatly altered. Feature links, mal serum. What was that? Unfortunately, Skeleton raised an answer for a different question I hadn't thought of. A pseudo-silver. Alberic really is a genius. No wonder it nearly killed your mother, Mr. Skeleton said cheerfully. What? I paused. The hell is a pseudo-silver? Why would it kill my mother? Mr. Skeleton was too focused on my claw, his hand-eyes glancing at it from every possible angle, like it was worth millions. A piece of shardware with 3 feature links like a silver grade would, but without the grade itself. In your case, an iron-graded arm had been linked to take some abilities from the technician, database, and energized features. You're lucky. You have a gold. Otherwise, every time you would use this, your compatibility to your implant would drop. I froze. So that was why my mother had come so close to death. My grandfather had pushed the limits of the claw so far that it was a poison. I gritted my teeth. I didn't understand what Mr. Skeleton's play was here, but I didn't like it. There was a lot about my family I didn't understand. But this was too much all at once. I'd been half serious about thinking that he knew more about me than I did. Now I saw that was a mistake. Thank you for linking my arm, however you did that. But I'm here for a weapon, a data shield, and a new leg. I can do you one better. Show me that revolver you received. Mr. Skeleton extended his hand. I begrudgingly handed off the revolver, a scraped-together mix-match of various weapon pieces the kid had probably found. Kid had a good eye, but you have better. Tell me, what would happen to this gun a month down the road with you possessing it? Mr. Skeleton twirled the gun around its trigger, sending a wave of unfelt anxiety through me. Uses a Shandian repulsion system with Magna gunpowder rounds. Spiral grooves in the gun would be overheated, which would lead to cracking, eventually blowing up. Needs some lighter rounds. Something more fluid like Syntex Magna, deep impact rounds. But that would be a lot better with their electromagnetism stabilizer installed in the barrel. Mr. Skeleton raised his hands, elongated fingers tapping against each other. Smart, but not what I was looking for. The simple truth is, you would never even use it. Why? Because your arm is a better weapon than this ever will be. Those breakdown and warp strand feature links? You could unravel your enemies apart with a touch when you're stronger. The gun in your hands is junk, but its internal parts are not. Ponder upon it. My eyes widened. The compression system doesn't use a spring system like old-world guns. Instead, pulls back with a warp kinetic feedback system that releases force depending on the grade of energy provided. With gold, I could do a lot, assuming I fortify its internal mechanisms within my claw to launch me hand towards them. But then I'd have no way of pulling it back to me, unless I figure out a way to remotely control it. You're on the right track, but you're still missing out on a crucial piece of the puzzle. Let me show you, Ripley. Mr. Skeleton waved his hand. In the back of the room, a piece of the floor lifted to unveil a large cabinet of hundreds of different shardware. A little two-wheeled droid pulled itself out of the construct, arriving over with a tray containing 5 pieces of curved metal, claw tips of a pure black coating, each the size of fingers. And they were incredible. Despite their small size, there were so many interlocking parts and functionalities at just a glance. A single one could do an entire claw's job. 3-decade-old tech pilfered off the coast of Newport City. Syntech attempted to integrate hollow wires with their shard-op claws. Most designs failed, including this one. C. Physical light only stays for a few seconds at bronze grade, maybe half a minute at silver. Mr. Skeleton delicately placed each on the table in order of finger orientation to my claw. A perfect, beautiful mirror of my own, except perfect in every way mine were not. You'd need 2 sets to stabilize the wires, I confirmed at a glance. But you only have one? Other half's back with Syntech? Status of the program is debatable currently, but it seems they're more focused on BioWare to compete with Imperium. How much for them? I felt my throat go tight. 24,000. Raw materials are worth around 9,000, though its experimental value and one-of-a-kind nature means that it's got a steep price. But I have trust in you, kid, that you'll pay me back in a month. This didn't seem right. Skeleton should know exactly what my earning power was right now. I don't know if I can get that much so quickly. Mr. Skeleton smiled, and it chilled me. Not with money, with information. You're going to make what Syntech couldn't. I'd like the patents. To the perfected version of these tips. My breath refused to leave me. Was he asking me to do what Syntech couldn't? A megacorporation which had millions in manpower and billions in funds, to invest into a failed project. I had no way to even manufacture more hollow wire, and to get the materials for it would cost tens of thousands, not including a warp material fabricator. More on that. Patents. He would be stealing my work. Number. My voice was as firm as steel. Mr. Skeleton refused to budge, and I worried he was going to kick me out. Instead, he tapped his finger over my claw. Channel your ether into your claw. Ether? First time I'd heard of someone calling warp energy that outside of some cults. I did so anyway, noticing the faint moment a silver light faded out from the iron-laden internal circuitry. It's nothing to do with your shardware. Look at me. I changed my view, taking in the golden candescence reflected across splotches of the robot's chrome head. Wait, reflected. He flicked a finger, and a screen popped up of me walking through the streets. I recognized it as the moment I first charged my claw. Then I noticed several patches of my skin glowing gold for a brief moment, as though I was about to ignite. It was visible, even on the security cameras where I was a small set of pixels. No fucking wonder they all stared at me. It could be mistaken as a mutation, but anyone with an analyze function would know I had a bug considering my arm. Okay, what the fuck? Explain that, I pointed, and he flicked to another screen involving me, except this time it was Sean's office, and I had the gold malseed grappling my claw when it first awoke. Diana shot it, splattering a warm and bright goo over my body while saving my life. I recalled the burn, hot and sweltering. Another screen flicked up, showcasing a gestating malseed and the extraction of the liquid they were born in. It was bright and looked radioactive, glowing before it was sprayed like a mist onto shardware. Mal serum, a warp material capable of enhancing anything you can think of, extracted from their egg sacs that you and your claw just so happened to get soaked in. Normally only used by the richest adapters for anything from improving materials to refining mutagen. You're lucky you weren't bleeding. If it got into your bloodstream, you would be a corpse right now. But the pieces of skin and muscle that were soaked from your left cheek down to your sixth rib were mutated with it. Some of the serum had soaked in and made it every shiny. He spoke as though this was an everyday occurrence. All I heard was that I'd taken a bath in carcinogenic blood. What does that do to me? Again, you're lucky you bonded with an implant from that same Mal. Otherwise, by now, you'd have noticed a few cancerous outgrowths that would probably conduct electricity very well. He brought up a reflective construct of me, noting down the patches of golden skin. My cheek, collarbone, and chest, all on my left side. Fortunately, you bonded to the implant within an hour, so there were minimal side effects. Other than when you channel your ether, you become a light bulb. Evidence that your skin has in fact been gene-edited, and I simply want to extract it. All 84 centimeters square of it. It's valuable information about that Mal, so payment will be handsome. I considered the idea. It wasn't a bad deal. I was getting paid, and getting a spotlight removed at the same time. The question was, how much was my skin worth? Shetty, per centimeter square? 600, 3,000. Twilight screamed in my head, a vicious and spite-driven scream. 3,000. Mr. Skeleton laughed, cackled, and chortled. You overestimate the value of glowing skin. 3,000. Something in Twilight's voice told me it was worth that much, and I bit my tongue. Mr. Skeleton would notice mine and Diana's rapid growth either way. Its skin soaked in mal serum of malignant that bonded to two people with 99% compatibility. Mr. Skeleton stopped laughing. Abruptly, he tapped a datapad and frowned. When his voice peered out from the silver shell, it was tense. 2,500, and I'll throw in 3 silver shard bits and a hand-to-hand combat protocol for goodwill. Deal! Twilight delighted in victory. I'll take it, hurrying after her. Then I calculated it, too. That was over 200,000 shardine.